Back, ladies and gentlemen, to 4 Season tournaments held you in Italy, where we're bringing you 2 days of amazing action in Magic the Gathering. Yesterday, we had Modern, 9 rounds of that on this channel. So if you're a fan, I hope you hit the following button. But if you didn't, maybe we can convince you today with a little bit of Legacy, because we've got 9 rounds for you as we're about to head into round number 4. We've got table A, table B, all sat down, ready to go. Before we do that, though, I want to talk to you about this lovely mug and that lovely mug. That lovely mug. My
Who's
name's
next to you,
Will.
Will?
My name's Will Hall. That's Sam Dan, and we hope that you're sat in ready for an amazing event, because we're bringing you the best. It is one of the best tournament series in Europe. We're now bringing the production level up to match that, so all you at home get to enjoy it as well, and potentially maybe in the future to come out to one of these events and take part in it and try and walk away with some nice money trophy, one of those nice little playmats, or just experience the Italian culture. Now, down to our feature match, round number 4. We've got 2 players sat down. One of them you might know as we move down to it. Let's see what they're playing, what deck lists, more importantly, they brought this weekend. We're going to start off here with this Bug Saga Storm. Talk to me about this. I'm guessing it's a Storm deck, but I've never seen this before, Sam.
So Storm has gotten a lot of iterations recently and lots of changes, and this is the Saga Storm, which is a newer edition of this type of list. What you play is you play a lot of artifacts, you have as sagas, and what you want to do is you want to win with Besiege the Mirror. So you need to have artifacts for that to work. And once you have Besiege the Mirror, you can usually replay all your stuff using Gaia's Will, and then just go through the typical Storm motions of playing all your stuff again, increasing the Storm count, and then just winning off of a Tendrils of Agony. You could also go for the ad nauseam route. So this is the shell is the same, but now resolves much more around artifacts.
All right, well, they're going to be going up against, let's have a look, Reanimator list. So, okay, this is, we've seen a lot of this in recent times. Obviously, this deck has picked up a ban. We don't have Entombs anymore, yet still a really viable deck. Why is that? And why and how are they getting cards into the graveyard to bring them back now?
So you say a ban, I'd say 1 million bans, but still the deck is still here. However, I should note that after playing against this deck a couple of times, it does feel that the list currently is where it should be. As you can see, the amount of players, the amount of creatures in here are a lot more than what we're used to when we had Entomb. You could only play 1 or 2, and now we're seeing 4 Atraxas, 2 Archons. So if you want to play a Reanimator deck in this type of Legacy, you need to dedicate it much more towards it. So you need to play more creatures. Now, interestingly enough, usually we have Tainted Indulgence being played, but currently this player decides to go for Charter Course, where you draw a card and discard a card that way. So we are playing a different route, because usually we see Tainted Indulgence, but it's working out great for them. And apart from that, we still have the shell that we're used to, the blue-black shell, and of course we're playing blue, so we are playing Tamiyo's. So yeah, let's see who takes it home here.
The course, I don't think I've cast that card since Phoenix in Pioneer when it first came out. So interested to see if it can make an impact here. Maybe that's the new tool that they're going to use in Legacy as we're off to the races, because Joe is on the play. He's going to start off with a Tamiyo.
All right, indeed. Strong start. We've seen this before. And if you don't know what you're up against, blue, black land with Tamiyo doesn't tell you anything from Leonardo's side. But they will probably try and win the game as soon as possible. My guess is that currently in game 1, Leonardo is slightly favored because they tend to be a bit faster than Reanimator. However, of course, the Reanimator player does play a lot of forces, so they can interact with it. So it will all depend how explosive the opening hand is for Leonardo. But it looks like they're going to go for it.
And this is this just got the ability to win turn 1. Is that crazy?
Yes.
Or is that literally a thing? So yeah, with this, so we're going to start off, make sure the coast is clear, make sure there's no force of wills or anything along those lines. Had the option to use that Fortsies by the looks of it.
It is definitely possible to win turn 1. It's not easy, but I mean, the fact that you're getting your tokens and your storm count is quite telling. So we are going to go for it. Even because we saw that the opponent's hand was not much to do. We can just do our thing, and we are just taking out the dice here. So I think it's 2 black, and then that's the storm probably. I think we're now at storm number 2, if I'm correct. No, 3, because of the petal as well.
Yep,
so
3. Here comes 4.
This line is needs us to have like a lot of mana, and what we're probably going to do is we're going to use this Lotal Petal to get rid of it with the Besieged Mirror. That's the line that we can take, and then if we can just replay the stuff from the graveyard, if we have something in there like a tutor to find what we need, we can just as easily increase the storm count into such a high amount that we can then safely go for the Tendrils of Agony. And here we see indeed we are just going to sacrifice Lotus Petal, get all this stuff in there. And now we can, if you do have the Besieged Mirror, you can pay it for free. So I'm curious to see what they're going to take.
I was about to say, like,
I didn't quite catch. Sorry, go ahead, Will.
I was gonna say, what's the card that we get now? Like, obviously, we've kind of done the bit of our combo. We're out of mana at this point. Like, how do we end up turning this into a W? Because Storm Count is only going to be what, 4, potentially 5. That's not enough to do lethal damage with Tendrils and Agony. Like, what's the backup here? How do we start moving forward?
So this depends a little bit on what we have left in the hand, which is why I was about to ask that. I think there was a tutor in there. I think if I'm correct. I didn't know if you caught it.
I did not catch it. It makes sense if it did.
So if we do have the tutor, then we have everything that we need. Then we very often just get something like a diamond could be a possibility, just to get the mana that we need. Or we could also get a Gaia's Will to replay stuff from the graveyard. Like we just play the tutor. Then we also have the Gaia's Will to get back everything that we want, increase it, then tutor up something like a Tendrils and win the game immediately. So I'm trying to figure out what the second card is, but it all depends on that. But having the tutor in hand is like a safety net, if in case something does go like wrong, but that means we'll be on our side. But I think Joe knows what's up. He's just sitting there and waiting for for himself to lose this game. So that's the turn one that you have there with Storm. But
this is what I do when I play against Storm. I'm just like I don't have a big enough brain to play it myself, but I can kind of follow what's going on, and I will just sit there and just be like, okay, what are you doing, and just making sure that.
So this is interesting. We got the talisman, so we are not able to get there this turn. So it seems like we were missing a piece to actually finish off the game, which is not something that I was expecting. So that probably means that we did not have the essential kill spell here in the hand. I'm trying to catch it. It was just a land, I think. So maybe we're just a bit off. Our opponent was still at 20 life. We could only get like up to 16, 18. And now it's very possible that we're in a bit of trouble because what we have left right now, it can be challenging because if we do use the talisman too soon, we give it to the opponent, and that's very scary.
See what else we're going to go. We've got another land drop for turn. We do, and we're going to fire off a 4Seas. It's going to get rid of that tutor from the hand, just leaving the land. So now, can we rebuild next turn? Is there a way to get back into this?
So with the Thoughtseize taking away the key piece, it's going to be difficult. We still have the talisman, so it depends on what we draw, but it's not looking good, especially since Joe also now has a Flip Tamio. If they do have a Force Will, they can, if they need a Force Will, just bring it back with a Tamio. So I think right now they are in the driver's seat, and especially since we're playing Reanimator, that means that if we do find a monster, we can just win immediately. And I do think that was an Animate Dead there in the graveyard, so we're just going to look for a monster and win the game that way.
And how can we forget? What other ways are there to like trying to get monsters, so to speak? Or some big fatties in that graveyard, so we can reanimate them back. The targets of choice obviously going to be things like Archon, Atraxas, and that's it. Just a 4-2 split of both of them.
So what we're going to try and do is, of course, get these monsters in the graveyard as quickly as possible. Now, it's possible to do this with the Charter Course, sometimes even the Undercity Sewers. If we get lucky, like end of turn fetch, oh, there's a creature on top, sure, and then I can just do it that way. Another situation where these Surveil lands are going to be very good. But I guess right now what we want to do is we just want to ride this Tamio to victory. We just need to plus twice and then it's okay. But looks like we're going to brainstorm, so we're going to try and win as soon as possible. Not going to go for... Maybe we don't feel safe if they do draw perfectly. Maybe we don't have a Force Will yet. You don't want to die here at this point. So taking this brainstorm signals to me that we are lacking some stuff that makes us feel safe.
So yeah, basically, our main Tamio here is we could win the game by then. So we're trying to shore it up so we don't win the game. Potentially, we even got some bad cards in our hand that we want to get rid of by shuffling them away. We don't have a fetch land though, so we're not going to be able to do that just yet. 2 mana and Brazen Burrow. We're going to bounce this. Is it a relic talisman? What is that thing called?
That's the talisman.
Talisman, yeah, the talisman back. Wish Claw Talisman.
Yeah, indeed. So I
Poison's
like that
bad.
play. It's just a tempo play because now the opponent needs to replay the talisman, and if you do that, you basically wasted your turn. And against Storm, you just need to have time. If you have time, you will probably be able to squeeze out a win. So we'll see what Joe has left.
Well, at the minute
Just
they got time because there's no pressure here over on Joe's side. Looks like we're gonna fire off a ponder, so that's a way for us to at least shuffle the top of our deck if needs be. Maybe we do like it. Nope, we're gonna go for a little shuffle here.
Yeah, I do think that time is not going to be the issue here. I doubt that that these players are going to go into time.
I'm
So I
about not
think
though.
if I was a Reanimator player, I would just look for one force, probably feel safe like that. Now, opponent can always have a Thought Seize, but I feel relatively safe, and just try and win the game by finding one of those big monsters that we put into the graveyard.
I didn't get a good look at what the card drawn there for Joe was. Going to Wasteland,
Wasteland.
get rid of that
Yeah,
Urza
it's a good one.
Saga,
It's a good one.
and just pass the turn back. How do we? Did you just pass go here and just try and feel like, oh, land pass go, restock our hand with cards to potentially try and set up for another combo sort of turn in the next 3 or 4 turns?
Yeah, it makes sense. You need to have enough cards to actually get the storm count high enough. So potentially these hands are filled with playable cards, but you don't need. You just need to keep them in hand because you do need to up the storm count a lot, and you also need to have mana. And since we fired off all of our a lot of the cards in the first turn, it takes time to set up. So okay, looks like we're gonna try and go for it. Make some mana, and then we can get a card that we want with the Wish Claw. So I do think that if we go for the Dark Ritual route now, we do need to go for it immediately.
Okay, here comes the Beseech again. So that was the last 2 cards in hand. We're going to crack the clue, see if we hit a force. Don't think we did, so it's going to resolve.
Ooh, okay, wow. I would have expected by now I would have found a force, but you can see, and so now this makes sense why we used the Tamio miners, because we really wanted to find a force to feel safe, but failed to do that. So us not finding that means we can still lose, and we saw happening what I was expecting to happen in the first game, where we have Guy's Will, and this means we can just replay all of our stuff, and let's get those tokens back because we are going to need them, and my guess is that now we will be getting there. So I think there was stuff like a petal in the graveyard, if I'm correct. We definitely need some way to actually get some mana going. So there we have, okay, there we have the Saga.
Land for turn.
Yep. So
You
that's
don't feel
important.
bad if you're on Joe's side here, like literally Fortsy, the
Yeah,
one
for
card out of
sure,
the
for
hand that was
sure.
mad, and off the top of the deck we see Besiege into Ritual.
Okay, so we make some more mana, and this is going to be definitely more than enough. We also know about the tutors, so we should find everything that we need. Okay, we thought Seize first. You never know. You never know. I'm curious what Joe has in his hand now. What did they find? This is interesting because what Joe might just do is concede here, because you do not want your I like this. We're probably going to concede. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and get as much information as we possibly can, check the graveyard, and then just concede so the opponent does not know what we are doing. Because if you look, see, I like this. I really do, because currently we have not shown anything from your animation shell. So if we just concede, our opponent might just think that we are playing blue-black tempo. So we do not want to give them the information. So I do think that's really good.
It's really like a hard skill to learn that, right? Like to know when to give information away, when not to, when to try and keep those extra percentage points to yourself. And we see that there on Joe's with that early scoop, as you mentioned. So let's have a look at the deck list now. So Storm somehow was able to win on 2 cards there, which is completely blowing my mind. So if they need to sideboard, how would they sideboard?
Well, there's a lot of cards that you can just instantly play. Carpet of Flowers is going to be a very, very good one. Makes it so you just always have all the mana that you will need. So a card that's not familiar to me is Depth of the Deathless. So I would even have to check that one myself. Do you know what that one does? Because I do not. But let's talk about the rest first.
I'm going to look while you keep talking.
Yeah,
that's
fine. That's fine. So Carpet of Flowers is going to be easy. Apart from that, I don't think there's all that much that you want. You want to keep the combo intact. You could maybe play something like an Abrupt Decay. Like, assuming we are playing against blue-black mid-range, this is something that we are thinking currently. We might want to have decays to get rid of Tamios because we need them. But definitely, when you're playing Storm, you want to keep the combo intact, so as light sideboarding as possible.
Okay, Depth to the Deathless. It is X double white, double black. Each opponent loses 2 times X life. You gain life equal to life lost this way.
Oh, right. So you can play it against something like the One Ring, where if your opponent loses a lot of life, you can do it. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
All
Let's
right,
go to the
reanimate this.
reanimation. Yes,
Go side. Look
sideboard.
at this sideboard. What'd you like?
Right. So what we want to do is we want to have counter magic. So force negations are going to come in for sure. Then we could bring in something like Nihil Spellbomb to cut the graveyard off. That's also very possible. And Consign to Memory is really good because you can actually do Consign to Memory on a storm trigger, so you can prevent that from happening. So those would be my guesses. I do think we want to keep the reanimation package intact. Maybe we trim some number of those big fatties because it's all about controlling the game here. But I would expect force negations are going to definitely come in and also consign to memories. And then we have the option of also putting in some number of Baragoyfs or Nihil spell bombs, but they just as easily might decide not to.
Right, let's get down to the game and let's see if Joe can level this up and take us to a game number 3. We're in round number 4. If you're just joining us, we've got 304 players starting today, and they're trying to get to today's top 8 across 9 rounds of Legacy action. We're bringing you all here on this channel, so make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't. Well, obviously, these are one of the best events in Europe. We're now up in the stream, the production, everything, so you at home can also enjoy this from the comfort of your own chair. As we're kicking off, just a land go. That's going to be a strand for Joe on the right of our screen. Are we going to try and go for another turn 1 combo here on Leo's side?
If we can, yes, always. That would be my guess.
Do you always go for it though, especially in the post sideboard games, knowing that there's more counter magic there? Also, your opponent now knows what they're playing around, so that's opening 7, they potentially kept a more counter controlly heavy hand rather than into the blind. Okay, I'm going to try and do my Reanimator package game 1 and make them have the answers.
I don't think you go for it without any form of protection. You want to have a Thoughtseize at least once because, well, definitely you're playing against the blue deck, so for sure you need to be able to somehow interact with that. Maybe if you have something like a Veil of Summer. So right now, since the opponent hasn't done anything and don't know what's up, I don't think you go for it. But okay, so cat's out of the bag. We see the reveal of the animated.
Oh, we found a Force of Will. There's a Tamio. Beautiful deck, all foiled. OG arts, I like it. I like that about Legacy as well. Like the people really, you don't get to chop and change Legacy decks too much, right? Like you can't. Some people, I'm sure, do. Gary Campbell looking at you, have all the cards, all the jewels, etc. But the average person like me and you, we can't do that. So we're gonna have one deck. I'm gonna try and get the fanciest copies of those cards for my deck and kind of have it as my pet project throughout. And if you love Legacy, you want to travel for it, so you want to be able to show off the deck when you do get to play it. We're going to go Urza Saga into the petal and just pass the turn back. Joe's going to go fetching, end the turn. That Delta is going to get cracked, lose a point of life. How many Surveil lands do these decks play?
I think the reanimation deck plays 2, sometimes 3, because you can also put creatures in the graveyard that way. So they usually play a bit more. I don't think the Storm deck plays, well, more than 2. You have time. Storm is very often known to just setting up a couple of turns, so they also want to have some number of Surveil lands, but I don't think they play more than 2.
Yep, it's 2 apiece. Looking at their deck lists here. Do you know these fill art ones? If you put them all next to each other, like each different one, it will give you a code, and that code is something that you're able to unlock a secret in the lore when it came to because that whole block was to do with clues and solving puzzles. And if you put
Really?
you put
That's
all the
amazing.
fill arts next to each
I
other.
never heard about that.
So if you look there at the Sunken Temple on the left hand side, you've kind of got one half of an R, that like loop with a leg. You wouldn't notice it looking at the art, but if you put the other side to it, it'll make an R. And then on the other side of it, I think it's a 4. And you put that code. It's really cool. I really like that. So I was able to get all these in full arts. I had a little play around with it, trying to solve.
I love that. Yeah, that's really cool.
It's a cool little flavor text to them. You know what I mean? Like I like that. Anyway, Wasteland taking out Urza Saga.
One of the things about being able to play Legacy on camera is just showing off your deck.
Oh, 100%. Here comes a brainstorm. What art of brainstorm do you use?
Well, if there's a Final Fantasy art, I use Final Fantasy. So there is a Final Fantasy brainstorm art, so I use that one.
Okay, chat. Let me know what's your favorite brainstorm art. What do you use when you play Legacy? I think I use the Japanese alternate art ones that came out. It was like a secret card or something like that, a secret bonus sheet. I don't know what set it was from. Maybe it was Strixhaven, something like that. Then they're really sweet. Same as my counter spells. That's the ones that I use.
There's so many brainstorms that you can choose these
Oh
days.
yeah, and that's what I love about it. Like, you know what I mean? Everyone's got a favorite from either when you started, but you want the OG ones, you want the alternate ones, you want the foil ones, you want the ones for the, the universe beyonds that you like. So obviously yours is Final Fantasy. OG Ice Age, we got in chat. We got Macadian Mask in Japanese, we got foil Macadian Mask. We got some boulders in chat today, Sam.
That's cool. Interesting to hear Joe missed a land drop, so could be a bit of
No,
trouble.
they're Wasteland, right? They use Wasteland.
No, I think it was previous turn.
Oh, okay. So we went. Oh no, we went fetch, Wasteland. Is that not right? I think we
I
went
could be
fetch,
wrong.
Wasteland. Well, let's say that he missed the land drop. What were you going to say about it?
Well, that is interesting because with so many clues, you would expect that we just always hit our land drops. So who knows? Maybe we're in a bit of trouble if we're whiffing a couple of times. I doubt it, but
Could we be holding anything up for 2 mana though? Rather than the sort of Kraken's clue, we've got things like signs in the board. Potentially that could be a thing.
oh, for sure, you would always want to crack the clue end of turn.
Oh, there is that consign in hand, along with double force of will, a daze, and a chart the course. So this force is going to take away one of the forces of wills. I think that's the Judge foil promo, right?
Yeah, indeed, beautiful. Okay, pretty good hand though. We also have consign out of force, so probably feeling pretty good. Still feeling pretty safe.
Cracked a clue. I think found an attracts off that. Drew for turn. Didn't get a good look at what that was going to be. Here comes the chart. Tapping.
So I guess that means we
it.
found a monster. Yeah, there we go. Also flip this. Perfect.
So are we just ticking down the Tameo, getting back to the force of will? No, we're taking it straight up. We're happy that one force of will is going to be enough to protect us here.
It starts with 2, so you need -3 to bring it back. So unfortunately, we can't do that. But I do think that they missed a land drop because otherwise we would have definitely played the land here. Because now we are not able to play consign. So
Yeah,
that is scary.
That's interesting, right? Like I feel like I'd be playing it kind of safe here and hiding behind that consign and force. But they're going to take a bit of a risk here. Say, look, you didn't go. You had mana up last time. You saw double force of will. You didn't go for it. You took one of them. So it tells me that you're scared of my protection. Is this going to be enough? You've got one turn to do it. If not, I might be getting back this Atraxa from my graveyard, restocking my hand with even more counter magic and giving you a really hard time to try and put away and take this game 2 down. As here comes up a carpet of flowers.
I can also see it. I mean, statistically, us not finding a land here, we're very low. So you can sometimes say, like, yeah, I'm just going to fire this off. If I do fail to find a land, so be it. But I think statistically, this is the correct play to make.
What is this? A chain of vapor.
Yes. Bouncing the Tameo. But just passing up the turn, so I can imagine that Joe's not too unhappy about that sequence. Could have been a lot worse, especially since we are now able to reanimate the Atraxa. So I'd be fine with that interaction. You don't need Tameo if you have, like, Atraxa.
Up 10 cards, put one of each card type into our hand, or up to one of each card type into our hand. So kind of another way to refill. See another reanimate, a daze, force of negation, a Tameo, ponder, 4Seasons, couple of land, and that chart the course. What do you like here?
As much protection as we can have. That's pretty much it. So force, Thoughtseize, for sure. And then there's only one creature that's easy. Then that's what we are seeing. You just take all the protection and then stuff that you have to take, which is a land and a creature. So straightforward here. You're just going to ride this Atraxa to victory. And we may even see them deciding not to play the Tamios because we want to keep it as a blue card for force negation. But I think we probably have more than enough blue cards now that it's safe to play it.
Are you going to play your land out here because there's a carpet of flowers on the other side? Is mana an issue, or is it more point that we can counter those relevant spells? I guess
Good question.
answer.
I'd say normally I wouldn't, but if we have the Thoughtseize, I think this is the correct play. You take the Chooser, that makes sense. Now they only have mana, which is not something how you win the game.
Oh, yeah, that with, of course, double protection spell that we know about. Would you even play the Tameo here? Just because then the Tameo can start ticking up and potentially get back these forces in a turn or two?
Normally I'd say maybe not, but our opponent has nothing, so I'd feel safe playing it. But honestly, it doesn't even matter at this point, I believe. if they do have something like a Thoughtseize, sure. But maybe in the long run, if they do have a Thoughtseize and you have a Tameo, maybe it's better to that you play it, because then you can flip it and potentially bring back a Force of Will. However, you also have the consigns that you maybe want. I'd feel safe whatever I do, but if I were to get to choose, I'd probably just play Tamio because I feel like I don't think I need consign next turn.
Right. We're going to go surveilling in the bin. We didn't want that. We're going to go to our discard. We're going to get rid of this attract. So this Tamio, which of course, as you mentioned, could have been the extra blue card that we needed. Sign against it. And double Tamio is going to go to the bin. So definitely don't need those blue cards. Yeah, we're scooping it up. We're going to go to a game 3 here. Game 3 means we get to remind you of the 75 that both these players brought. So let's get them on the screen. Let's have a little look. Play draw dependent now. Now the cat's out the bag. We know we're against a reanimate deck. Does that change anything, Sam?
Well, we probably didn't exactly sideboard the way we wanted to. So we saw Cooperative Flowers, we saw Blue deck, so that's relatively easy. But now that we know they are playing against a reanimation deck, I think we bring in the Surgicals now that we know about it. However, this is also awkward because sometimes they also have stuff like Baragorths in the sideboard. So do you want to bring in all of the 3, which is sometimes a dead card if you hit it with something like Tendrils of, Ad Nauseam. So I think we do bring in some number of Surgicals. They do play 3, so I'm just not sure if we want to have all of them and how many we have room for. But I'd bring in at least 1 or 2.
Especially being on the play. Okay, let's swip it across. Look at Joe's list. Now on the draw. Now that he's let the cat out of the bag, and we know that that our opponent knows we're a reanimate deck, maybe we do swap to this Beauregard version. How do you see that? Do you think you should bring him in? So numbers of it, are you not bringing them in, or are we just going straight on the the defense, forces, spell bombs, consigns?
Yeah, exactly. So now that our opponent knows we are playing Reanimator, there is a line there where we just go for the Duke and we bring in the Baragorths and trim down some number of these reanimation spells and just go for the control route. So we have this cute interaction of, am I going to do this or not? And I think, unfortunately, as the Storm player, you have to respect that they are going to do this and then see, okay, what's Joe going to do? Is he just going to go all in combo or decide not to bring in the Baragorths, or is he going to bring them in? You are never certain. So I'm really curious what Joe decides to do.
All right, well, let's find out. Let's get down to the match. Game number 3 here. Round number 4 of the 4 Seasons tournament series. They put on multiple events throughout the year, not just a Magic the Gathering, all different TCGs. So if you're into any of those, make sure you check it out. Go check them out on the socials. Go check out the website. Stay in tune of what they've got coming up. And of course, if you haven't hit that follow button, hit the follow button on this channel. Let's grow this channel. Let's make it something amazing that matches the part of these tournaments. And we're starting off with a 4Seas here on Leo's side. Reveals a hand of a couple of land, double 4Seas, a Traxa, and a Tamio. What do you think the take here is going to be?
I'm just wondering, is that a Reanimate or a Thoughtseize in Joe's hand?
I believe it's double 4Seas.
Okay, because that means the hand,
like,
the hand
take
is
this.
yeah. I don't think the hand's that great if that's the case, because then we just have a monster and 2 Thoughtseizes. We can Thoughtseize ourselves, of course. That's interesting, but we don't have any way currently to interact with our own graveyard. So we also need the Thoughtseize to prevent our opponent from winning. So not the most ideal hand from Joe. So we shall see what happens.
We're going to go for the more disrupt plan than the counter plan. You said there's a surgical, so it did come in out of the sideboard, as you mentioned. We see the Will, Beseiju, Brainstorm, Thoughtseize. What do you think you take? I'm looking towards this Brainstorm. I don't know about you.
Yeah, honestly, I think you're correct. The hand currently from there as well doesn't do all that much, so you just take the Brainstorm, and now that you know about the Surgical, we can play around it. So that's always very important. It's also extremely awkward that the Gaia's Will is in the hand, because we can't, if we take the Brainstorm, we can't shuffle it back into the deck, which is very often a very important engine to get the Storm count up high enough. So yeah, we may see a very awkward situation here.
Let's suspend it. I was going to say, like, are we going to suspend it? Suspend for 1 green. Talk to me about the suspend mechanic. This is one we haven't seen very often.
So you don't see that very often, suspending a card. So what suspend does, you can see a counter, I think it's put on 4. So in every upkeep, we will take a counter off. And once all the counters are removed, that means that we will just cast it for free. And then we can, as we know what Gaia's Will does, just replay everything into our from our graveyard. So now, this is not a guaranteed win by any means, because currently there's not a lot of relevant stuff in the graveyard. So this is us saying, I'm going to get enough stuff into the graveyard in the next 4 turns that I can win when it resolves.
Let's talk about this line. So we decided to surgical the 4Cs to get the one surge 4Cs we knew in the hand out, as well as have a little look through the deck. We had the option to, if we wanted to, we could have 4Cs the Atraxa and then surgical that. What's the lines? What's the reasoning?
I think you just know, since you know that Joe has another Thoughtseize in hand, you really do not want them to see your hand. So maybe their draw was really, really powerful. And with them having also played the Guy's Will, maybe like, yeah, I think I found something like a tutor, or maybe I found something like a missing piece, the bargain spell, for instance, that we just need. So I just do not want you to see my hand, and then I will win, especially with the Thoughtseize. And I'm just going to prevent you from getting a monster in the graveyard. And I know your hand is useless, so you're just not going to do anything. And I will win once my Guy's Will resolves.
4Cs takes out the ponder. Joe's going to wasteland, finds a Tameo off the top, slams that down.
Yeah, that's a good pickup. That may ride this game to victory.
Find a Mox Opal in the grip, so don't want to deploy that just yet. Joe finds another land, going to get in there with the Tameo. Now, this is that engine that we spoke about. Every time it attacks, it's going to generate a clue token. If we can flip it, it's going to start ticking up and threatening that ultimate, which is really important. But on the other side, these suspend counters are going down each turn. Now, guys, will at 2. Joe's going to go fetch end of turn. Imagine we're going to see, do you think a surveil land here, or are we going to draw a card here?
Yeah,
Draw a card.
I think. Sorry.
We're drawing a card. The card.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think that's better. But I do want to note that this wasteland for Joe was so important because right now Leonardo does not have black mana, which is kind of devastating for this deck. So it's possible that even though Gaia's Will might just resolve, if they don't have any way to to have generate black mana, it's going to be awkward.
Also looking for any counter magic, right? If we can counter that, guys, when it comes off suspend, that's going to be huge as well.
For sure.
Get in, make a clue, start with a ponder, look at the top 3, put them back in any order, draw a card, or we can shuffle them. Having a deep thinking. We do have that veil in hand, though. That
Double veil. I mean, that's good, but
double veil
I'm
with
not
the green
sure.
mana. Would you fire one off end of turn here anyway, just to go another card deeper because you got the backup?
I probably would, yeah. Now, what we can do is, if we do have the Guy's Will resolving, we can, with the Guy's Will, you can just replay everything, so you can make a land drop, but it's going to be scary because, of course, Joe knows about this. So if they just counter the Guy's Will, we telephoned that we were just going to go all in on that one. So I wouldn't feel safe if I was Leonardo.
Here comes a brainstorm. This is what we found off the ponder. So 3 cards added to the grip. We're going to put 2 back. That Tameo is going to flip as well. So we're going to end up with these 2 are going to go back on top. I think one of them was a duress. That Tameo's got a flip, right? Yeah. Okay. I think they're just verbally confirming that the players have said it. Make sure we put the Atraxa on top. Wrong, not Atraxa, the Archon on top. Then we're going to surveil this into the bin because, of course, we knew what it was, leaving a. Maybe it wasn't a duress that they had. Maybe it was that was the black card I ended up seeing, and just pass the turn.
You're talking about Joe's hand, right?
Yeah, over on Joe's side. So it's not a dress because there's no dresses in the deck. So it would
No,
have been
exactly.
yeah, the Archon that was put on top. I saw a black card. I thought it looked a little bit like a dress. It looks a little bit like the purple black, like the original as a saga art, but not to be now. Looks like this Urza's Will is going to come off suspend next turn. Here comes the petal. That means we've got double Summoners Pact up for next turn if needs be.
These Vela Summers are going to be important. Now, if we found a petal, that's good because we do have access to more mana. And I expect we will see a war here for counter magic. And the fact that Joe here reaches for the brainstorm means that they do not feel safe.
I think they found a force of will there.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we only have forces because the surgical took care of all the Thoughtseizes, so we do not have any way to see the opponent's hand. So we need to rely on force of wills, which is something that Storm is very capable of navigating its way around.
All right, let's have a fight.
Yeah, and we have double veil, so yikes.
Gonna veil it.
We're gonna see a stack here, I think.
Veil
We
the
have
summer.
another one. Ooh, and this is just such
my
a ball.
goodness! What am I seeing?
Yikes!
Double veil of summer, double force of will.
Yeah, you lose 4 cards. I'm gonna draw 2 and then resolve my spell.
Oh my word! So we're gonna go.
Does Joe has the
cards
card
left in hand?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure if Joe has a card left.
I know, well, we've got access to the deck list, but like I would love this to be a Flusterstorm out of nowhere. Oh, I suppose
That would be
Daze would
sweet.
work as well if the Dazes stayed in.
Yeah, yeah. But I just don't know if he has a card left.
Oh,
Maybe in response, just Surveil. And doing this because we still have a clue, right? So if there's like a days on top, we can draw it. That's not what we
listen,
want.
Borough, crack this, draw.
Is it a days?
No, you can
No,
go.
okay.
So you draw 1, 2. Oh, this is what a blowout.
Yeah, that was
2 Veil
indeed.
of Summers. There's 4 in the deck, so it's kind of, obvious. But remember, Joe did that 4Seasons that had information of the hand, knows that these would have been drawn. So the guys will resolve. We're going to play our cards to the end of turn. Start with a land drop.
Okay, interesting here is we started with a brainstorm and we've already made a land drop. So do we have a way to make more mana? Do we have
Petal in
there's
the
a petal in the
graveyard.
graveyard, so
Yeah.
okay, yeah. What's the storm count, by the way? So
1,
double
2,
veil,
3,
one Gaia,
4, 5 right now.
6, right? Because of double force.
Double force, double. Oh yeah, the guy itself. Yeah, 6.
So storm is not going to be an issue. Okay, I also see a Mox, but we do need some more artifacts there.
So that's
Yeah, it's too soon for me to say that this is a guaranteed win.
Surgical is what we're going to pay 2 life to play. It's going to put storm count up to I think 7 now.
There's no Dark Ritual in there in the graveyard, right? I think I see double Veil, double Thoughtseize, Petal, and it's a land, the bottom card.
No, we paid the seed. I don't know if it is a land. Yeah, I can't make out what the last one is. We're going to target the Force of Wills, get rid of the last 2 from the deck, and have a little look. What counter magic has gone left? You can see there. Now we can get a view of it as well. It looks like the show and tells have come in at the sideboard. At least some
Nice.
number of those.
Yeah,
Force
looks
of
like we're going to go
Negations
all
as
in
well.
on the combo plan. Okay, yeah, I think I saw enough mana there. But is there a tutor in there somewhere?
That's the one thing I don't know. I don't know what that card is. Let me look. What
Was that Spoils of the Vault, maybe? No, they don't play Spoils, right?
No, not supposed. It's the black card behind Forties. I can't make out what that is. I'm looking through the deck list. I'm sure chat will be able to. Oh, it said Nauseam. That's what I can see.
Oh, right. Okay. So we need to get enough mana going. Let's see if we get there. Petal.
No, just having to pass the turn back. Set up for another turn.
So I think this was a mana issue. We needed to find something like a Dark Ritual, and then we were off. But yeah, I'm curious. I don't think Leonardo was unhappy with this exchange because we did just get rid of everything single card in the opponent's hand. But we now no longer have Guy's Will.
That's a tutor straight off the top of the deck. Do we have enough tools in the grip to be able to deal with potentially what Joe's got? We know the only thing that he could have up right now is a Veil. This is Death Wish. Is it Death Wish is in this list? I can't see it in the list in front of me. I think chat was talking about Death Wish. That's why we brought it up and showed you all.
Maybe we missed the fact that this was in the lists. It's possible. Death Wish, of course, if you can take a card you own out of exile, that makes it so you have everything that you want. So we have a lot of options here for the Storm player. For example, Song of Creation, that would be really good because that's the way how we come back from this. So if we can get that sticking on the board, if we can play it and we're able to deploy what we find, that would be good. You can see Leonardo thinking about this. It's not easy. Because
this is exactly why I don't play these decks. I am not big brain. I'm an infect player. I like to count to 10. This whole storm count thing, this is too hard. There's other interactions. I want to play a creature on turn 1. I want to pump it. I want to go, have I won the game? Am I getting lunch? Have I lost the game? Am I getting lunch? That's all I want to know.
And I'm curious what Joe decides to do with Tamio, because yes, we've gotten rid of all our counter magic, because they also surgical away Force Wills. But What are we going to do now with this Tamio? Do we just make him have it sooner than rather than later, and just plus every single turn, or do we minus at a certain point and take back? I don't know what's left in
It's like a
in
brainstorm,
the
right?
graveyard.
Brainstorm upon is about all that's left in that graveyard right now. There's a Archon. So, if we were able to find a reanimate spell, potentially we could get that back and start applying some pressure to not only the hand, but the life totals. Okay, we're going to go with this tutor. So 2 mana. Going to reveal a card from your hand, search the library for a card of the same name. It's going to be a diamond. And that would give
Yeah, we
us our
need to have
third
mana.
and fourth artifact, I think. So we've got an opal in hand as well, but we can. And I think this is it's pretty key to look at. Is we've got all these 0 mana artifacts in hand, but we're not deploying them yet. We want to deploy them on the turn to get that storm count up for when we need it to potentially able to go off. Joe is going to tick it up that Tamio. It's going to go to 5. Still no idea what's in hand. It's going to have land go.
Yeah, that's the thing that we no longer have the guy's will to rely on, so we need to get the storm count high enough in a different way.
4Seasons. Let's have a little look what you got going on over there, Joe. Gonna do something in response. Gonna force. Did draw a way
Nice.
to counter. So gonna go forces negation. So it's gonna get exiled. What else we got going? So now I think we're going off. We're trying to get that storm count up. So that's 1 spell, 2 spell, 3 spell, 4 spell now.
If they do that, it's just gonna die because it's a legendary artifact. So they caught it just in time.
We're gonna play the eye here and the next one. Diamond. Lots of mana if needs be. Float 1. Play the second one from our hand. Legendary. It's going to kick in. That's going to go to the bin. Storm counts up to 6. 2 mana.
1 card left.
What does it need to be?
Well, we have options. Ad nauseam would be a good bin, but we know about that one. We saw catch. Yeah, so that's what chat called Death Wish. Now the question is, what do we take? Because how much mana do we have left? I think it's just 2. Is that 1 floating and then we have the petal?
Yes, I believe you're right. And tendrils.
Or is that just
mana? Oh my word! His last card was consigned to memory. He drew force consigned land. That is huge. That's going to stop the storm trigger in its entirety. You can see the crowd behind. You can see Leo sat back like, no way you had that as your last card. It's all going to fizzle out. 2 points of life is going to be gained. 2 points of life is going to be drained. But empty-handed
that is nuts.
Now. Active Tamio.
Yeah, they just concede.
Tamio's on 5. He's like, you got me. Yeah, you got me. If that's your last 2 cards, sometimes you just can't win them all. Yeah, he can see him there saying, wow.
And I do want to add that I do think that what Leonardo did was the correct play. Like, your opponent has used the force on negation, you just go for it. And sure, if they do have the ultimate of also having consign, so be it. But you can play correctly and still lose. And I think that's what happened here. Everyone would have done this in this situation. That's my guess. That was a really cool game.
I thought it was over. I was like, yeah. Okay, you did lucky by drawing the force in negation, having one of your last few counter spells in hand, but having that consign at the key moment when you think the shield's down, you've fought-seized, you've surgicaled, you've done everything possible in your power, and that consign just shuts it all down. Absolutely key. Masterclass for us here in the booth, and you all at home.
That's cool. That's cool.
Love to see it. But we've got backup feature matches for you all, as always, because we are up in the production. I don't know if you've noticed, everything is clean, smooth, silky, smooth. And of course, that means we get backup feature matches. We've got some players that you might have heard of. This is Roberto. They're on Forge Combo. Talk to me about this deck and what it does.
So Forge combo, I'm not sure if we should still be calling this Forge because there's only one copy of Mystic Forge
Ah,
in
it's
the
Forge.
list, but it is Forge because we know what it does, right? You just try and generate as much colorless mana as you can, and then just play Haymakers. You have Haymakers in the form of Khan, the Great Creator, the One Ring, Ugin of the Storm, and then more recently we have Tezzeret Cruel Captain, another way to find artifacts from everywhere. Combine this with Glaring Flesh Rakers, and you can just play all your spells that you want and just kill the opponent that way. But Khan allows you to sometimes get Lattice. Basically, play your Haymakers and win the game.
All right, well, let's see who they're up against and what deck they're on about. I feel like people might have heard of this next player. He's kind of known. He's done some stuff here or there. Let's have a cross. Let's break the suspense. Let's tell everyone who he's going to be up against. It is the one and only Andrea Mengucci, and they've decided to bring artifacts this weekend. A little bit of affinity action. Talk to me about this deck. How does it work?
Well, Will, let's start off by saying which one is the best. Skateboard is now for sure the best. If Andrea is playing skateboard, you know that it's going to be a staple moving forward. And we've seen the deck already, Affinity. So what we're going to do is we're going to be as fast as possible. Pinnacle Emissaries, Patchwork Automatons. We're just going to play a bunch of threats. Either we're going to go wide with a Pinnacle, or we just play one big beat in the form of Kappa Cannoneer and just win the game that way. And I do really like the addition of Skateboard, because if you can like slam down Kappa Cannoneer, equip Skateboard, and immediately kill them, that's going to be cool.
All right, well, let's get down to our backup feature match then. Let's give everybody what they want to see. Mengu on stream, round number 4. I think both players are a 2-1 record. Yes, they are. Let's see who's going to play first as we give them the green light to set off. We're going to go over on Roberto's side, starting with a Urza's Tower Bloom into some little bit of, I say a little bit of mana ramp. It taps for free.
Yeah.
It's not a little bit. Grim
It's
Monolith with a key. One of the this card is one of the cards I had when I first started playing Magic the Gathering, so it always holds a little bit into my heart. But then we're going to tap that up with a Tezzeret Cruel Captain, one of the newer cards into Magic the Gathering. Talk to me about what this card does, why it's so good in this shell.
Well, what this does is that you can just search up stuff with it when you minus, and you can, like, your entire deck is almost artifacts, so you can just find all the stuff that you need. Of course, you can't get everything because that would be really, really broken. But what you want to do is you just want to generate value, because this generates value just by you playing the game. So this is the perfect addition to the deck, and I think it's the most recent addition that we have seen in the list in recent timings.
Right, well, we kind of just put the whole hand on the board there. Mengu on the other side is going to try and build a board himself. I'm going to go Embassy into Opal. Opal's going to generate a 1/1 Fopter. Is it a Fopter? No, it's a drone, isn't it? Yeah, it's a drone that it makes. Have a little drone token there. And we're going to make a second one. Anything else here? We're going to play that. I think I could just see a couple of land in hand. We're going to tap one. What's
We
this?
may just see Andrea just playing everything that he can, because against Forge combo, you just don't want to give them time. Just play everything as possible, as much as we can, and then just fire off all these spells to generate a board and hopefully kill them in 2 or 3 turns.
Memory Guardian is going to come down. So this is the 4-mana 1 blue affinity flying 3/4. Nothing else crazy about it. Just another body on the board for nice and cheap. Pass the turn back across.
And now Roberto was able to untap with Tezzeret, so we could use the 0 to untap an artifact, maybe get more mana if we want to, or we can -3 and then just get an artifact with value 1 or less. But looks like we're just going to make as much mana as possible.
So much mana. We've got another one in hand as well if we want to do that, but it looks like a big Ugin's going to come down.
Yeah, there
Get rid of a colored permanent. It's going to get rid of that Guardian. The 3/4 is gone, but the drones are floating around. But this card, it's so hard to deal with. Now it's on the board, 2 copies in the deck. Lots of different modes. So one of them is when it's cash, you can exile a colored permanent. That's why we saw the Guardian go to the exile zone. It comes in with 7 loyalty. It has a +2 loyalty to gain 3 life and draw a card. So the absolute opposite of what Mengu's trying to do by reducing our life total down. Or we can zero it, add more mana if need to. But then if we get to that ultimate stage, well, that's where we're just going to absolutely just go haywire with it. But Mengu's going to do his best so we don't reach that point. Here comes a Khan. Khan against the Affinity deck. Does the math check out that this is a good card?
All I can say is yikes. Look at this. Look at these planeswalkers. If Andrea's
Yeah.
going to come back from this, that would be surprising.
He
Just
is
scoop it
not.
up. That
Not even
was
a wizard of his skill level can come back from that super explosive, turn, start. We're going to go to game number 2. So let's get those deck lists on the screen one more time. Let's have a little look at potentially how Mengu can take down Robert, or how Robert can stop Mengu and take this to a 3-1 start this weekend. Here's the deck list. That's the sideboard. Obviously, we saw Khan, so we don't normally see too many iterations in the sideboard, but there are a couple of 4s here. Talk me through it. Would you bring anything in?
Well, of course, since we're playing Khan, we want to keep stuff into the sideboard, and you can pretty much catch which cards you sometimes bring in based on the numbers. So we have 4 Disruptive Flutes and 4 Ley Lines. So we bring in the Ley Lines against the graveyard-based decks, and we have Disruptive Flutes for pretty much everything, everything else. So I think in this matchup, Disruptive Flute is probably too slow. So I would not be surprised if we see 0 changes. If we see any, maybe 1 or 2 Disruptive Flutes, or it's possible that we decide to, I'm going to use the sideboard because I don't think my Khan is going to be fast enough, so I will bring in the portable holes in case I have it in my opening hand. So that's maybe something that I could see happening.
All right, let's go across to Mengu's deck list. Let's see what he's got in this Affinity deck. What can he bring in to kind of stop basically a Khan coming down, but not only that, but everything else, so he can potentially turn it into a W. What'd you like?
What I really like is the Harbinger of the Seas. It shuts down the entire deck because they rely on the colorless spells to actually do the heavy lifting. Now, it's not game over with Harbinger, but it does slow them down a lot. Force Negation is very good. We have Disruptive Flutes, Haywire Mites to get rid of some of those nasty artifacts. It's Exile, so it works against the One Ring too. Very, very, very relevant. So I expect a lot of cards to come in here. However, same thing, we do not want to dilute the deck all too much because we still need to win as fast as possible. So it's going to be difficult.
Are you telling me that Skateboard's getting cut again?
Should I tell you? I don't know. I think it may have to get cut from the deck. Yes.
All right, let's get down to the matchup then. Let's see if Mengu can shore this up and take us to a game number 3. Going to be on the play here. Do see an Ancient Tomb in hand, so we've got a way to accelerate some early mana if needs be. We've got a mulligan over on Roberto's side, going to go down to 6. It might be the first mulligan we've actually seen so far today, and we're in round number 4. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's possible. I didn't pay attention to the mulligans, but yeah, that means that Legacy is fine, I guess.
It looks like Mengu's also down to 6, so maybe both players taking a mulligan here.
Mm.
Press it down. We're going to start off with a tower, just like in game number 1. Here comes the key. That's going to resolve. Mengu has the option to flute. It's going to decide to do it end of turn, taking 2 points of damage.
This is really smart because now we can just name the key and it can't be used. We should know that, of course, very often the mulligans are cut by the production, so maybe we just don't see them.
Yeah, they're pretty good at this. I don't know if anyone's noticed the production value and how it's kind of ramped up this weekend. Because we've got an amazing team from Impact Returns doing all the heavy lifting. We just get to be the face of it this weekend, which is nice. But here's some heavy lifting. Let's see what this embassy can do. How many drone tokens can it generate? Bauble, Opal, drone. Cannoneer? Question mark?
Would be pretty good.
There's something else to play. 2 mana is going to go in the pool. 2 life is going to get lost over on Mengu's side. Oh, I can smell it. I can smell it already. Something.
Yeah. If you stop tapping your artifacts, you know what's up.
They always have it, except for when they don't. Just making sure they pay the correct. The last card in hand is the Cannoneer. So that's a turn 2 Cannoneer coming down, and it brings along another drone token. Mengu's going to pop the bauble. Have a look at that top card over on Roberto's side. Pass the turn, upkeep. I'm going to draw this card here, which is a Sink into the Stupor. Quite a nice one moving forward. It means we can bounce things back, potentially slow down Robert from exploding.
And this is exactly what the Affinity wants to do. I'm going to dump my hand onto the board and kill you as soon as possible. And now a cute interaction here for people who don't know what this does. The combination of Urza's Tower and Planar Nexus here makes it so Urza's Tower does actually tap for 3 mana, because Planar Nexus is every non-basic land type. So that is a cute combo that you can do.
Well, it's going to be enough to get the 1 ring down, so that's going to give Roberto protection to the next turn. Instantly going to draw a card, get another counter on it, finds a nice Saga from it. That's not one you want to be bouncing back if you're over on Mengu's side. Not really.
No, for sure. I think this One Ring was probably the perfect response to the aggressive start of Andrea.
Oh, how about Epiphany Needle?
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Well, I guess yeah, sure, we'll take
What
it.
do you reckon they're gonna name?
I think they're gonna name "You Are Already Dead."
Oh, hold on a minute. Deciding. Oh yeah, because we've got one extra mana floating from the tomb. Nice. So trying to get the full value out of this, playing the embassy, playing the Epiphany Needle, getting another token, getting 2 more counters, 3 more counters on the Cannoneer, name that One Ring, and kind of go pass. I've now got what 3, 7, 11, 15 power on the board. It's only turn number 3.
Mhm. Now with that Pithing Needle, it completely changes the game because now I think Mango is fine with this. Sure, you're just going to take 1 extra damage. So we shall see what Roberto can do. If they have a lot of mana, it's still not game over.
It's Grim Monolith.
That's a
Let's
good
have
one.
another.
Good start.
I think we've got on. Have we got Khan, Grim Monolith, and a mana, like an opal in hand? Yeah, we got a mocked Tezzeret Ugin are the last cards in our hand right now. So if we go tap, we can generate what 6, 7, down to 3, up to 6. Can we deploy our whole hand here? Tap this 7 mana. Here comes Ugin. Get rid of this embassy.
Okay, that's a good start.
When it comes in with 7 loyalty, gonna ticket. I imagine up. Oh, we've got the option. We can 0 it, get 3 mana to play the Tezzeret. But then what does that do? Doesn't really
We can
achieve
tap
anything.
something. That's really nice. But we don't have the option to use. So if we play Tesseract, we could minus and then just untap an artifact and use the mana again. I'm not sure if that's worth it now, but that is a line we can take.
Is oh, okay. I like this. We 0 the Ugin. We play the Tezzeret. We take the Tezzeret down. We go get the portable hole that we definitely brought in. We then play the Mox Opal. Use the white. We then use the portable hole on the Epiphany Needle on the other side, and a 1 ring's unlocked.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, someone in
I
chat
guess
also got it. Love it, chat. Big brain.
the question now is the portable hole we talked about. Did we in fact choose to bring it in, or did we leave it in the sideboard to find it with something like Khan, or Khan can find portable hole, right? Or am I mistaken here?
No. They can't can find portable hole. It's an artifact, I
Right.
believe. So it's all
So
good.
so I'm curious if they decided to go for bringing it in or leaving it in the sideboard to find it with Khan.
You could also, I guess, find a Mistral's research desk to go a couple cards deeper in the deck.
Okay, we just drew with the Ugin.
We find ourselves a Khan, 4 mana Khan here, a little bit late. Maybe next turn's the turn that we're going to need that to. I think we might be in the ensnaring bridge sort of era of the deck now. Oh no, the chat's pointing out there is a portable hole in the main deck as well.
Oh,
There's
okay, never mind
one
then.
board, 1 main.
So we did decide that, yeah, I don't need to get rid of this portable, of this Pithing Needle right now. I have time.
Hugin's going to get taken down. We're going to find Ancient Tomb off the top of our deck. So we've got Opal, Tezzeret, Khan. Can we empty our hand with an ensnaring bridge down? But I guess on the other side, that sink into stupor that Mengu's got in hand, that could come in clutch.
All right,
Tezzeret.
let's see. I guess we'll find out what Roberto is deciding on. Definitely want to play it first so we can just play all of these artifacts. Put some counters on. Okay,
We're
minus.
searching. What we're going to go find here? Lots of options.
Maybe also just Mystic Forge. No, that's not possible,
No,
right?
no. It's
Convert mana cost 1.
1 and 0. It's going to be Candelabra.
Candelabra. So maybe we just want to play Candelabra and make some as target tokens. Just if you want to race me, I'm just going to outwin that race.
Have we got the yeah, this is how much damage is on the board? So this is 9, 10, 11, 12. So not enough damage to win next turn. So is that Seeking Stupor going to be enough? You're going to get one attack basically with it. I guess the one ring's slowly ticking down, doing a point of damage each turn. Is there another line that I'm missing here? Can like a Khan go and get the Forge, or a lattice? They could get a lattice, but then the creatures can take out the Khan and open that back up.
I think you can see how much Roberto is thinking about this. He's just wondering, I need to stay alive. How? Because it's clearly not easy, and this is typically the dynamic of Forge against every basic aggro deck. Surviving is sometimes challenging because you rely on a certain amount of these high impact spells, but you can shut them down relatively easy with stuff like Pithing Needle or a Disruptor Flute, and then what do you have left? Now, we are able to make some tokens.
What's the reasoning behind passing the turn? But going in with that Kappa Cannoneer, how big would a construct be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 currently. So not big enough to trade with that Cannoneer. Hold on.
All right, so we are going to make some tokens, and I think we have 3 mana now, so we will make one floating, use the Candelabra. We will untap a bunch of lands with these Ancient Tombs, so we should be able to make 2 tokens here.
Could we untap the Saga, make 2 constructs here? Was that a line that was a...
Yes, indeed.
Because then we could have traded with the Cannoneer.
I was actually, that's what I was discussing. I was expecting this to happen. Or maybe what we just want to do is not die here. And what if we just don't do this now, and we are going to block once, and now end of turn make more of these construct tokens, and then just win next turn.
We can't do that now, though, right? Because we're tapped out. The only thing we've got is that Ancient Tomb, and we can't use the key.
All right, yeah. I didn't realize it was already used.
So we've done
the
that.
Candelabra.
Save the Tezzeret.
So we are valuing the Tezzeret. Okay.
Yeah, Mengu only sent 3 drones to the Tezzeret, not the 4th drone. So by able to make that construct entering the battlefield, put another counter on the Tezzeret, which means it wouldn't get knocked out of it. It wouldn't go to the graveyard.
Oh right, we didn't fire off everything to the Tezzeret. Okay, so we wanted to save it.
Some shenanigans is happening here, and I don't know what it is.
The question is Roberto playing skateboard? I don't think he is, right?
Well, we picked up our... Oh, we get another construct token. Okay. Then we're going to go search. I love this because I have no idea what's going on. I'm like, what's going on? I don't understand. Something cool's happening, and I love watching it. Options to go and find. There's another key. It's Epiphany, but we're going to go for this, the research desk. So this is 1 mana, tap it, sacrifice it, exile top 2 cards of your library, choose one of them until the end of your next turn. You may play that. It also has unearth, 1 colorless, 1 red.
All right, so I think this is just because we pretty much had nothing very impactful left as a 1-drop or a 0-drop. This is not that impactful. It's nice, but it's not gonna be the best pickup that we could do. But Mengu has shut down our keys, so that does make sense.
There's a workshop. We're untapping the Candelabra with the Tezzeret. Make 3 colorless mana off the Urza's workshop. Up to 5. Play a Khan.
Right, there we have the Khan. It's a good one.
Go down to 1 mana floating over there.
Since we have an empty hand, my guess would just be get the Ensnaring Bridge. I mean, we're going to have to get Mengu to play the card eventually.
We also don't know about it, right? Like, we know that potentially that is a card that we need to play around. There could be Counter Magic on the other side for Mengu, etc. He's having... But, we've got to float the mana beforehand, right? Because if the Khan's on the board, it's going to lock down all of our mana.
Khan is opponent, right?
Yeah, so as in that's what I mean. So like Mengu, if he wants to do it now, has to float the blue, which gives up what potentially...
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Which he probably will.
Just going to float the blue. Knock, sacrifice. I say, yeah, got to do the double poop blue here. So floating 2 blue as it resolves.
We could also fetch up maybe Mystic Forge with this Khan.
You don't fetch here. You go to your second main phase. Let the mana float,
Oh yeah, for sure.
and then do it. That's, man, I love Magic. It's got some cool stuff like this. So like,
I think that's a summary.
I think that might have been the verbs. Okay, I'll go to past turn. Enger's going to go, sure, I'm going to bounce this back to your hand. Second main phase. Do we have enough mana to cast it again? We do.
Yeah, for sure.
But do we have enough to get the bridge? I don't think we do.
We have 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Khan is Khan costs 4, so we have 2 mana available after playing Khan.
What can we get for 2?
Liquid metal coating, maybe.
Floating blue portable hole. Do we wait a turn?
Yeah, maybe we just plus.
Interesting. Then maybe is it even worth doing? Can we survive a turn? We're at 15. The one ring drops us to 14. Mengu currently has 13 on the board. Is going to play the Khan. It's going to resolve.
And now I'm curious what we're going to find. We could also like maybe get Disruptor Flute, but I think that's a bridge. Yeah, they're going to assume I'm going to survive one turn, and if I make it to next turn, I'm going to be able to stabilize.
The Mengu
That
needs
seems to be the game plan.
an artifact that we can play off the top. I think does it. That is an Emery. No blue mana available. We're going to have to send some drones across to take out this Khan now.
Yeah, we only have colorless mana.
Oh, we've only got, we've got the 2 mana from the tomb, and that's it right now.
But we can kill Khan, so we can unlock the mana again.
Hold on. We've also got to make sure we don't die on this crackback.
Yes.
There's two constructs that are 9/9s on the board right now. 304 players turned up today. We're in round number 4 of 9 that we're going to bring you on this stream. Big players in attendance. One of them's on the stream right now. Wenger's deciding where does he want to go with this extra drone. Going to go to the face. They can't block. Drones can only block creatures with flying. So yeah, 3 to Khan, 1 to you. Can't take out the Tezzeret either this turn, but getting rid of the Khan unlocks the mana. So now for 1 blue, here comes an Emery. Mill top 4. You're going to see another Cannoneer in that, a Force of Will, and 2 land, one of them being Ursa Saga.
Is it legendary, the turtle? I don't think so, right?
No.
Okay.
Type of Cannoneer is... Why would it be? Why would it be?
I mean, everything's legendary these days.
Artifact creature, turtle, warrior. Ward 4. Chat's pointing out a line where if Mengu floats the mana, lets the Khan resolve, when the Khan ticks down to search, then bounce it. Is it better? Like, how would that have worked out? Is that the time that Mengu should have done it? Or did we see Roberto just say, I want to go to my second main phase once that Khan resolves, and then Mengu was forced to bounce it back?
Wait, I'm just trying to follow this line here because...
Ooh, portable hole.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be important. So they drew that one, right?
Yes, that one's drawn. We know about the 1 card in hand, it's just the bridge.
Yeah, I think you have to empty your hand. Oh, okay. So that's good.
So we're taking the Piffy Needle out with the portable hole, which opens up the 1 ring. Tezzeret. These are 2 10/10s.
Okay, so we decided to just draw because even though we have the bridge,
this is why, right? If we were able to hit 2 artifacts there, both these constructs would be lethal, which means that Mengu would have to double block, but they're not now.
Yeah.
Oh, we're untapping it. We're going to go deeper again. There's another Khan. There's another artifact. I think we've got enough mana, enough artifacts to put on 2 lethal threats now.
Ooh, we also have line. I'm saying line breaker. We have the glaring flesh raker. That's going to be really good to gain some life.
just going to need to make sure we do not die now. More mana on the board.
Yeah.
3.
Play the Flesh Raker and then just gain some life.
6. Use the candle, untap them both. So that puts us down to 4, back up to 7. Or not. Maybe I'm miscounting. 3 mana is going to make use for the Flesh Raker, though. Another 3 for another one.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be scary.
That's a point of damage to Mengu. So this is interesting. Maybe I would have attacked first with the construct. Mengu might have gone, sure, I'll just take 1 and block the other, go down to 2, and then you follow up with this line and able to win.
I think the idea is I just want to make these constructs as big as possible, I guess, before attacking. I think that's the line that Roberto is going for.
They're both going to be lethal now either way. So Mengu will have to double block. I guess the option of Mengu potentially would have only blocked 1 is where my head's at, but has about a Khan as well. Just to really, put the nail in the coffin here. Yep, that's going to be the handshake. We're going to see Roberto take down Mengucci here, advance to a 3-1 record here in round number 4, as we're going to come back to the booth.
What a game.
You're playing a deck full of artifacts, Affinity, even your lands artifacts. Khans coming down are just going to ruin your day in there. Mengu was able to get that super early explosive turn, apply that pressure, but Roberto was just able to kind of stem the bleeding. That one turn where Mengu had to go towards the Planeswalker to get it off the battlefield, opposed to the face, is realistically where that game turned. And we saw Roberto just able to take that one down. So huge congrats to them. Forge combo now advancing to a 3-1 record. But talk about advancing, my friend. This is going to be our last round of casting before we hand over to the next set of casters, and they're going to bring all these beautiful people at home always to the close and find out who's going to be able to top 8. Did you enjoy your day casting some legacy action here on the 4 Seasons tournament?
I loved it. I'm also very happy that 4Seasons decided to upgrade the stream. This is so amazing. People from all over the world getting to watch this, and also us seeing skateboard. So yeah, cowabunga, dudes.
Exactly that. Chat, has been a pleasure. Please stick around. Hopefully you're going to enjoy the next set of casters that we've got for you. If you haven't hit that follow button, hit the follow button. If you want to stay on top of all the coverage that's happening from 4 Seasons, go follow them on all the social medias, the Facebooks, the X's, etc. And you'll be up to date, because maybe you're not a Magic player, maybe you play some other TCGs as well. They'll post about their events on that. I recommend, if you can go to these events over in Bologna-Italy, that you go to them, because they are amazing events from start to finish. The food, the drink, the atmosphere, the gathering, it's all a huge part of it. So from me, from Sam, that's it. We'll be back with round number 5 next set of casters. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Four Seasons tournament. I am Mason Clark, joined by Harain, and we are here to bring you the rest of the Legacy rounds for today. We're starting with round number 5. Harain, are you ready to see some more Legacy action?
Oh, I am always ready to see more legacy action. I'm excited to be here. It is a beautiful uh 20-degree day in Chicago right now, so I'm sure it's
Okay.
much nicer in Italy.
Nice, nice. Well, with all 4 seasons, you're going to have some 20-degree days, and maybe with Chicago, a little bit more than normal here. But we're going to take a look at the metagame before this round and see sort of what's been happening with the representation here. As Legacy is a pretty diverse format. There's a lot of different options you can bring, and I'm excited to see that exact breakdown here on screen in just a second here. But we saw last round Andre Mangucci, someone you probably know in the feature match area playing the Affinity deck. That one's got a couple new cards from TMNT, like we saw Skateboard make it in there, so I'm curious to see if some other players did that. And it seems like they did, as Affinity looks to be our most played deck of the day with 17 copies. Then Blue-Black Delver there. Number 2, sneaking a little Dragon Rage Channeler in our blue-black deck. Sneak and Show number 3, Omnitel number 4, Cradle Control number 5, tied with lands. Then Boros Energy. I thought we were doing Legacy today. Painter, Stoneblade, and then other making up the rest of the field. Does any of this really jump out to you, Harain?
It's not actually too surprising. So a lot of this is pretty in line with what I'd expect, except for Affinity being the most played deck. Affinity is really powerful. It is one of those decks where you're really just, it plays like a combo deck almost, but really what you're doing is winning with the fair strategy. And so it kind of blends this like hybrid combo plus fair game, which I think is pretty interesting. Other than that, Sneak and Show I see is getting pretty popular. Overall, though, I think this is pretty in line with what I'd expect.
Yeah, and this is pretty interesting. I wanted to, Affinity is maybe one of the little bit easier decks to get in paper when it comes to Legacy, right? Not as many needs for as duels and weird things like that. Like we saw the very awesome Forge deck last round in the Future Match area. Well, you need candelabras for that, right? And that in and of itself is maybe a little bit of an ask. So, always interesting to see how this sort of stuff comes out here today. And let's take a look, if we can, at our Feature Match players for this round, as I'm excited to get some more Magic the Gathering action up here on our screen here. And it looks like our first deck is going to be Cephalid Combo. Okay, so this was a deck that I actually was playing a lot of before the banning of Nadu. Nadu has left. How is Cephalid post Nadu?
So Cephalid Illusionist post Nadu is pretty interesting. So obviously losing it has been hurting the deck quite a bit. However, even before Nadu was printed, this was kind of a pretty powerful deck. It got a little bit crowded out by when Bowmasters was printed because it was really a top dog for a while. It was leveraging the old Stoneforge combo, which I think we're not running Stoneforge here. So we've got the Orum's Chant. Other iterations prior to Nadu was running what is the artifact that makes a 1/1 and then draws a card when you make a token? 2 mana.
2 mana. Oh, the currency converter. Is that the one?
Staff of the
Oh,
Storyteller.
that one. Of the 2 Universe Beyond ones that we see every now and again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are like the 2 primary builds prior to Nadu, but I see we've gone for an actually very pro combo approach here. We see the Orum's Chant, which is pretty staple for a while in the list. We're seeing the Teferi. A lot of lists have been kind of pivoting to Voice of Victory, so it's interesting to see that they're on Teferi instead of the Voice of Victory. Then obviously we have the staple one of Cabal Therapy when we're going off with the Black Source to actually cast it. But the pivot here, which is really interesting, is Murktide Regent and Tamio, because neither of those cards existed prior to, Tamio didn't exist prior to Nadu. Murktide obviously did. But so it looks like the kind of like the backup plan we have in this iteration is both Murktide Regent and Tamio. So I'm pretty interested to see how this happens. The Tamio slotting into the blue combo deck because the tale is old as time at this point. Mason, you would know that all too well, I think.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Tamio fan myself. What can I say? And I'm also a fan of this other deck. Let's take a quick look over there as we're about to head on down to the feature match area. But I want to see the opposing side here. And from what I've been told, this is a tale as old as time in the form of Omni-Tell. So, we're trying to show and tell in Omniscience and then put in an Emrakul, right? This deck seemed like one to me that looked like it had kind of maybe gone down a little bit for a lot of Legacy's history. Or excuse me, it was a big part of Legacy's history, went down, has kind of risen back up again more recently. What is that due to metagame factors? Was there, why are we seeing Omnitel and Show and Tell sort of sneak back up?
So this is really interesting because if you were to ask me which show and tell pile I would be expecting today, but maybe it's a little too early for this one, but actually these new Allure and Tell decks, it's kind of the same core. But so this is kind of like like I don't want to say like an older version, it's definitely like a different version of these new Allure and Tell decks, but this version of the deck, as opposed to running the sneak attack, is running the green splash as well as running Cunning Wish and Intuition. So there's really two primary ways to build this Omnitel deck. That's blue-green, that's not running Learn, and that is running the Emrakul and the creature package, because other variations run a pretty lean creature package, if any at all. But we're still running this Cunning Wish Intuition package. Or is there an Intuition in here?
There's not an Intuition in the deck.
Just Cunning Wish. Okay.
Yeah.
So this deck is pretty powerful. It needs Show and Tell, obviously, as opposed to other versions that either run Sneak Attack or Allurin. But when it does get the Show and Tell, it has more protection for it. And also Cunning Wish kind of acts as another like quote unquote creature, right? Because you're either getting shared summons and such. This version of the deck, notably, is a lot better into a lot of like the white decks, because one of the common weaknesses, especially in today's meta, and there's been a lot of like Death and Taxes and Beanstalk that have kind of been, rising up from the ashes in the wake of the Reanimator ban, and the Cunning Wish gives you a lot more game into those plans. So I'd be curious to know why would they pick this version over like the two other like predominant versions that we're seeing right now. But overall, it's still a Show and Tell, Force of Will, Veil of Summer deck. So, it's going to be very powerful. It can win on turn one. It has a lot of protection, a lot of consistency.
Yeah, I mean, Veil of Summer is a card that is hard to get away from. And speaking of get away from, we're getting into the feature match and away from this deck list. Let's see what these players can actually do here. We have Ricardo on your right with Omnitel leading with the Mystery Rainforest and passing over to Fortuny, excuse me. Had a little bit of a stroke there, as we are going to play Underground Sea into the very powerful Tamiyo. Pass of the turn.
This is interesting because if you're on the Omnitel side, you're definitely thinking this is blue black. Seeing this start, so I'm going to be really curious to see how they react to this. Because again, if I see Underground Sea Tamiyo, the very first thing I'm thinking of is like the blue black tempo deck.
That makes a ton of sense to me, as we are going to see a Polluted Delta fetch up a basic island to start things off for our Omnitel player.
See, this is what I'm talking about, right? You would never fetch basic island here if you knew they were on breakfast. Because breakfast isn't running Wasteland. So they are very much respecting the blue black deck right now, the blue black tempo deck.
That makes sense. We got a Brainstorm. Drew 2 lands and a Cunning Wish. One of them is an Ancient Tune, to be fair. Looks like Omniscience, Emrakul are some of the other cards in our hand. A second Emrakul as well. Brainstorm putting one of them back. And Uro. So Uro is a card you'd probably be pretty excited to play, right? Versus maybe these blue-black decks that, we're kind of thinking we're playing against right now. But against Cephalid, maybe not the best choice.
Yes, which is really interesting because now I'm going to wonder how much they're prioritizing getting this Uro in play. All right, tack in.
Get a clue.
Thea, how often do you reach for your pen and paper every time a Tamiyo attacks you?
A lot in playtesting, not as much in paper.
Oh, I'm always reaching for it. Yep. Flip the Tamiyo.
Yeah, and this is a very powerful interaction. If you play Legacy, you're very used to. If you're just tuning in to observe, this might be your first time. It's very good.
This is a fun little this is a combo deck, right? Tamiyo Rainstorm, that's a combo. It wins you the game after 3 turns.
Yeah, it's true. I think we might have a little bit of a combo. I think we have a Narcomoeba that we're going to put on top of our deck and then surveil away. A little 1/2.
Let's see what they go for, but yeah. That would be what I would do here, but I could also see them, if they have a fetch land, just wanting to get rid of this, because I don't know how much they're going to value actually having the Narcomoeba. I didn't check, but how many Narcomoebas did we have in the list on the combo side, on the breakfast side?
I want to say the answer was 3, but that was more of a gut check than anything. And I can tell you that the answer is actually 3. Let's go.
Let's go.
We did it.
Okay, so they didn't go to mill the Narc.
Okay, yeah, it looks like we got rid of a land, keeping the Narcomoeba for now. And that sort of shady card is Tameo flipped. Looks like we have smoked inner sleeves for our deck. I do love a good inner sleeve, especially on my legacy deck.
Oh yeah. Thankfully, we
Maybe I
know
don't
what it
love the smoked
does.
ones. Yeah. Yeah.
So let's see. So right now we are probably getting hedge. Oh, interesting. So what are we casting here for 2 minutes? This is on the end step, right? I imagine.
No, this is in our main phase, right? Because we
Oh,
used
we've
the
already made
island
phase.
last turn to brainstorm. Yeah, yeah. A very quick
Right.
draw here.
Okay.
Cardo's being a little quick with it.
So let's see.
Oh, it looks like it was an upkeep, excuse me, on that fetch. I thought we had already drawn. Show and tell was the pickup, omniscience in hand. No protection, but you could slam and you'd win the game here if
You
it
do have daze
resolves.
protection too with the ancient tomb.
Oh, sure, yeah, you can beat days. Yeah, great point. So I mean, it's not a bad spot to be.
I think you do go as a gut check because you're essentially force checking. Oh, they're not going for the ancient tomb place. They're not respecting days, or they're just not going to go for it this turn.
I think they're going for Uro. It looks like they're maybe
Yeah.
putting the Uro near the front of the hand. And that is one way to kind of fight through some of this here.
So notably, though, you do see the white, which makes me think you think they're on Esper because you still have no reason to believe that they're on Breakfast yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm interested why they go for the Euro here because if I'm on the side of Omnitel, as soon as I see the white, I'm scared of Plow, which makes me not value this Euro nearly as highly.
That's a great point. Maybe the idea is we're trying to get down this Uro while there is no Plow and just try to find a force of our own to protect our combo, right? Maybe that's kind of the idea. And then, obviously this does lose to a Plow in the world you're talking about, but, it's like, okay, I move through some more stuff, develop my land drops, try and play from there. That checks out a fair bit for me.
So play the
Away from
ancient tomb.
Yep. Yeah.
So we have Show and Tell, Cunning Wish, Emrakul, Atraxa, Omniscience.
Yeah. Yeah. Our hand is just all
Cabal
payoffs.
Therapy. Ooh, what do they name? Oh, they knew it. It was Show and Tell. I think the ancient tomb gave that away, but always fun when that works.
Yeah, that's a backbreaking one. And now, we don't really have anything going on outside of Uro, but we also don't have the extra green mana to bring back Uro right away. So
right.
A little bit of a precarious position. Does make land a better draw than normal. Always happy to have the land be a good draw when I'm playing Magic. By the way, we talked about, do the force check, double force check from the hand here on Cephalid as Tameo ticks up.
And the Tameo really is just a ticking time bomb at this point because once that goes off, the game is effectively over. So what is that on 6 right now, I believe?
I believe 5.
Or 5, yeah. All right. No, I think it is 6. But anyway, it doesn't matter for this. The okay, so we're fetching.
Yeah, it looks like our only real play is the Uro that we all know about, right?
Yeah. So we're gonna go for it. So we do have basic forest. That's pretty interesting, but it makes sense. So if we're on the side of Breakfast, do you ever force this or you just don't care about it, right?
I think it kind of depends on the context of my hand, right? Because you also know your opponent has nothing in hand except the combo pieces, right? And you have 2 forces, so you could say, well, if I force this Uro, they're not doing anything for a long time, and then I have this other force for the combo. You could also just try to, have a bunch of forces for everything if you think you can easily beat this Uro in some other way. I think both make a lot of sense to me. My gut is that I probably would have forced this Uro here, or at least cracked my clue in response so to get some more information. We're going to do it now, pick up Teferi. That's a good way to answer an Uro.
That is a good way to answer an Uro. So the other thing, too, is I think both players now know what they're both doing because the Cabal Therapy, I think, is a dead giveaway that they're on Breakfast. So I think both players should have an idea that they both know what's going on at this point. So I think that does change the texture of how this game is played.
That makes a ton of sense. And we got some big dice. Tameo is on 8. You're right. On 6 rotating prismatic ending for 3 different colors. That answers the Uro.
Yep.
And maybe this was hiding out in the back of the hand. This would make a lot of sense as to why you wouldn't use your force, right?
Right. Cunning Wish. Try to get Force of Negation, most likely.
And we're going to force the Wish here.
Yeah. Do you force the wish, or do you force what it gets?
I think you could see it multiple ways. It could just be that like the person's using Cunning Wish and hoping that you're thinking it's for a protection spell and you're wanting a different card. And
Right.
like yes, if a force gets grabbed here, it would be great in order to sort of get that extra for one. But it makes enough sense to me that you would go for it like this. And now Tamio's threatening an ultimate here on the next turn. I think that probably goes a long way too, right? With Tamio ticking on up the ultimate. Just, hey, I have this
Yep.
other force. I know your hand's all payoffs or whatever. You can only draw one card. The one card you draw probably, right, can't answer the Tamio through a force. So, show me what you have that I don't really know about. And it
Right.
looks like our hand is all big things. Yeah, in an Ancient Tomb, we're going to pick it up. That is sometimes how it goes with these combo decks.
That is sometimes how it goes. The combo deck of Tamio Brainstorm, my favorite combo.
It's just fun for everyone. You draw a bunch of cards, then you draw a bunch of cards. So checking out the sideboard over here for our Cephalid Breakfast player, what jumps out to you?
So right off the bat, we know we're on against show and tell. So as a
Mhm.
result, we don't actually have that many great things to bring in. Like obviously the force of negations are a slam dunk in this matchup and the fluster storms, but beyond that, I don't see too much. There is like a cute argument for Brazen Borrower, but because we have no ETB effects, I don't think it's great. And but with
Mm.
that, and by that I mean like this happens like it's kind of a fringe play, but it does come up from time to time. Is in response when they show and tell, you show and tell a creature with an ETB, and then with the trigger on the stack, you can bounce the Omniscience.
Mhm.
But I don't think that's worth bringing in the Brazen Borrower. So I do think really what you're looking for here is Force of Negation and Flusterstorm. The one thing that's interesting, if you don't really have anything good to take out, if you don't have anything, like if you have too many things to take out that aren't good, is the surgical extraction to sometimes try to get a cheeky hit on the show
Mhm.
and tells. They did show Uro, but I have to imagine that you're boarding out Uro on the side of Omnitel once you see that your
Mhm.
opponent is a white removal deck. So I really think the big things are going to be Force Negation, Flusterstorm, and what you're taking out are going to be some of the removal spells.
That makes a lot of sense. Can nomads or activated instant? Yeah, you can't show and tell and then use the nomads, but you could show and tell in a saga, right? That's the
Yes.
one card in this deck that actually puts something on the stack.
Yes.
That would be a very sick way to win a game. Hopefully, we get to see something like that. Let's check out what the Omnitel player has in their sideboard. Down a game's going to need to make something happen here in order to stabilize this matchup and continue this great run they're having so far. As it looks like we've got some counter magic and a lot of wish targets.
Right. The biggest thing that stands out to me right here is Carpet of Flowers. I obviously like you could make the argument that you bring it into pretty much every blue deck. I don't know if that's always correct, but I think it's a pretty good card to have in general. The other interesting ones are Surgical Extraction, Grafdigger's Cage, and Force of Negation and the Terra Sunder. So the Graveyard Hate plus the Artifact Hate. I don't think you're bringing in the Artifact Hate, so I don't think Terra Sunder is ever coming in. Consigned to so this is where it's kind of like up to you. Do you want to fight them on the stack, or do you want to try to fight them after they're going for the combo? I
Mm.
usually like fighting them on the stack. So I'm not the biggest fan of bringing in a ton of graveyard hate and like consign to memories against them on the off chance that you're going to be able to snipe their Thassa's Oracle somewhere along the way. But it really depends on what they're bringing out. So obviously, I think you want to take out these Uros against the white removal deck. But beyond that, I don't really know what else you want to take out specifically. Like you could trim on some of the cantrips. You could even trim like a basic or two because they're definitely not bringing in, like, they don't really have a way to hate on your mana base at all, especially if
Mhm.
you're bringing in the carpets. So it really depends on how they want to approach this. If they want to be the aggressor and just say, I don't care about your combo, I'm going to combo faster than you, or if they want to take a more defensive, controlling posture and actually bring in the graveyard hate to try to, like, kind of bait them into going for it while you're holding up like surgical or something.
That checks out to me. It makes sense. Heading on to our future match area, the players couldn't be more excited to play. So it looks like we have a turn one ponder here, and then a land from our Cephalid player, and back to Omnitel, and we're doing a little main phase fetching here.
Fetching the basic is still so interesting to me. I mean, you have to be at this
I,
point, like, I don't know.
I think they played the basic, right? Because there's only one
Oh,
fetch in the
right,
yard.
right,
Yeah.
right, right,
Yeah, one of those awkward coverage moments where we hop in and it's like, why did this happen again? And it's like, it didn't.
right.
I have been there many a time. As it does look like we brought in Carpet of Flowers.
Yep. really just a good card .tm or good card TM is what I would call a Carpet of Flowers, because usually you really want this against like kind of like the Delver deck because they have Wasteland, but really like the more you play with it, you're like, maybe I just want this into any blue deck. It's pretty good. This is a Black Lotus every turn after turn 3.
Checks out to me, makes a lot of sense. How big has Mistrise Village been for these sort of blue combo decks that quote unquote win the game if they get to their thing? As we do
I
see one in the hand of Omni.
I really like it. It's like not like super free to put in the
Mhm.
deck, but it's like free enough, if that makes sense, that I don't think
Mhm.
the opportunity cost of playing it is too high and the payout is just massive. Like your return on investment when you have a Mistrise Village is just sky high, and your volatility is pretty low on it because it's just one tech land in the end of the day, and you already have a pretty rock solid mana base. So I think it's a very good card in general, and just a card that is really like powerful, but I don't know if it's really made like a huge difference for the viability of this deck. I think the deck would be just fine without it.
All right. Prismatic Ending answers the Carpet of Flowers.
Lost our Black Lotus. Unlucky.
Looks like we do have a stock up in hand. That card
Ooh.
has really impressed across all the formats. Basic Island drawn for turn.
I imagine we're going to go for the stock up here and just start force checking. The interesting thing here is, do you force back to protect the stock up? Because you already have a fatty in hand. And if they're going to force your, are you happy to force back? Especially since we don't have like much action beyond that. So we're going to hold up to try to play around days. Interesting.
Yeah. Also surprised to see Mistridge Village as the land played. Obviously, there's no wastelands typically on the other side of the table, but now your opponent knows, hey, maybe I need to force something I don't normally want to force, right? That was kind
Right.
of what was going on in my mind is like, well, I'd probably consider forcing the stock up, or excuse me, to protect my own stock up in order to be like, okay, Mistrise Village will go the distance, right? Like even if I whiff and hit a bunch of lands, then I'll have that as protection. As Cabal Therapy comes down, I'm curious to see what the name here is. Last time we named Show and Tell, and we sniped it. Looks like we've missed this time.
And I think the Mistrise Village play was a hedge against drawing Ancient Tomb. So that if you do draw an Ancient Tomb, you can just go counter. You can activate it.
That makes a ton of sense. Okay, and those are those little mini optimizations that really separate people who like myself, I'm pretty good at Legacy, right? I'm no expert at it, but when you play against someone who's really great, those sort of things 3 or 4 turns in advance make or break somebody.
Right.
So, write down the hand, black, see your hand. Not the best card in the world, not the worst card in the world. One of my best friends in real life plays Omnitel and has a big show and tell tattoo across his arm. It's like a sleeve. And often people will cast like Cabal, and he'll look at his hand, his arm, and be like, "What are you gonna name?" Regardless of what deck he's playing.
That's awesome. That's dedication. One day I'll get a Phyrexian Dreadnought tattoo, but I have to convince my wife first.
Fair enough. Here comes this Encore, getting sacked to the Cabal Therapy. Now he's got to
See
figure
what
out
this
exactly what to
name.
name.
I think you just named the stock up. Yeah. Oh, so we
Yeah.
ripped Force of Will. This is not the hand that you want to have when you're playing Omni. Like obviously, like you have half of the combo, but you have no way to get to the other half of the combo, and you have a Force of Will that pitches that half of the combo. Like this is some of the awkwardness that ensues when you're playing a show and tell deck, and really just not the spot that you want to be. Obviously, one show and tell and a blue card, and you're right back into it. But I think the number one card you're looking for right now is stock up.
That makes sense to me. Are the Omnitel decks, are you playing them to really prey on all of these like non-blue heavy interactive decks? Like obviously you have a bunch of Veil Summons in your deck, right? It's not like you're dead. But is like your strength running into like, these Eldrazi decks and Death and Taxes and stuff? Like what's the reason, if I wanted to get into Legacy, what would you tell me why I should pick up Omnitel? As Brainstorm's picked up, we'll do some drawing some cards here with Ponder.
I would say Omnitel's biggest strength, like I would actually I'll argue on that on behalf of Show and Tell. So Show and Tell is this kind of titan where you are arguably the best Ancient Tomb deck in the format. Like when you queue up this deck, you are looking to queue into the other Ancient Tomb decks because you are like, obviously I don't want to speak in like definitives, but you are generally the best Ancient Tomb deck, and you're fast, and you have a good combo matchup because you are the faster combo deck. You have interaction. So really what you're looking to prey on are like the slower decks, the more mid-rangey blue decks. What you're not looking to play against, though, are these kind of like scrappy, low-to-the-ground creature decks like Delver. But it's interesting because Breakfast kind of threads the needle between scrappy creature deck and like fast combo deck. So I don't actually have a great pulse on who's really favored or if this is a matchup you want to see on the Omnitel side, because I could see it going both ways. But my gut instinct is that Breakfast is probably just a little bit faster with the same or equivalent interaction, just because you still have access to Daze, the Orum's Chant, and all these cards that you generally don't want to see on the side of Omnitel. Because a pretty common play pattern too is they go show and tell, you go Orum's Chant in response, and then you can win on the following turn if their last card is like an Emrakul or something.
Sure, that checks out. All right. Ponder. We did a little shuffling as you normally do with your Ponder. And now we have Urza Saga up. How often in the Cephalid deck do you see them actually win with constructs, right? In Modern, we see that to be a very real B plan for these sort of, blue Saga decks. What's that like in Legacy?
It's not super often, just because they're usually capped out at 3/3. Obviously, Tamiyo Clues changed that a little bit, but generally it's a pretty poor backup plan relative to other decks that use Saga as a backup plan. But it still can get there for sure. It's just not. I would say it's like 20% of the time your constructs are making a noticeable difference. Most of the time, this Saga is just there as a fetch for your Pithing Needle, as well as sometimes a nice distraction to maybe get like a loose removal spell out of your opponent's hand.
That makes sense. I wonder if we're going to see one of those 20%er games. We are going to activate the Saga again. From the hand of Omnitel, it is just all the spells we sort of knew about before, plus a land that we've been sort of hiding out on.
Yep.
Getting it dangerously close to maybe being able to cast an Atraxa.
We do need a Veil of Summer to get there, notably, or sorry, a Carpet of Flowers. Just because the white and the what's the other color? Black. You definitely need the carpet for. But if we can get there, it's pretty sick when it happens. It's just I don't know if we're going to be able to draw the other two carpets before these constructs actually do get that 20%er. So one thing that's interesting though is that they brought in Consign to Memory, which I don't. Obviously, like the biggest thing you can hit with that is like the Emrakul take an extra turn trigger. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of what else in the deck. Maybe they're Atraxa, and also maybe the One Ring, because sometimes these Omnitel decks actually do run the One Ring.
Oh, sure. Okay, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, like the One Ring maybe solos you in some games, and then worst case scenario, you make Atraxa just a 7/7 lifelink.
Right.
All right. Well, I think we just picked up the core, but we're going to attack for 7 here.
So wow, this is actually this is happening. Like usually, I the construct plan isn't like super relevant, but I guess in this matchup when your opponent's holding double force Atraxa, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to maybe play this Teferi Time Raveler. And now, if this resolves, we have a bunch of counter spells in our hand. The opponent can basically never win. And on the side of Omnitel, his hand is force Atraxa. So you are kind of forced to fight over this.
Haha.
Yeah.
Forced to force.
Legally a joke.
Legally a joke.
Yeah.
I do like that. Probably just see the hard cast here. There's no reason to pitch. Are we gonna make it uncounterable? Oh no.
Yeah, I think we're out of untapped lands in the deck. So I do think you were fetching in order to try to activate Moonrise Village or Mistrise Village, excuse me.
So
another force on top of the deck.
Oh, let's see. So hard cast force, and I have to imagine if you're on the side. They are pitching.
Yeah, they're using Mistrise, and this makes some out of sense because if Teferi comes down, you probably are pretty close to 0, where like maybe your ability to answer things becomes so much worse. And now you theoretically could have gone rip show and tell, put it into play,
right?
But stock up was the draw. We obviously can make one spell a turn uncounterable, but we're just gonna natty play this.
I think with one card in hand, I think we do have the force on the side. Yep, I think this force should lock it up.
Yeah, I think this is a moment of I'm pretty sure your last card in hand's Atraxa because I saw it earlier. Don't think you
Yep.
brainstormed. Gonna double check and extend the hand. Congratulations, Cephalid combo moving on to 5-0. It had a huge banning of Nadu hit the deck, but still able to get out of here with some great play. Congratulations, Omnitel 4-1. Had some tough decisions there in that game. Also had a couple little non-game spots. Right, we just saw the power of
Yep.
disruption, and that can really mess up these decks sometimes.
What's interesting to me too, though, is not interesting. I think the better word to say is what's funny to me is the day after Nadu got banned, Larson, who had notably won Eternal Weekend on Breakfast, who a lot of people kind of look to for their own breakfast list, trophied twice. The day Nadu got banned,
Nice.
as kind of like a see the deck is still alive. But I think this is a classic example of rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated,
Yeah.
because I do think that the breakfast deck is still very powerful, still an A+B combo deck with Days Force that can win on turn 2. Like the floor of that deck in terms of the power level can only be so low when you have such an egregiously powerful combo just available to you.
Yeah, and we saw in that game too, right? Obviously, with the pressure of the combo. The combo is what basically led to the concession with the Tamio ult, right?
Right.
But also, at the end of the day, we didn't actually do the combo, and it really shows too. Like, even if you, let's say, somehow whiff on your Tamio ult, right, and you didn't get the combo unbelievably, well, you still just played a fair game plan and had a little bit of a scrappy game, as you called it, and paid off. And to me, that's always like what I look for in a deck, right? It's like
Right.
I have some sort of combo, but also I have this fair game plan that's really hard to beat. And when those things work out perfectly, they're often some of the best decks in the format here. Let's go check out our next feature match, though, as we do have the backup one for round number 5 here as well. And we're going to bring that to you all. We'll get you as much legacy action as we can this weekend. Blue Black Reanimator. Here, the sort of the menace of Legacy. It's eaten 3 bans in a row, I want to say. Is that correct? Maybe we skipped one BNR, but talk to me about Blue Black Reanimator if you're someone at home who hasn't been playing much Legacy in the last year or two.
Yeah. So Manuel, I believe this is Easy Money Marksman, who has been playing Blue Black Reanimator for a long time and has been kind of like almost single-handedly keeping it alive in the wake of the previous ban. So they had actually, I think, top 4 the showcase last week with I don't know if it's this exact 75, but a very similar list to this. So really excited to see them doing well with the deck again, because they just crushed recently last week in the showcase. But this deck really in the wake of what was the most Entomb was the most recent ban, has obviously fallen off a little bit in terms of power level, not being able to have just that like instant speed tutor, but still like the shell of Days, Thoughtseize, Force of Will, Wasteland can like with Breakfast, the floor of how good that deck can be can only be so low because it's still just got all good cards, TM, right? You still have your Tamios, you still have your Murktides, your backup plan. Obviously, you'd much rather be Entombing than Tainted Indulgence, but the thing I really like, though, is the Bitter Triumph, because it kind of doubles up as a discard outlet plus a way to, get rid of a pesky creature or planeswalker. So really, I really like this deck. Another kind of like fun benefit is when you run this magnitude of creatures, you're running 6 as opposed to the previous 2. Your surveillance also get better. So the chance of you actually just getting a blind Entomb off your fetch land is higher, which obviously you'd still much rather be Entombing, but it is something that comes up significantly more often now. But overall, I think the deck is still very powerful. Like, you still have all good cards in it. You still have a broken combo in the deck. Obviously, you're not as lean as you once were, but still, the floor of this deck can only be so low.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one in the future match area, especially for someone who is sort of, as you said, championing the deck so hard. On the other side of the table, Red White Initiative. Talk to me about this one.
So Red White Initiative, obviously it was like the menace of the format during the days of White Plume Adventure. It's kind of fallen off a little bit since then, not having a 3-drop initiative creature. The list that's been kind of floating around online for a while, piloted by this player Cause, who's really been kind of the champion of the deck online. I have to imagine that this player definitely looked to Cause's list because it does look very similar. It's running no Chalice of the Void, but running the 4th Trinispheres, which has been kind of like the recent trend in these lists recently. The interesting things that I want to point out are the Blood Boil Sorcerers and the Boromir. I don't actually... So Blood Boil Sorcerer being like kind of like a quote unquote bad Caves of Chaos adventure, but Boromir is pretty interesting. It's kind of got the the Lavinia text, except it also has the benefit of giving your creatures fatal push, destruction immunity. The 2 broadside I think is interesting. That's definitely where they were making cuts here, because usually you see that as a 4 of. So it's interesting that they decided to cut down on the broadsides. The other interesting thing here that you haven't been seeing online is the inception of Magus of the Moon. Those recently haven't really been in the main deck unless that we've been seeing online. But beyond that, this looks pretty standard. The deck is very powerful. It's trying to start, breaking the game from turn 1, turn 2 onwards. The notable thing, though, with this deck is part of the reason you didn't see initiative in days past was because you didn't want your initiative creatures getting Thoughtseize reanimated, especially when you're bringing in cards like Leyline of the Void. So this is definitely not the matchup you want to see if you're on the initiative side.
All right. It looks like our players were doing high roll to see who was going first. I think they maybe drew a couple times, so they switched to even odd, and one of them obviously won. We'll see who in a second, based on
You-
sort of who goes first.
Do you ever see on Moto when you're deciding who's playing and then you'll see like 4 draws and it's like, I feel like we have a computer software. Like, I feel like we could figure this out. Like, why do you need to show all 4 ties in the
Yeah.
chat log?
Well, they want you to know how unlucky you got.
Oh,
It's
I
like
see.
I
I
tied
see.
4 times and I couldn't win on the 5th. Goodness gracious! Then I'm mulliganing, obviously. Oh, as the
Oh,
initiative player is
oh
going
my.
down.
I will say, in paper, I mulligan a lot less because sometimes I'm like, I can't be asked to shuffle again. I just whatever, send it. I'll figure it out.
I think it really correlates to my match points. Is it round 5 and I have 8?
Yeah,
I'm probably not shuffling. Am I 12 points? I'm probably, doing a little bit of a shuffle.
that's fair. That's fair. My mulligan heuristics are roughly equivalent to my F6 heuristics online, where sometimes I'm just too lazy. I'll just F6, whatever. I've got force. I'll figure it out. I'll click in time if I need to.
I like it. Looks like Ancient Tomb, I believe, was bottom there. Duicidius Traders, Lotus Petal, Mox in hand for the initiative player. Probably doing some pretty crazy turn 1. Polluted
Oh
Delta,
yeah.
though, is going to be the play for our Reanimator player.
Let's see. So Reanimator did win the die roll, right?
Mhm.
Oh, we're getting basic swamp. So either they know what's going on or they are putting their opponent on a blue deck for Wasteland.
Mhm.
But either way, this basic swamp definitely shows respect for their mana base. Going for the turn 1 Thoughtseize. Beautiful. What do we see here? Oh, interesting.
Wow. It's
mean,
all mana and a threat.
all mana. I mean, I think you just take the Peacekeeper, right? Like, everything else is
Yeah.
super redundant. Now we get to
Yeah,
play the game of initiative. What do we draw, baby?
a lot of good top decks here. Advantages too of playing that extra initiative creature, right? Is sometimes spots here you just sort of top deck out. And it looks like we're gonna at least get this Lotus Petal down. Remember, it is a swamp, so no fear of days or anything like that.
Yep. So Ancient Tomb, Lotus Petal, and pass. Okay. So I think we're basically saying that we did not try anything right now. Because I think you pretty much always jam here due to the no threat of days.
Yeah, that
Well,
makes a ton of sense.
actually, they went Polluted Delta Basic Swamp, so maybe they don't know what's happening. Now they start getting an idea of what's happening. But that's an interesting kind of point of like, because a lot of times you kind of like base what you're going to do based on the turn 1 fetch, right? To see what they've got going on. But okay, so we're seeing the island. So we know there's now blue in the deck, and we're going for a ponder.
All right, take a look here. If we're lucky, we'll get a little bit of information on it. Looks like a Brainstorm was one of those cards, but flipped to the bottom of the ponder pile. No ponder. Riveting coverage gameplay. If you can see, we'll have to talk about it. If you can't, well, then, they're doing some stuff. I think there was
Keep the
maybe an
ponder.
anime dead in the pile.
Yep. So see the brainstorm, draw the brainstorm, and I think we're gonna go for another seize. Yep, seize your thoughts. Oh, seize me.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Yeah,
it's in the bin.
that's pretty huge. And yeah, I guess we'll play with our hand face up. We might as well. We know anime dead for sure was then, in that ponder pile if this all happened.
All right,
Cavernous Souls.
cavernous. Probably name me human.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Pass. Oh, and our initiative player has got a big smile on their face. They know it's coming.
All right, and here comes Atraxa, the Grand Unifier. one of the best reanimate targets we've had in Magic in a very long time. You know it's great when it's usurping cards like Grizzlebrand. As a, here
Oh
are
yeah.
10.
So this is actually so obviously like our win rate probably on the Reanimator side is very positive at this point, but this is probably not one of the best Atraxes I've seen. Although realistically, I don't believe it matters. Holding up Force, Tameo, etc.
Yeah. Does the initiative player have a way to remove a Traxa that can't just be reanimated again?
No, I don't believe there's any way for them to get rid of it. I do believe our Grand Unifier will be unifying the victor.
All.
Something.
Yeah. All will be won as game
All
one
will
goes to
be
Manuel
won.
here. And whew, I mean, that just really shows, right? Like, even with all these bannings and stuff, and you mentioned sort of my core shell of cards and my core premise is so powerful. Obviously, that's not unassailable. People could theoretically beat that. But in some matchups like this one, you're just going to have this huge advantage. And speaking of advantage, let's see if there's anything in the sideboard that can cement our game, or round 5, excuse me. Anything jumping out here to you?
So depending on how in touch Manuel is with like the initiative list in general, I think the cards you want to bring in are Force of Negation and Consign, because what you really want to do is make sure you have a force for a turn 1 Trinisphere. The awkward thing though is you really want these Baroglyphs because it's such a house in these matchups. It can outsize a lot of the initiative creatures while also stabilizing you from a low health total. The other interesting point is Orcish Bowmasters is a great way to steal the initiative back. Fatal Push is another great card in terms of just, getting rid of the actual creature. I don't know if you want Tameo in this matchup. These games are usually not much about Tameo, but Tameo is just such a powerful card in and of itself that I don't know if you can completely cut them. But if you were to ask me, I think we're cutting these Tameos. I think we're trimming on I actually don't. I think you probably cut the Tameos and bring in some more interaction because you don't really want to cut your basics because they are if they didn't have a game 1, they're definitely going to have a game 2 and 3, some kind of moon effect. The Bitter Triumphs being another removal spell. You kind of actually want a lot of your reanimate effects in this matchup because even if they have a Leyline of the Void, you can just Thoughtseize take their initiative creature and be like, look at me.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is really interesting. I'm not sure how I would. Manuel definitely has his own plan for this, but yeah, overall, I think it's very personal preference dependent.
That makes sense. I'm excited to see the way he wants to go out playing it. We have a pretty thick sideboard here on the other side. I'm even willing to read it to you of 3 Pyroblast, 4 Disrupt Pursuit, 4 Leyline, 4 Fury. So what is, Pyro maybe? Anything else? Like you mentioned, Leyline of the Void is something you could bring in.
I think Leyline of the Void and Pyro are the two that I'd be most interested in. On the play, especially, I don't think you're super concerned about Wastelands. I don't think you need Disruptor Flute. Fury is like fine-ish, but again, once you see the reanimate, the last thing you want happening is your own Fury getting reanimated if you have to evoke it. So I don't imagine we're bringing in Furies. It's probably Leyline of the Void and Pyro, and I think we're probably trimming on some number of Magus of the Moon and Anointed Peacekeeper. There's not really anything you super want to hit with the Peacekeeper unless you already have a threat down, but who knows? Let's see what they do. We're leading on Basic Mountain, Lotus Petal.
All right. Getting it all down underneath days and cards like that. I do see an initiative creature in hand. It looks like we only have 2 cards in hand, by the way. It looks like we mulligan to 4.
Yep.
Thoughtseize, take your adventure. Pass the turn back with an Ancient Tomb in play. 4 mana. All of our creatures are on the table. Never mind, Wasteland's going to take that off the table.
So we
Tameo
kept the
comes up.
Tameos. Interesting.
Plains
Basic
Pass.
Plains.
Yeah. Some cool OG Zendikar full arts. Some of the
Yep.
original full arts. I'll tell you
Were
what.
they? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say Tameo is looking pretty good when your opponent can't do anything.
Yeah, that's true. Were the original full art basics from Unglued?
Yeah, I think Zendikar was the first one they were in a standard set. As here comes Trinisphere, setting the new standard to 3 mana.
We do have Force of Negation and Consign. I have to imagine we respect this enough to fire off the Consign here. I don't think it's worth pitching a blue card for Fawn, but let's see what they do here.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see at least a clue cracked.
Yep. Well, if they crack the clue, they can't Consign, right?
Oh, sure, that's a fair point. Yeah, yeah. I more meant like if they had, nothing else, you'd at least, consider drawing it
Oh,
when it's
right,
your pitch
right.
your force.
Oh, they are going to correct the clue. Interesting. Okay. Maybe they do they have consign, or maybe they don't want to use it, or they don't care about it. That's fair
Yeah, I mean,
too.
if your hand's all lands, it makes a lot of sense just to sit here and be like, because you can consign the initiative, right? Or am
Right.
I mistaken? Okay, yeah.
You can, but not right now because
Yes,
you
you
need
can.
to pay. Oh, right, right. It's not the other one. Yes, you can.
Okay, okay. I was like, wait a minute. So yeah, I mean, the fact that we held this consign here is actually so huge, right? Now we just have, this stinky little creature in play. It looks like we're actually going to go for a force of will instead, and we're going to get rid of a force of negation.
Yep.
And Tameo showing here why being this sort of fair grindy card can be so strong in these blue decks, even if it isn't always the best card for the games you expect, because Magic games go so sideways sometimes, right? So now you just kind of have this card, even if it's maybe just a one or two in the deck. The opportunity cost is pretty low. As here comes another one.
Oh, we got another force pitching Tainted Indulgence.
All right.
Well, this is kind of the strength of the initiative deck, is that your top decks can be so powerful, where you can just rip like this and just force reactions from the opponent. Tamiyo, notably though, is very much keeping us at increased parity on cards, just having like this engine of just drawing cards. So, what I said earlier about the Tamiyo, I don't know if it's good enough. Well, it looks like it's good enough.
Fail rate low on that card, like you said before. And it looks like maybe getting a question about something. So Trinisphere, we're pointing to some fetch lands. I think what happened is where maybe someone over there is asking how does Trinisphere work? Probably a judge. And it's Murktide. And the
Yeah.
answer, always 3.
Can you delve away the 3, or no? You have to pay 3 mana.
You have to pay 3 mana, yeah. I believe. I guess you could delve as part of that.
That's what. Yeah, yeah.
Changing it up. Yeah.
That's what I meant by
I
can you.
misunderstood your question.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Because I was pretty sure you could. I'm pretty sure, but maybe I'm wrong. That one's like, I haven't actually run into this in a long time.
Mm-hmm. No, you're totally right. I misunderstood what you meant. So yeah, you can do that. Even if you can't, we can just spend the one, right? There's a Trinisphere in play. Yeah, we wouldn't get the clue crack, excuse me. Fatal Push the draw there. A couple more lands in hand. Tamiyo just ticking on up. Could see a double clue. Flip your Tamiyo, sort of, call it a day. Gonna hold up our mana instead. Just 5 and extend the hand.
Because even now, if you draw an initiative creature, like you have to imagine that once they draw 2 cards here and the Murktide gets to steal the initiative, there isn't really a great way of coming back into this. So I understand this. Like, obviously it's a little premature, but I think your odds here are so low that, let's go grab some food instead.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And that's one of these part of why these decks play so much mana accelerants, right? Like, you want to get ahead of your opponent and obviously slam the door on people sooner than later. And when they present their own clock, you can't really catch up, like we talked about in game number 1 of like, well, can we remove this card? And the answer is no. So it might look a little early, but probably the writing on the wall there. And like you were saying, let's get some food, let's relax, get some water, have a good time. Speaking of which, we're going to get our next future match area set up here. And we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back with more Magic action very soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Four Seasons Winter Tournament. We're here with Legacy round number 6. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Harain, and we had a pretty exciting round last round. You know, we saw some Thoughtseize break some people up, but we're going to have some more Legacy action here this round in round number 6. Let's pull up those deck lists here and see what we're going to see in our first feature match for this round, as it looks like we do have some spicy ones here near the top tables today. First up, Dredge,
Ooh,
a blast from the past.
this is so. What's interesting is in previous iterations, Dredge didn't really run mana and it didn't really cast colored spells. But we are seeing this new list popularized by Moffas Van Gogh. He's been really working on this deck for a while, and a lot of these Dredge lists have been kind of like definitely using his list for inspiration. He's really been a pioneer of this archetype. So excited to see this. What's really interesting is whether they have the Thassa's Oracle or not, and this list does not. Previous iterations were running like Thassa's Oracle to, almost be a combo deck. While this version is basically like it's not like Affinity, but it's like Affinity. It's in that it's a combo deck with like a creature beatdown in the end of the day, where it's very hard to interact with. They do a lot of really broken things, then you end up dying by creature beat. Some of the interesting stuff in here is the Anger. Angers I know has been in and out of the lists for a while. But really what you're trying to do with this deck is, get Dredgers in the yard and then just effectively, quote unquote, combo off. The breakthrough, LED are really two of your primary engines, with Faithless Looting obviously kind of being a very good backup secondary engine. But really how this deck is going to be popping off, if you're not familiar with it, is get an Archimedes into play. Is probably like step one. There's obviously other ways you could do it too, with things like, I don't have the Icker. Not. So basically, a lot of how this deck is going to function is get an Archimedes into play, cast a Cabal Therapy or any kind of spell in the graveyard to be able to either get Poxwalkers back, and then really just popping off.
All right, I'm excited to see that. Let's see what's on the other side of the table, though. What will fight this Dredge Menace? I'm also going to take a peep at its sideboard, too, get a little bit of a head start there, because that always matters here. And it looks like it's green-white lands.
Perfect. So this deck, I feel like it's actually a fine. It's going to be interesting matchup for the most part, because you do have access to Crop Rot, Bajukavog, and a Moment's Notice. And traditionally, the Dredge decks, as we saw on this list, don't run Force of Will. And so that Crop Rot is really going to be free reign to be able to get a bog, and really one well-timed bog can really put them back. And so not only that, but you do have access to Wasteland, and again, most Dredge lists don't care about Wasteland, but this deck, and the way it's constructed, like if you can get them under a waste lock on turn 1 or 2, it's actually really hard for them to come back unless they have exactly something like an LED.
Okay, I'm excited to see that. Let's head on down to the feature match area and see a little Dredge versus green-white lands action here in round number 6. Looks like just an Underground Sea and a passing of the turn. Some cool Doom sleeves over there. As it looks like an exploration.
Basically the best start that you want in these types of decks. So it's interesting, and we didn't talk about this earlier, is that they're on the white splash. So I think this signifies that they might have Sphere, but let me go ahead and check the deck list just in case.
All right. Little bit of gazing going on. Look at our top 3 deck. Excuse me, 3-card deck in Surveil. And this sort of deck, sometimes even better than a card like Brainstorm. One of the cool, things about these older formats is sometimes these random draft chaff cards end up being incredibly powerful in some of these decks. This card gives a lot of agency. You can also flash it back. Looks like we're going to put 2 in the yard. One's a Narcomoeba.
Yep.
Another Gaze. So like the top card.
So just check, there is no Sphere, so this white splash is predominantly for Swords to Plowshares.
Okay. Maybe we're gonna end up swordsing our own cards if we need to in life.
Well, and notably too, if our removal is Swords to Plowshares, we have no way to actually get rid of a bridge from below. Which is, granted, there are no creatures anyway, so we wouldn't be able to from the first place. But for the most part, yeah. Let's see.
All right. Anger and Golgari Grave Troll hit the graveyard. If you're new to playing against Dredge in these older formats, you're going to see the graveyard's going to be a little laid out. It might go into our battlefield a little bit. That's because it is like a second hand. It's sort of easier for both players if you keep it. Yeah, like that. Let's get that Narcomoeba over here. Make our life a little easier. Another Golgari Grave Troll was hit. Another Narcomoeba was hit as well. Cabal Therapy. Some of the notable cards. There's a Sinkweed Imp times
Yep.
2.
And this
So
is really where like we see all of this explosiveness of the deck, and it's going to turn into just an insurmountable board state. One really interesting card though in this matchup is Tabernacle.
oh,
It can really put a dent because what they're really trying to do is go wide with cards like Bridge from Below and Poxwalkers. So did we get a look? Did we see
there's a couple Poxes up in there, and there's a couple bridges that just got discarded. Notably, there's a Crop Rot in hand for our green-white land player.
interesting?
So looks like we're going to start with Cabal Therapy, sacrificing our Narcomoeba. That's going to trigger, I believe, yeah, our one bridge and our Pox. So can we get a zombie? I wonder what the name is here. Crop Rotation makes a lot of sense because you've been doing before. You can get Bajukabog or the Tabernacle.
So
Yeah, and there is the Crop Rotation.
let's
We got
see what
some
they
room
get here.
action, Wasteland.
So this card I really like. It's kind of like a Crucible of Worlds, except the backside is Yawgmoth's Will, which is pretty cool. Production, can we get this one on the screen on the screen? Just because I think it's actually one that maybe a lot of people don't know, but it is very powerful.
All right, let's see here.
Walk-in closet.
Walk-in closet, yeah. Let's see. You know, they can also do the sideways technology.
This
As this is a room card. We have anger in play, which is in our graveyard, basically in play.
so
Looks
the
like we're gonna.
anger. Yeah, the anger actually puts a kind of a dent in the Tabernacle plan just because you could, in theory, somehow get to enough creatures, but you are limited by how many Cabal therapies and Dread returns you have. So I'll be curious to see what happens here. So they crop routed for Bog. I missed it
No,
earlier.
no, it got Cabal Therapied.
Oh, it got Cabal therapy. Okay.
Yeah, that was the middle. We're still in the same turn. Notably,
Oh,
Gargari Grave Troll comes into play with a +1/+1 counter for each creature card in your graveyard, and we just bridge from below that, so it's an 11. We talked about anger as well. So now it looks like what we're going to do is we're going to use another Dredge Return to bring back another Golgari Grave Troll. That's another 11, and that's
yep.
22. That is lethal damage there. And you know, why do you need all this sort of stuff? If you know, Golgari Grave Troll is your combo enabler and sometimes your combo kill.
The can we actually get the Oracle text of Golgari Grave Troll? Just because it is one of those cards that like it has Dredge 6, but how often does the actual text on the card come up?
Yeah, well, the text on the card is it comes into play with a +1/+1 counter for each creature card in your graveyard, and then I believe you can spend 1 and remove a counter from it to regenerate it. And then it has Dredge 6. So, anyways, let's look here at the sideboard action for the Dredge player and see what we can come in here. Anything jump out to you versus a green-white lands deck, or is this just a pretty good matchup? You know, maybe you bring in some Flood Moss for their hate, but you kind of call it a day.
So, what does Kyora's Dismissal do?
I believe that is like a protection-y spell.
I've
But
actually
you know,
never seen this card.
Kairos Dismissal is an instant, and it says you can strive it, so cost blue more to cast for each target beyond the first. Return any number of target enchantments to their owner's hand.
Okay. So I don't think we're going to bring that in. Leyline of the Void is the interesting one because really shutting off their loam engines can really slow them down. But because you're such a fast deck, I wonder if you just don't care about that. And so maybe you bring in Flood Maws as a way to, because if you identify that the way you lose this matchup is they get a quick Merit Lage or they get Tabernacle down, and if you say, I can't really beat Tabernacle in the first place, I just need to beat them before they get there, then I think I like Into the Flood Mob because it kind of turns the entire matchup into they need to waste or Tabernacle me, and I need to be stone cold to it.
That checks
Because,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, let's see what the green-white player's up to then. As I imagine they have some amount of graveyard stuff beyond Bojuka Bog, Crop Rot. We did see our Grafdigger's Cage, if I remember correctly, when we took a look over here right
Yep.
before the match. It does look like Grafdiggers and Surgical are sort of there. Anything else really jump out to you beyond those, like, sort of obvious graveyard hate cards?
Disruptor Flute is the other interesting one because of
Mhm.
Cephalid Coliseum is one of their key engines. But also, if you like Disruptor Flute a Cabal Therapy or like a Faithless Looting, when that's the way they're going to trigger their Poxwalkers, it can be pretty backbreaking for them. Some of the cards like I would it's hard because like a lot of these cards we want, I don't think you need like Otawara, for instance. The Blast Zone you probably do want. Ghost Quarter is really good. It's basically wasted. I don't even know if they run a basic. I'm trying to think of some of the tech lands that you usually board out to make space, but really I
Mhm.
think you're just taking out some of these plows and bringing in the graveyard hate and then maybe a flute. Actually, we have
That
3
makes
hate pieces. Yeah, I probably see just a clean swap of plows for graveyard hate, honestly.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and if you do bring the flute too, like Bridge from Below, it's not Bridge from Below, Dread Return. You can name that, and that card basically gets turned off, right? Like we saw in that last
Yep.
game how that was it. So it makes sense that we might see either a lot of those as a way to try to fight over multiple axes, or maybe one or none. And if you look at the main deck too, there was a main deck Soul Guide Lantern. So this deck actually comes pre-hating a good bit here, as we do see Exploration go into an Urza Saga turn 1 that is threatening both Grafdigger's Cage and Soul Guide Lantern just 2 turns from now. Looks like Gaddock Teague in the deck.
So Gaddock Teague is interesting because it stops both Breakthrough and Dread Return,
Mm.
which I think is actually could be very relevant because Breakthrough really is one of their key like engines. So obviously it could also do nothing, but at the same time it could do everything. So I'd be curious to see what kind of role it plays in this matchup.
All right. We're going to Wasteland the Cephalid Coliseum. We floated a blue in response.
I like this a lot. Like just get on the ground early, start wasting because they do need their mana and they don't have a lot of it.
Yeah. It looks
Because
like we started to change. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was gonna say the it's interesting because historically these decks really only need like one dredger to go off, but these variations of the deck really want more than just the dredgers. So even though they hit the dredger here, they're still taking the draw.
Yeah. And great thing to point out there. We changed phases. That's why we played a land after the spell was cast. Wasn't the end step, just the end of that main phase 1. Faithless Looting. Going to
Yep,
be
there we
fired off
go.
here. Little Dredge 4 action. One of the smaller dredgers, but still can get the job done. It looks like nothing hit on the second one, so we're going to take a card. Golgari Grave Troll. Oh, if that had been one deeper, this game could have
Oh,
potentially been over. Poxwalker notably was hit.
yep. And we do have the Surveil 3 card. I'm forgetting the name of it right now as well to trigger the walker. It's just that I think we kind of want to save that for the time being. So let's see what they go for here. Yep. So discard 2 to the Faithless Looting. And I think that'll be it for the turn. Yep.
All right, activate Urza Saga. So we talked about this last round. How often is Saga actually going the distance here for this green-white land stack? It feels like it'd probably be a little bit more than we saw, for like the Cephalid decks.
Yeah, the constructs and lands are frequently the primary plan in my experience, although I come at this from the angle of someone who plays Swords to Plowshares in every deck.
Sure.
Uh, so
Fair.
from my end, the constructs are always how I lose. But I imagine for most people's ends, it's going to be the Merit Lage. But yeah, so we're going to see these constructs. I'm curious to see if they get Soul Guide or Cage here.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Soul Guide Lantern Right lets you clean up that graveyard and sort of get rid
Yep.
of all of it, but we could rebuild. Cage sort of stops things for now, but is a little bit more interactable. Looks like Cage was the pick here. Next turn, we do get to search for the other one with Urza Saga. So, it's kind of one turn of a little bit of anxiety. And then it looks like we're going to play our 2 lands. Maybe think about holding Blaststone's one of the lands in our hand right now. Looks like we're going to end up going for Forest and then deploy this Gaddock Teague. And then we can get
Ooh.
in for 3 with our Construct.
And I like holding the blast zone here because one thing that you really want to do with it is hope they have to go all in on like 4 or 5 zombies from a bridge from below later in the game, and then just be like, oh, actually, blast zone comes in with 1 counter, right? So the only way you could kill the
Yeah,
zombies with it is to Thespian stage it. So either way, like I don't think you need to play it here. I think hiding it just to hide it is fine. But yeah, definitely if you're wanting to kill the zombies, you do need a Thespian stage it.
that makes sense. And then you also get your Gaddock Teague down, which has, a fair amount of text
Right.
here.
because this does stop all the breakthrough lines now, which is definitely one of the ways that they really want to get back into this.
All right, pass of the turn. Take a draw step. Saga probably going to see a construct made.
Yep. Let's see if we get our skateboard here, Kawabunga, and start getting in.
Yeah, I mean, if you grab skateboard here, right, each of these constructs is going to be a 5/5 on their own. Skateboard puts it to 6. That's 16. I can't help but feel like that's exactly the life total of our opponent.
Let's see if they kept it. I could see an argument for not keeping it, but I could also very much see the argument of I just want to go Merit Lage and kill them in one turn.
All right.
Let's see.
We're digging.
I did not see it. They did board it out. Okay.
All right. Well, Soul Guide Lantern's just going to have to also let us have, very close to lethal with 2 pieces of hate. We'll have to power through these trying times.
So this is where like you really want the blue bounce cards, like the Gift of Fish. Or it's
Into
not
the
called
Flood
Gift of Into the Flood Maw. I call that card Gift of Fish because that's the only one that gives sufficient legacy. And so I like it's like stuck in my head that I just call that card Gift of Fish.
Yeah, that's fair. As we are going to see an attack in here for 12, down to 4 for Alex. Curious to see when we are going to activate this Soul Guide Lantern. It looks like Surgical Extraction was the draw for turn, by the way. So there's 3 pieces of hate. I mean, I've seen these graveyard decks beat a lot of hate, but it will take some really impressive stuff here, I think, to overpower all this. Let's see if you can do it, though. As Poxwalker seems to be among those 3. We're going to bin all 3, including Faithless Looting. And it looks like, we're just going to fire off the Soul Guide Lantern now. Step 1, get rid of the yard.
I like this. I think some people would be very patient with this, but I really like just firing it off here and just saying, listen, I don't actually know it's in your deck completely, but I do know if you have no graveyard, I do have lethal right now.
All right, let's see. Do we figure out the attack? And we do. So we're going to get a game number 3 here between Alex and Jose. And let's see if anything changes up in our sideboards really quickly as these players shuffle up. I can't imagine we saw too much that changes things from the side of either player, but we'll do that while these players do seem to be sideboarding. I mean, maybe a play draw situation here happening for Alex as 2 cards get slammed on the table.
Right. Wait, is this open deck list?
No, that's the sideboard guide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're back here. Did anything happen that changed your mind? Maybe some shenanigans are on the table?
I actually do like bringing in the shenanigans once you've seen multiple pieces of artifact-based hate. I think a lot of lists might not have multiple pieces, but I guess the respect for oops is a lot of the reason why you'd have Grafdigger's Cage in addition to the other hate pieces as well. So definitely I like bringing in the shenanigans. I don't think you want the unmasks, but at the same time, if you know they have crop rot and you need to stop them from getting like a tabernacle down, then I do really like the unmask. This deck is weird because it's so synergistic. I remember when I tried playing this deck a while ago, I could not figure out sideboarding. So I definitely understand why they have a sideboard guide. But overall, I don't think too much is changing. I think the big thing is whether you have the unmasks or not, but I definitely think you have all the Into the Flood Maws. And then obviously now you definitely want shenanigans.
Makes a ton of sense to me. Let's check out the other deck really quick once again. Didn't really see too much. Obviously, a lot of the deck does get revealed because you mill and dredge a bunch, but did we see anything that moved the needle for us? It does look like Gaddock was one of the cards that was sideboarded in, as we don't have a main deck copy, and it does look like Skateboard left us.
Skateboard did leave us. Raphael in shambles. I'm pretty sure that's who's running the skateboard.
That's Michelangelo. Come on, Raphael's the red one.
That's right. All right. Unfortunately, I lose my Cowabunga license now.
Goodness, Leonardo's bully before we get into it,
Oh, I'm not up to date on my TMNT lore, but overall, I definitely think like there's too much. Now that I remember Blast Zone comes in on 1, I wonder if you just don't have the Blast Zone, because really the biggest thing that you're trying to board wipe is their most abundant creature, which is frequently a bunch of 0-mana 2/2s. So so if they didn't board it out game 1, maybe they keep it in, but that would be one that I would probably be looking to board out. Beyond that, I think we're pretty much on the same plan. I don't think we saw anything that would really make us change course here.
All right, I got a crazy question for you. Damping Sphere. We saw in game 1 how we casted a lot of cards that didn't use mana. Is Damping Sphere like completely out of the realm of reasonable in this sort of situation?
I would, my gut instinct is no, but the more I think about the play patterns of the deck, it could just be so backbreaking. But if you draw it even a turn too late, it's just a
It's
nothing.
over. Sure. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
So I feel like on the play, maybe, but on the draw, I think it might be a little too slow.
Sure. Maybe if you're playing Legacy and you have no good cards, you bring it on the play and you pray, and then the rest of the
Yeah.
time, it hangs on the sideboard for decks like Storm.
But I
Looks
think just the strength of Tabernacle and Crop Rot and Bog already mean that you're pretty happy with this matchup in general. That I don't think you need to bring in like the Hail Mary pieces, but also like I could absolutely see that just absolutely crushing the judge players' plans.
All right, looks like we're going to start things off with Faithless Looting here. 2 fresh ones. And can't quite make out the hand at the moment. Getting a good little look here at Alex instead. Seeing him locked in. Looks like we had 2 big dredgers hitting the Ardent Stink, weeding up Engelgari Grave Troll. So next
Really what you
turn,
want to see.
yeah. Crop Rot in hand. Mox Diamond in hand. Exploration
Ooh,
in hand. Surgical in hand.
ooh. Let's see what
What
happens.
in the
This is
world?
I almost want to bog this. Well, not now, but after they go for the like one of the dredgers, like if there's like a Narcomoeba on the stack, I would probably go for it. I think. But I also see being patient here because you only have access to one bog, really. There's not really another way to trigger it in the decks. I don't believe we have an echoing deeps or a way to shuffle. So if you crop rot here for the bog, like I almost like waiting to see for the first dredger just because you might be able to snipe a Narcomoeba with it, which is so good because they really want these Narcomoebas.
That can make a lot of sense to me. Notably, I thought we talked about how like awesome the hand looked from spells. This is the only land. We have this Mox Diamond.
Oh,
It's not really doing anything. We have this Expedition map. It can't do anything to withdraw the second land now. Obviously, we talked about a ton of powerful lands from this lands deck that you'll want to tutor up. So we're seeing a big think here. And I think if you're Alex, okay, my opponent has, either this or maybe a Soul Guide Lantern, right? You might think, okay, is he thinking about going for it? Or is he thinking about just developing a Lantern? Both make a lot of sense. And Bajuka Boggy getting rid of that graveyard here. We're just going to try and use that and maybe hope to rip some lands for our Expedition map to find something like Tabernacle or maybe, some sort of way to bounce back or copy this Bajuka Bog. Draw for the turn. Looks like no lands in hand for Dredge either. But
breakthrough.
Draw 4.
Let's see what happens. All right. So now we discard pretty much everything, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
no, you discard your hand, yeah.
Yeah.
Which in this deck, you could argue this makes it like a draw 12, right? All right, yeah, let's get a good
It is
look
a
here. We
draw.
got a couple of dredgers. We got an Anger and 2 Cabal Therapies. Okay, so no bridge, no pox, but we are going to be dredging a bunch. If we rip something like Soul Guide Lantern, probably win the game.
Yep. What's interesting though is because we are an empty hand and we want to dredge, we're in this weird spot where like we almost like don't want to take a draw step, but we really want something like an LED because we really want to get lands in to start casting spells from the bin. Because right now, if we were to dredge for the rest of the game, unless we hit Narcomoeba, we can't really like quote unquote pop off. And
So
I don't go ahead.
No, I was going to say, does that mean with Surgical in hand right now, Lance is sort of having the game locked up if they respond to the Narcomoeba?
Yeah, more or less, because the only thing you could really cast is actually, is there even a single thing you can cast? Only one land? Yeah, if they go to mill Narcomoeba here and use Surgical the Narcomoeba, I don't know how Dredge wins. Unless they start
Okay.
taking draw steps.
Oh, and the bog to pay for the Surgical too. All right, well, there goes 2 Narcomoebas, and we're going to look through this deck, and we're going to see if Alex can win, if, there is any way that doesn't involve getting more actual lands into play. And let's take a look at this deck here. Looks like we're going to take a good little read through. Unmasked did come in on the play. There's a bridge. Shenanigans as well.
Because right now you need more lands or ideally an LED to come back into this game because you need to get the chain going and you need to cast a spell. The only way to cast a spell is with mana or a creature in play. And with Narcomoeba, there's no way to get a creature in play. So really the biggest thing so now you have to start taking draw steps, which is not really where you want to be.
There's only one Poxwalker in the deck and only one bridge.
One bridge is crazy. Is there one in the yard?
No, oh, sorry. Okay, there were two in the back. He was flipping forward all the things that could beat him at first. I guess he just was looking for the first copy of everything. But yeah,
Yeah,
there
that
is
makes
only
sense.
one box and there's 3 bridges. Okay.
Yeah, so this is like a really weird spot because you would think that the Dredge player is pretty favored here. Like if you were to think about Dredge from days past, but in this spot, I do think that the Lance player is very favored.
Okay, well, it's gonna need to be because we talked about how good everything was before, but the last 2 cards in our hand are exploration. Without a loam,
All right, let's see what we're getting. Also, have you noticed? I don't know. So I play a lot of Legacy. I would actually argue that I probably play more individual games of Legacy than most people on the planet. I have never seen anyone without altered LEDs. Maybe that's hyperbole, but everyone has their LEDs altered. It's crazy. I don't know what it is about LED, but everyone has them altered.
yeah, I don't know. I wonder. I wonder why that is. Faithless looting happening. Now that you mention it, I have seen it quite a bit. It looks
So
like
there. Oh, the
LED.
Faithless Suiting is a great draw.
All right, stinkweed. Go into the yard. Gonna have to send one more. Gonna take a second on which one that's gonna be though. It's the second faithless looting or an LED.
So this is like basically the best case is they were actually able to find one of the only spells they can still cast that would actually draw. Um, so this is actually this actually flips the game significantly that they found it this quickly.
All right, LED
All
to
right,
the yard.
pass.
Urza Saga, take up to 2. That's a win con and another hate piece in the next turn. It looks like a pass the turn. We didn't even look at. Well, we looked. We didn't get a look at what was drawn. I should
Let's
say.
see what is in our hand right now? Another looting. Oh, they're just taking the draw. Oh, actually, that does make sense. Yeah. That does make sense.
All right, bridge and a dredger hit the yard. We're gonna make a construct.
And I think we're gonna once this Soul Guide Lantern comes down, I struggle to see how Dredge comes back into this. Assuming they get Soul Guide Lantern here, they're gonna go for Cage. I think it's kind of fine. It's kind of the same thing at this point.
Mhm.
The reason I like the Soul Guide Lantern more is because one of their best top decks right now is Into the Flood Maw. And it's a
Mhm.
Flood Maw much better when you can do it this way. Um, but a Soul Guide Lantern would just be like no more yard no matter what. So I don't know. I
Gotcha.
see the argument for the Cage, but I think it goes both ways.
I think there's another surgical in hand. When we picked up the card to play something, I'm pretty sure I spotted surgical, so that maybe that had part of the idea behind getting Grafdigger's Cage.
Oh, that
Cage
would make
also
sense.
it increases the clock a little, right? Because if you pop the Soul Guide, your contracts are down to 3/3s, and now they're 4/4s. So it's
Right.
one less turn. So it is close either way. You are right. Like, if they don't have that, they can't do anything. Cephalid, and looks like we're gonna respond to surgical extraction, hit the
Hit the
bridge,
bridge.
and extend the hand. Congratulations, 3. Oh, yeah, the 4.
Quadruple exploration.
Oh my god, all 4 of them didn't play any, had 3 at the start of the game. Honestly, just kind of brick draws, but didn't need them, and sort of showed, what we were talking about during the sideboarding, that this deck has a lot for this matchup already. Yeah, he's showing him his opening hand, and sort of, these players discussing, like, what am I supposed to do? Do I actually go for the crop rot, And, Alex maybe sort of being like, yeah, it's risky, but it pays off, and it paid off there. So congratulations there. Moving on to 6-0. We actually have one more feature match for our round number 6. Let's pull those decks up here. As some of you who play a lot of Legacy are probably going to be familiar with one of the menaces we're going to feature this round. And the other one might be a little bit more exciting, but still pretty regular. Blue-Red Delver here, Corey Steelcutter, and Hexing Squelcher. Tell me about Squelcher in Legacy here. Has it been great?
So it's predominantly, I would argue, like a combo piece. But what's really interesting about the Squelcher and the Delver decks is that you're not really playing it for the uncounterable. Like, yeah, it's relevant sometimes, but really what you're playing it for is the ward. Because every time that you need to kill something, them having to take 2 life in your 4 Lightning Bolt deck with Core Seal Cutter and Lightning Bolt is like, that's a lot. If you killed 2 creatures with a Hexing Squelcher in play, like, not only did you use a removal spell, you also took 2 life for it. And this deck very often is winning just by just threading the needle to the very last life point. And sometimes they're going to win on the last turn they can possibly win before their opponent stabilizes. And then Hexing Squelcher can do a really good job of just getting those last few points of damage in. Also, if you can make an uncounterable Murktide, that's pretty good, especially because one of your worst matchups are the Barrowgoyf Murktide decks, and one of the best ways to fight against opposing Murktides is your own Murktide. So being able to have uncounterable forces for their Barrowgoyfs, being able to have uncounterable Murktides can be relevant, but really what I think you're primarily playing it for is this shock. The literal shock that your opponent has to take anytime they cast a removal spell. I'm unsure whether at this point in time it's going to be the de facto best version of the blue-red like Delver-ish decks, but I do think that it's very powerful and has a ton of staying power for Legacy in general.
All right, well, let's check out the other side of the table that might be having a bit more spells than we had over here, as it seems like it is oops, all spells. This deck has been very, very strong in my experience playing Legacy. What do you think about the oops menace, as you were calling it earlier?
How many hours do we have?
Well, we don't have many hours left. We need to bring in some other rounds here.
I could write a dissertation on this deck, both good and bad. But overall, I do want to say that the deck is definitely not looking to play against the traditional Days Wasteland deck, although not having Thoughtseize is definitely a boon for them. So they're on the creature pivot with the one-of Swamp, which I think is interesting. But really, this deck is just it's kind of the benchmark for the format. Like, you have to be able to beat Oops game one or your deck is not playable. And I think that really, really, really puts a ton of pressure on the format. The notable exception is Energy, but beyond that, every deck in the format has to have game one into Oops. Otherwise, I would argue it's not very playable. So it kind of does act as this benchmark. Regardless of my thoughts on whether the deck should exist or not, I do think it does put a lot of deck building considerations, both good and bad, on the format. And overall, I do think it's a deck that really thrives on people being not prepared for it and will start falling apart very quickly as soon as people are prepared for it. So very much a metagame call. I like to think of it as kind of the deck that's taken up the place of Black Red Reanimator in the wake of the Entomb ban. Like, really, this is the ultimate turn zero combo deck that you have to respect in the format right now. And whether that's good or bad doesn't really
I'll
matter
tell you,
right now.
it seems like a very affordable way to get into Legacy, right? I mean, it's still probably a couple $100, right? Some of these MDFCs are pretty expensive, but all things considered, if you're wanting to game and get into Legacy, this seems like a great way to, get some paper cards to go out and play at your local stores or go to one of the events like the 4Seasons here and have a really good deck.
It's definitely a great way to play, but a bad way to make friends.
Fair enough. Well, let's head on down to the future match area and see if we can maybe not have some friends, but get some more match points with this Upsal spell player, or if Blue Red Delver can slay the menace here.
Oh, as we go to the match, I do want to talk about one very important thing, which is the lack of Pactum negation and the presence of Unmask. Unmask really, really signifies that they are on a creature pivot, while Pactum Negation can signify that they're most going to go for a protected combo as opposed to a pivot, because notably, usually one or the other, and the Unmask is usually more in line with a creature pivot. So if we're like really up to date on the Delver side of what's happening, the Unmask should be kind of like a blinking red light that they're going to put a Dothy Voidwalker into play in game two.
Okay, that's a good thing to look out for. Both these players 4-1. And it looks like our Ups player is tanking on turn number 1. Fell the Profane on the backside.
How many did we keep?
Looks to be 6 to me. Might be 7. It is
Ooh, that
7.
is Unmask. Let's see if the fireworks start.
All right, getting
So,
rid of one of our lands.
no counter magic. Take the Ponder. So, interesting they shocked it in. So, I think this implies that the end is upon us. Dark Ritual.
Small Ritual. End of City Informant. Game. Show me the last card. Show me your deck. What do you got? Pick it up.
What do you got? Let's see now, because they're gonna they're gonna see the deck now. So I wonder if they're gonna be in line. They're gonna be like in touch, like super in touch with like the intricacies of the Unmasked builds, whether they keep their removal in, or because this is like a really interesting mind game, right? If you know your opponent knows what's going on, do you board in the creatures and make them think that they need to bring in their lightning bolts, or do you not?
Mhm.
and have them keep all these dead lightning bolts in their deck. So this is like the mind game of like, do you think your opponent knows what's going on with your version? And do you
Mhm.
next level them by not bringing in the creatures? Or do you say, my Barrowglyphs are so good in this matchup regardless that if I go Unmasked Dark Red Barrowglyph, that's also going to end the game?
Makes a ton of sense to me. So just at home, if you don't know, we're going to sneak in this Thassa's Oracle into play off these Narc Amoebas and Dread Return. That is how they're actually dying here.
I will say this deck is obviously much better than the old days of Angel of Glory's Rise and the what's the other guy? What was the guy that you
Well,
tap a wizard, you
wait,
draw a card?
wait, did we only have 2 Narc Amoebas in the deck?
I
Is the
think I
third one
saw.
in our hand?
Oh, I mean, we only have one Poxwalker too. I did notice that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe the
two.
pop. Maybe. All right. So I think we're explaining how this kills here.
Oh, we have
So
the bridge.
there's
Okay.
the bridge. Okay, gotcha. So with the bridge, we're able to then make the bodies to then make the return to then kill you. And there's the Cabal. Yeah, there's a Cabal ritual. There's the Poxwalker. The Poxwalker comes back because of that. Then you have the 3 bodies. Okay, there we go. We are good to go. And sometimes I guess I'll say this: you talked about that mind game, right? It's definitely
Yeah.
possible that you just missed the Poxwalker or whatever, and you're flicking through. You're looking at 55 cards, right? Like, it's very easy to miss one. We're in the moment. You've been playing all day, maybe even yesterday, right? All weekend. But that would tell me maybe I'm not supposed to do this pivot as hard, or that if I am, they're going to not be as prepared for it. Let's check out what sideboard cards though our blue-red Delver player has. You talked a lot about this potential mini game. What are some of the obvious ones before you start to consider, do they have the creature package or not?
Surgical Extraction, Consigned, Force Negation, and Grafdigger's Cage are like the slam dunks if you expect them to be full on the pivot or full on the no pivot. The interesting thing is you could probably shave quite a few lands here. You could probably trim this, not quite a few. You could definitely trim like either the Thundering Falls or the basic to start making some like free space because you know that they're never attacking your mana. I don't think you ever keep Hexen Sculpture in this matchup in general, just because like even if they are pivot or no pivot, they're never killing your guys anyway. And paying 2 mana for a 2/2, like playing Grizzly Bear is generally not a winning strategy in this matchup. So the Hexen Sculptures in a land are definitely like some easy cuts. The next follow-up question then is how much removal do you keep in, if any, or do you keep all of it because you expect them to bring in all the creatures? So that's where things get really interesting. Because I think right off the bat, you can just trim 4 things and bring in 4 graveyard hate pieces. So that's the Graft Diggers, the Surgicals, and like a Force Negation. You probably want the Consigns for Balustrade Spy and such as well. I think you could pretty reasonably cut the Brazen Borrowers regardless. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of pivot they expect. And on this side, it's really dependent on what they're thinking here. So right off the bat, like if you want to go full pivot, you cut all of the creatures on the main board, so the Undercities and the Balustrade Spies, and you bring in the beaters. Vice versa, though, you could also just cut some protection too and just have a mixture of both. You could cut the Unmasked and the Thoughtseize and just be like, look, I'm just going to play a Stompy deck here, and you have to answer every threat that I play. So I could see this going both ways. But generally speaking, they're cutting like 90% of their like main board creatures for the sideboard creatures if they're going for the pivot.
Checks out. Well, let's head on down to the future match areas. I'm sure our players are ready to game here. Looks like a full grip from our blue-red Delver player. Can't quite make out from Oops, but looks like a lot more than 4. I'll say that. Looks like 7.
Looks like 7. So they kept the Thundering Falls, which I think is pretty interesting too. Let's see a bobble them. Yep. See what happens.
All right. Upkeep, draw from the bauble, pass the turn. Little known card, everybody. Unmask was the top card, so that won't be a surprise over there. Looks like Force of Will is in hand for our blue-red Delver player. So, probably the Force take here on Unmask. Looks like double Unmask actually in hand for our Oops player. Going to discard Thoughtseize to that one.
All right, let's see if the fireworks get going now. Notably, they didn't play a land first to respect days, which I think is interesting. All right, so they see double Counterspell.
All right, Force of Will, Force of Negation, Ponder, Brainstorm, DRC, Wasteland are the pits. Can we win if we like how many cards you actually need to win with the up stack? You know, like if we went unmasked pitch black spell again, we'd only have I think 3 cards. Excuse me, we have 4 cards left over. Is that enough to win?
You generally need 3. So like you
Okay.
want to get to 4 mana. So it's going to be like land, Dark Ritual plus Lotus Petal or Spirit Guide plus so it's land,
Mm,
Dark Ritual plus so
next
1
mana
land,
thing.
2 fast mana, and then a creature. So 4 cards actually. You need 4 cards to win.
So it would be the perfect here if we went second unmasked with a black spell and have the kill.
Yep.
Yeah, if my opponent has the perfect on the other side of the table, I'm often down to, lose to that. Such is life. The fact that we're thinking about this, though, does make me think that we probably don't have it.
Right.
Force of Will is the take.
And notably,
Interesting.
we kept on the Thundering Falls, so I think you can get the read that there's more interaction coming because I don't think they would keep a land with this hand.
Okay. All right. So past the turn, there was
Oh,
a land in the hand for the Oops player, but we're holding it. I can see Fell the Profane
yep. And
and
we
Hexen
did
Squelcher.
keep the Squelchers. Interesting.
Well, we already drew the card from the Surveil, right? Because of the bobble. That was one of the cards
Oh,
we drew.
right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Good
yeah.
call. Good call.
Um, all right. And this is one of the interesting things about this deck, right? Is like you talked about, you only need 4 cards. And so we know we have the way to clear the Force Negation. Every card in our deck's black. We know we have the land because we can see the Fell the Profane. So now we're just missing, a couple small things. And if we get those, the game does end here on the spot.
No, yes. And one thing that's really interesting is I just realized, but Hexen Squelcher stops Pact Negation, but they don't have Pact Negation. So I wonder if they kept the Hexen Squelcher in thinking that whatever it's a creature and it stops Pact.
Mm, that checks out. Yeah, you're like, okay, stop that card in worst case scenario. It is just a 2/2. I need to apply pressure if I am going to win. Looks like Unmask number 2 is being thought about cast and is going to be cast.
Is that
Getting rid
Lively
of right.
Dirge?
Yes, excuse me, Lively Dirge, yes.
Yeah, that's for those that don't know, if we can get Lively Dirge on the screen, it's basically a 4 mana reanimate, entomb in 1 for CMC 4 or less. It's like one of those spells where you pay more and more things happen. But basically the idea is you pay the most for it, you put a Balustrade Spy in the graveyard, and then you reanimate it, and then you win.
All right, so we're going to take Brainstorm, leave them with Force and Negation.
So that's makes sense actually. I think because if they think that they have time and they have creatures, they don't actually care about this Force of Negation.
Oh, here's a Thoughtseize.
Oh,
This
that
checks
also
out
makes
as
sense.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, take the Ponder, leave the Force in hand.
Definitely going to see Wasteland DRC here, I imagine.
Drew another Wasteland.
Honestly, a pretty good draw here. If you saw them sandbag a land, you have to assume they only had the one land. Obviously, we know there is another one in hand because we have the hands like in front of us. But actually, a pretty good draw, all things considered.
Yeah, another land was drawn. It looks to me like we just actually have a bunch of lands in hand.
Yep.
Boggart Trawler's one of them.
Are we delirious? We have sorcery, artifact, instant land. Yeah.
Yep. All right, down to 8. Volcanic Island is our last card in hand. Another land drawn for Oops.
So once we
Right.
get in here, oh my goodness, Three's a Company. But also notably, if we attack here, they can't play a land and use it this turn regardless of the wasteland because they'd be a 3.
Yeah, I like that, our Oops player sort of puts his arms out like, come on. Man, you won on turn 0 last game. You don't get to come on anybody.
Yes. I agree with this immensely.
Yeah.
I agree with that immensely.
Yeah. If you're turn 0ing people and you get got by the runners, such is life.
Such is life.
So we didn't see any of the pivot threats. I guess you have to get a little serious here. Maybe they're in there, right? But at least as our blue-red Delver opponent, we don't know if there are a bunch of Dothies and sort of, Orcish Bowmasters and friends. So does that change up your sideboarding at all here on the draw? Is that, would you maybe cut something, like a Heat or something like that? Or do you think you just present the same game plan?
So what's interesting is we didn't see the creature in the Oops player's hands, right? We never actually saw what they could have.
Yeah, we don't know either. We're all at home.
Yeah, we don't know either.
We're in the dark.
I try to think if I would change. You're basically like what is it? Schrodinger's sideboard? Is that a good
Yeah.
analogy here?
Yeah, I think
So
that's
it's
good.
so it's Schrodinger's sideboard of the Oopser. It's like you don't know, you didn't see anything, you got there. So now it's the question of do you stay? Do you stay the path? Do you repivot? Do you do a hybrid? I don't know.
Mhm,
Whenever I'm in these situations, it's kind of a vibe check for me. This is one of
mhm,
those situations where, like, in paper, you could kind of like start looking over to see how they're sideboarding, just like see, like, are they bringing cards in?
mhm.
Are they not? Obviously, a lot of people will just always bring in all 15 and then take out to
Yeah,
not show how many cards they bring in. But if you're like
mhm,
me, I'm lazy. If
yeah.
you ever want to
Well,
see if I'm playing a pivot deck, just look at how I'm sideboarding because I'm not doing that.
all right, Hooray, I'm gonna give you the free tech. What you do is you take your sideboard and you act like you're shoving it into your deck, but really you just put it all in the front, and then you like flick through your cards a little and you take out the 15 again.
Oh,
So like
that's
all
cheating.
your yeah, your 15 are like all near the front. Maybe you put a couple in there and so you move them around a little. But that's how I do it where I like, I put my 15 in. I'm like, dog, I don't have time for that. But I do have time for a little bit of showmanship. As we are gonna see Lotus Petal Swamp pass, and I saw Bowmaster in hand. So at least here in this
Mm.
game, Bowmaster's entering.
And Lotus Petal Swamp, they are on the creature pivot.
All right. Delta
They
go.
played. If you are the Delver player and you see basic swamp on the opponent's side, you should just be like flares, sirens in your head,
Mhm.
all systems go. Like, I hope I kept the right remove. Like, let's see. But seeing this basic swamp must be like oh, yep. All right. So there's Bowmaster.
I love this. Just in
Yep.
response to the fetch, yes, they get a little bit more information or whatever, but who cares? Dodge that daze, which is going to potentially be an issue in your deck with very low mana. And him for one. Ping.
Ping. And then that one ping, that'll build up. I have died many a times to what I thought was an innocuous turn one Bowmaster. It turned out to not be so innocuous when I was dead.
I was thinking about this when we were talking about the sideboard pivot. I wonder how often you end up shooting down the hexing squelcher with your bowmaster. It's a thing you can do, but it's a costly thing you can do, I could say.
Oh,
a,
let's see.
a lot of
Bowmaster
damage.
ping. Yeah, you could cheeky ping them and double block, but I don't think you'll ever do
Mm,
that play.
that's fair. All right. Well, let's see here as we are surveilling, getting a little bit more information. Notably, our hand, I believe, was Force of Will, Double Daze, and some more spells. So we have a lot of things to fight here.
They chose not to force the Bowmaster, which I like, because the real card that you're worried about is going to be Barrogoyf and Passageway Seer. Passageway Seer kind of like a pretty much a staple in these creature pivot lists at this point, but basically the Black Caves of Chaos Adventure, White Plume Adventure, except notably instead of generating cards, it gets +1/+1 counters. But really, what you're playing it for is the initiative.
Makes sense. Unholy Heat in hand here as well. That could answer the Bowmaster whenever you want to.
I think I like the just like Unholy Heat, the Bowmaster, Wasteland the land, and just say I have Days Force. Like I can answer if you use this Lotus Petal, because now you kind of really want them to use this Lotus Petal soon so that you can start gaining card advantage. Well, not card advantage per se, but card advantage in like the technical sense, I guess. But
What
yeah,
card
so yeah.
selection?
Yep.
By the way, want to give a huge round of applause for actually flipping our Opsal spell cards over. Biggest pet peeve of mine is when people don't have the time to flip them. You know, for coverage, we need it. We need the help. People,
No,
you
that's
not
true.
believe how much Twitch chat doesn't trust you. So I
And,
love to see it attack here for two.
and really the Delver player not conceding so we can actually look too.
Yeah, yeah, very
I'll
helpful.
frequently just concede, like, I don't know. You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
We can go. All right. Do we have another land? I see the heat. So keeping Unholy Heat, I think definitely means that we've kept some lightning bolts too. Maybe not actually, because maybe we just keep Unholy Heat to kill Barrogoyf or whatever. But okay, Unholy Heat, the Bowmaster. Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, no more lands in hand, so really want to be able to play a card like Ponder Preordain Brainstorm, although I don't think we have Preordain in this build. I've seen it with some Corey Seal Cutters.
Yeah, it's been like one of those things where it's like I've seen some lists really go all in on the cutters. So like they're running the Urza's Baubles and the Preordains. I've seen some lists just run pretty bog standard Delver and they just threw 4 cutters in because why not? Like I've really seen it go both ways very often. Okay. We're tapping Simian Spirit Guide.
Okay. That's a fun way to kind of show there was the mana.
Yep.
Alessandro
Do you
doesn't like it.
do you tap your Lotus Petals?
No, I don't even tap my fetch lands. I'm just like, move them a little bit and put them in the yard.
Oh, okay. Simian Spirit Guide, Elvish Spirit Guide, Passageway Seer. Wait. Oh, and we have the Cabal Therapy for the 4. Yep. And we do have the 4, so we can stop this. I wonder if we don't have a land, if we daze this, get the Lotus Petal out, and then force so that we can get another Surveil trigger.
I really like that idea. Just try to hit your land drops and, sort of
Yeah.
smooth your draw a little bit. And getting through that pedal probably matters a ton. Pull a Delta on top.
Okay. So let's see what they've got. So their instant fetch makes me think there is a 2-drop in play. The best thing we could really do here is probably play a Murktide Regent. It would be 5/5. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we have Hexing Squelcher in hand.
Oh, do we have Sculpture? Okay, that makes sense.
A little 2/2 friend.
The Gobos are in.
All right. Not much left on the side of the Oops player. Does it have a Cabal Ritual?
Going all in with the double Spirit Guide, I think, is very indicative that you don't have too much after that. Obviously, you just got rid of 3 cards. One of the few cases where Force of Will is actually up cards, so you're very happy to force a double Spirit Guide. But really, this really respect for Daze by not using the Lotus Petal there and just getting rid of a card, because we haven't actually casted kind of a hand disruption spell to see what their hand is, right? Or am I missing something?
No, you're correct. There's been no hand disruption. A second Squelcher was drawn. That's double ward too.
Oh, double ward. You know what's funny is I've actually played against Yusuf before, and I thought, you know what, listen, they have no removal, it's fine. And then they just go Dark Ritual, and then the MBFC that kills the thing. What's it called?
Yeah, Fell the Profane.
I'm like, shoot, I forgot. Damn, I forgot about this.
Yeah.
There goes my Dreadnought.
And actually, there is one in hand too. And Fell the Profane, I believe, costs you 2 life as well in the cast. So right now, you'd be nugging yourself for 6. Now, sometimes you got to do that. You got to do what you got to do to win the game. But interesting spot here.
Notably, is it Agadeem's that's also a reanimation effect?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's black, X, and then you return X cards with mana value X, I believe, if I remember correctly. Okay. So this could bring back.
Ooh. Okay.
There's the ritual.
We don't have 7 cards in the graveyard, right? We have 4.
Yeah, I think we have 4. Yeah.
Okay, so no threshold. Passageway Seer. And we're going to be really happy about this Daze right now. Daze, get rid of the Lotus Petal.
Daze again. Call it a day.
Yep. Oh, that is not what we want to see on the side of Oops. And Daze being card advantage, we have 2 more cards in hand. Ignore the fact that we have no lands in play. That's fine.
Yeah, right. One of the things I'm thinking about here is, remember the turn we went for our initiative creature? If you just pop the pedal, your opponent would have dazed, and then you would have got them with your Elvish Visionary. So you kind of give your opponent a choice there, right? Right. Very interesting position. As we end up ripping Dothi Voidwalker, but our life total is a little low at the moment. Yeah, you're not really winning this race.
The Dothi does put quite a bit of pressure on, but ultimately, we are winning the race because we attack with both. They attack. Let's see if they block. The really thing is they can block. Okay, so they go to 6. Yeah. So they're on a 2-turn clock now. After this turn, the Dothy's on a 4-turn clock, 5-turn clock.
I think you weren't supposed to block. I think that's the weird thing. I think you have to draw Bowmaster to win, right? You need to have Bowmaster to then amass 2, to then actually trade with a Squelcher and make the game go. Because when you chump block, you're just resigning to lose the game. You have 0 draws that ever get out of this, right?
I actually really like that line of holding up, saying, you know what, the only way I'm winning this is if I draw a Bowmaster. I think that's definitely the definition of you have to play to win, not play to not lose. And blocking here is very much I'm playing to not lose.
Yeah. There's a guy into a Baragloyf. All right, well, maybe I'm a little foolish here. Baragloyf looks pretty good on this sort of board state.
Baragloyf looks very good. Notably, if we draw a lightning bolt, we can still win because we attack with both and bolt the guy that they block.
Yeah, and we had this Murktide in hand. I don't know if it's because we couldn't play it, or we wanted to have the blue card for Force Negation. But all right, yeah, we're fanning our graveyard a little bit. It does look like it is castable. I was going to say with Dothi in play, it's never really getting cheaper. So yeah, it looks like the plan was have Force Negation to maybe protect us from something instead of playing the
Yeah, I
Murktide.
think.
Unholy Heat. We have
Is that
Delirium.
it?
Yeah.
No, you don't need
And-
Delirium. You don't need Delirium because you just
Oh,
attack
sure.
with both and then block and then kill the one that they block.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it works a couple different ways. Great play there, and a little bit of a timely top deck. But you know what? We did a lot of things to put ourselves in that position to make it happen, and that's part of the game that we love. So congratulations there. Moving on to 5-1, and in a pretty crazy round that we saw there was turn 0 kill and game number 1 as well, sort of eliminating things quickly there. Speaking of eliminating things quickly, we are quickly rushing through this tournament here as it is already round number 7. So we're going to take a quick break and set up for that round and be back in just a few minutes. See you soon. Hello and welcome back to the Four Seasons Winter Tournament here at Legacy in round number 7. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Harain, and we are going to be covering 2 more matches here in round 7 and see some awesome Legacy action. No repeat decks this round. And let's check out what our first feature match is going to be, as we have a pretty sort of stock standard new menace, I would say, to the Legacy metagame, making it all the way up to our feature match tables here.
The
First,
Eldrazi. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. Tell me about Eldrazi Stompy.
So it's interesting because the Eldrazi deck in the wake of the Sowing Mycospawn ban was kind of like on the outskirts of the format. There's been a few tools that have revitalized it recently, like notably this Abundant Countryside. Although what I've been seeing recently in these Eldrazi lists is the inclusion of Broadside Bombardiers. We're not seeing it in this list, but that was really one of the big benefits of being able to run Abundant Countryside over Secluded Courtyard. The notable thing, though, about this list is the Sire of 7 Depths. That one you kind of see from time to time, but hasn't really been, super stock. And it's kind of like if you play Modern, I don't really play Modern at all. I mean, does this look like the Eldrazi deck in Modern at all?
This looks nothing like the Eldrazi deck in Modern. This looks like what I wanted the Eldrazi deck to look like when working on MH3. I can tell you that. This looks much more akin to sort of that of, at least one of the decks, right? Like being a bit more aggressive. Like Eldrazi Linebreaker is like a really powerful card for like killing people, as I'm sure you've experienced in Legacy a lot. That doesn't really break into Modern. We have a bit too many answers and too many better things you could be doing for the most part, with not enough fast mana to ramp this out. So it's a little awkward where it's like, yeah, if you could play this on turn 1, maybe turn 2, in like 80% of your games you would play it, but that's a little bit harder in Modern than it is here in Legacy.
Right. And the reason I bring it up is because I think it's a good way to pivot a Modern deck into a Legacy deck. But from what I'm hearing, maybe it's not actually the case.
I mean, Legacy decks are expensive, right? Let's call a spade a spade. Of the decks you could pivot, this one is going to be a lot cheaper. Like if you own the creatures because of this, right? The land base is expensive, but not as bad, and you're already going to have the Eldrazi temples, right? So it has got to be one of the cheaper things that isn't all spells.
Right.
All right. Well, let's check out the other deck on the other side of the table. And that is going to be, I believe, blue-black here. And, we talked about this before, the blue-black decks, they got a banning of Entomb, and now we have this blue-black tempo deck. Speak to me a bit about this.
So the blue-black deck has always obviously been very good. The shell, right? The Daze Wasteland Force of Will shell is obviously like the floor of that can only be so low. But I really want to talk about the Hymn to Turox as well as the Barrowglyph. So really the core of like the Tameo, the Bowmaster, the Murktide, and the Kaito have been kind of core for a while. But where things start changing are those last few slots. So previously, we've had like Netherglyph in that slot. Recently, we've seen an uptick of like Hymn to Turok and Baleful Strix. In this list, we're seeing the Hymn to Turok's, no Baleful Strix, but we have a Barrowglyph. So really, those 2 slots, the Hymn to Turok and the Barrowglyph slot, are where things really start changing. Some lists are all in on Netherglyph. Some have Baleful Strix, and this version is running Barrowglyph. So that's like where the differentiation lies. Other than that, it looks pretty stock to me for the most part.
Okay, checks out. Well, let's head to our feature match area and see who is going to come out on top here in round number 7.
Notably, the inclusion of Barrowglyph, I think, makes the Eldrazi matchup a lot better because that's one of the best tools you have to fight Eldrazi. But again, this matchup is so play draw dependent. It's so like, it is a truly, in my opinion, a 50-50 matchup.
Okay. Well, looks like we got a reader here on turn number 1. I imagine it's the Devourer of Destiny.
Ooh, you're right.
Yep. This is one of the cards of all time. Yeah, it has a wild story that one day, I'm going to fully talk about in all its glorious detail, but kind of a once upon a time riff here for the Eldrazi deck, right? You get to sort of look at the top cards of your deck, and then you get a pretty powerful threat in the later game here. Obviously, in Legacy, they're only playing 1 of it, so they're not kind of like in Modern where you're going to see 4 of this card to really smooth your draws. But a turn 1 Chalice, pretty great.
I got to ask, so was quite literally the inspiration for the card Once Upon a Time?
Not really. It's sort of like long story short, when I started working on the file, one of the first things I suggested was maybe having a colorless pitch elemental that I called like isolation or whatever. And then that sort of evolved into Devourer of Destiny, of being this like interactive-y, smoothie card for these Eldrazi decks. That's the short version of the story.
That makes sense. So right now we're
Yeah.
paying 1 mana for this Flesh Raker. We have 1 mana floating, due to the reduction on Eye of Eugene or Eye of Ujin. We trigger the Flesh Raker, and this is really a super fireworks heavy start. If they've got a second Flesh Raker, this could get out of control really quickly. So let's see. So we trigger the Flesh Raker, deal 1 mana floating. And I'm curious to see what else is in the hand. But so far, this has been a very powerful start with the turn 1 Chalice into turn 2 Flesh Raker plus open mana. Let's see if they can follow this up. Eldrazi at 16, double Ancient Tomb. So notably, that does actually play. Oh, Thought Not Seer. Really
Right.
aggressive start. No mana floating, though. So this Daze is live. And notably, you have to do this in response to the Flesh Raker trigger. Otherwise, they get a 0-1 to be able to pay for Daze.
Yep. Really tight play there. Thought Not Seer being one of the only Eldrazi that doesn't have a cast trigger. So, not going to get to still do the Thoughtseize effect like you would see from the other Eldrazi. But Glaring Fleshraker really showing just how powerful it can be, still getting across a little bit of damage there and a little bit of mana smoothing.
Do you think if Thought Not Seer was printed today, it would be a cast trigger?
I don't know. I think it kind of depends on the goal. I think it probably wouldn't be the most fun to have that card be a cast trigger. So I probably would not be pro cast trigger Thought Not Seer. I will say that.
So, Devourer.
Yeah, and this
is
came
big.
down pretty quickly.
This is such a power. This is the power of Eye of Ujin, really. Just to this constant threat of being able to be essentially a free Ancient Tomb, but also for multiple cards in a turn. All right,
Yeah,
Flesh Raker
and
gets in there.
this is how you sometimes have those starts, right? That are like so much quicker than anything else because it is sort of like, an Ancient Tomb, like you said, but also if you cast 2 spells a turn, right? It's like a double Ancient Tomb and gets
Yep.
out of control so quickly.
Just as we're seeing here, I don't know any deck that can keep up with this. That's a fair deck, honestly. This has just been such an onslaught of threat after threat after threat. Because sometimes, the second Flesh Raker, because usually the Eldrazi deck will frequently stumble a little bit in the mid game because they'll like kind of empty their hand, and then they have such an abundance of mana and like little threats that aren't necessarily super relevant on their own, that sometimes they'll just kind of stumble in the mid game before they can get to like a big Kozilek's command to really smooth the rest of the game out. But they just had such a powerful and like aggressive, just very proactive hand that I struggle to see how any fair deck is really going to get out of this right now. We do get to kill the Flesh Raker, which is important, but there is another one, and there is a 6/6.
Well, if anyone's going to do it, it is Sam here, top 4, Eternal Weekend, and used to do 4 Seasons casting as well, but this weekend wanted to get down into the feature match area instead, be in the booth a different way, you could say. As it looks like we are going to hit the Flesh Raker with the ping, have the chump on the Devourer, and then try to trade off with Flesh. And it looks like we have some card. I wonder if it's a Kozilek's command here. It is. We'll probably see the Scion get sacked as well if you're going to end up making more of those. Typically how it goes. This could be a draw moment.
If they're respecting days, they might make sure to save 1. We've already seen 1, but it's not like a super unreasonable thing to do because you can expect your opponent has at least 3, maybe 4.
That checks out. So it does look like we're going to get the 2 from the Glaring Flesh Raker. That's going to deal 4. And then let's see, what is the mode on this command? If you did make 2 more, that would be an additional 4 damage.
I'm like doing the math in my head because everything is 4 damage with 2 Flesh Raker, but the first the math is too hard right now.
I think basically what we saw here was we put Samuel down to super low life total, and then also had the Eye of Ugin activation up to go get our Sire of 7 Death as well. So even if we had somehow cast Wrath or whatever, right, we were going to be representing a huge threat immediately on the next turn. So Nicola taking down that game number 1. Let's check out our sideboards here and see what these players have to try to best each other. Never mind, we're skipping into game 2. These players were there. I have to take a quick look at our sideboards here. Give me the rapid fire answers here. What do we got?
Dismember for sure. Warping Whale, does that hit planeswalkers or is it just creatures?
It's
I
creature
can't.
sorceries is the big thing.
Okay, so you can't hit a flip Tameo with it. That's what I was. Okay.
You can get a
Disruptor
free
Flute.
Clamia, though. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
I think it's so hard because all these cards are so good. I would probably start boarding out If That Heralds the End for like Dismembers for sure. And then
Mhm.
maybe like some answer to Tameo, whether that's Confluence, Disruptor Flute, or um, the Warping Whale. But I have to
Mhm.
imagine it's 3 Dismember plus whatever they want to bring in as the fourth. Maybe
Mhm.
the Sire on the draw, but again, since it's only a 1-of anyway, it is such a house in the matchup that I could see potentially keeping it in. But really, I think we're just boarding out these If That Heralds the End. Because really, that's kind of a holdover until you can get better cards in your deck, in my experience.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's check out really quickly here the blue-black sideboard, see what they have for our Eldrazi player. So this look like our players who are just about ready to start game number 2.
Consign is definitely the slam dunk here for sure. The last Barrowgoyf, definitely another slam dunk. Toxic Deluge can be insane. It can also just be nothing because you've taken so much damage in the early game that you just can't cast it for a reasonable amount. Some of the cards you don't really want, probably don't want all of your forces. You definitely want some. The Tameos can be kind of hit or miss, but because you're on the play, I think you value it a lot more in general. Thoughtseize, again, really good on the play, but could also just be such a heinous draw in the late game when you're both hellbent. So a lot of this is going to come down to personal preference, I think, and how you want to approach this matchup. But I think those are some of the kind of the key points there.
Checks out. Well, let's head on down as our players were ready for game number 2.
Like some people would say engineered explosives because they're a chalice deck, but the problem is engineered explosives quite literally only hits chalice. So it's one of those things where it's like, is that really how you want to approach attacking chalice?
Sure, yeah. I totally buy that. Sometimes you want to pop it. Sometimes you're just like, no, that's not how I'm going to fight over Chalice. Thoughtseize on 1.
So they kept the thoughts, and I do like keeping it on the play because, like I said, if you can get it on turn 1, it's very good, but it deteriorates in value pretty quickly too. But here, it's honestly, it's the best thing you can be doing.
All right, so Kozilek's Command, Thought Not Seer, and Glaring Fleshraker are the 3 takeable options, and then 3 double lands and a Wasteland here for the Eldrazi player when it comes to mana. So we are going to be able to play any of these cards we want on turn number 2.
I think it really depends on what's in the UB player's hands here and what they're going to take. Like they have the Force. I see Misty Bowmaster Wasteland Land, I think is the hand. I think you probably just take the thing that's most likely going to come down because you are going to wasteland next turn and they're most likely going to wasteland you. So yeah, I definitely like taking the Fleshraker here because I think that's the one they're most likely to play the earliest. And so not taking the TKS means it gives you also time to just draw a better answer to it.
All right, well, we flipped that Wasteland to the front of our hand. Like you said, we can just Wasteland down this Underground Sea, reset the game a little bit here.
Yep. And generally speaking, when you get Thoughtseize, I really like Wastelanding if it's available, just because you get to delay the access of information. And the more you delay the information, just the better you're able to start mounting a counter pressure. So generally, I just like the line a lot of when your opponent goes turn 1 Thoughtseize, you just go turn 1 Wasteland. I just think it's just a good heuristic in my opinion.
All right. Well, we're going to go get a Surveil land here, sort of set up our draw a little bit for the blue-black deck.
Did we see? Let me check the deck list. There's a 1 or 2 because that's been another thing that people have been kind of disagreeing on is the amount of Surveil lands. I see some listed kind of gone up to 2, some still stay on 1. In previous metas, people were on 2 to bait that they were on Reanimator even when they weren't, which is hilarious. But it looks like we only have 1 on this list.
Okay. Bait I'm on Reanimator by playing a tap land so I can die to other decks. Curious decision on from my perspective, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Underground Sea coming on down.
It was interesting because the deck could so function without the Reanimator package in general. Oh, we have him to Turok. And honestly, fantastic art choice. Because there's 8 different arts for him to Turok, I think, at this point, right?
Yeah, before you even get into Secret Layers.
Ooh.
Right. 6. All right, here we go. 5, 6 of the reroll, 3, bam. No rerolls. I'm super happy about it. What did we hit? Ooh, Kozilek's Command and Ancient Tomb. All right, not bad.
Not bad. Let's see. So we do have access to Thought Nazi here, though, right?
Yeah, and interesting, we did have Wasteland in the hand from our blue-black player, Sam, but we decided to instead go for the Him. Thought Not Seer is going to come down, or it's going to get forced here, and it looks like there's no blue card for the Force. Orcish Bowmaster, Baragoyf, Force of Will are the spells Wasteland here. Makes sense if you want to play your Baragoyf to hold that Wasteland. And a Kaito looks to have been drawn.
We took the Baragoyf. Yeah, that makes sense. So we do have a blue card for Force now, which I think is pretty notable because obviously, but also it's like you at this point, I think you can reasonably start playing around Force regardless. And the Cavern of Souls quickly invalidates that. So here, I think we're pretty happy to see that on the Eldrazi side. And oh, this is not counterable though, notably.
Yeah. Here comes
So they could counter the Slush Raker.
Why?
Because you cannot make colorless uncounterable mana with Cavern of Souls, and Eye of Ujin reduces the cost of Flesh Raker by 2. So notably, this is a counterable Flesh Raker.
Okay, very interesting. Great call out there. I definitely would have never thought about that, but that's totally true. I'll never get God again. Orcish Bowmaster is down, Kaito in hand, and a Wasteland.
I wonder if they were supposed to force this because there's likely they won't be able to force any other Eldrazi that they play.
Interesting spot here. We're trying to bluff second Bowmaster and, end up getting a Kaito across. But the problem is Kaito is so backbreaking, you're forced to block.
Right.
And if you wanted to bluff Bowmaster, your Bowmaster would attack as well because your opponent doesn't have any card draw spells in their deck. So it's a bluff that doesn't really make sense. But, we're here. We play our Kaito and we can game.
We can game. I think we're forced into tapping down this Thought Not Seer and then chumping, right? Oh, I guess you don't. Well, the stun is -2, so yeah, you're kind of priced in to stun down the TKS and then chump the Flush Raker, and then hopefully start recovering from that spot. So it's not like the best Kaito in the world, but I do think it's like it's fine.
Yeah, it's sometimes you got to play the card you have. I am curious. This you can zero even though you didn't hit. It's just surveil 2. That would allow you to sort of dig for an answer, potentially.
Do we have Snuff Out? Let me check.
I think we maybe had one. There were a lot of one-ups in the sideboard. You can hardcast a Snuff Out here.
No
Looks like
Snuff Out in the 75, so we can't. And then they know the last card is Force anyway, though, regardless.
true.
But wait, didn't? Oh, they blocked. They blocked. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, they blocked. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like the bluff attack, that doesn't.
Right.
You're selling a bluff that they weren't buying. All right, It That Heralds comes on down. Gonna get a Scion.
The It That Heralds. So they kept the It That Heralds Leon, which I think is interesting. Because generally that's like the first card I'm looking to take out, but I also don't play Eldrazi like too often.
Sure.
So we are priced into. Oh, that's
That's big.
brutal.
So we're gonna get it. We're gonna get a spawn regardless. The Ivugan does reduce. So I'm curious, are we gonna dig or just make more and get pings? Our opponent is at 10. You're gonna
Yeah.
kill the Kaito here. So I think either mode makes a ton of sense to me.
Yep.
And it looks like we are just making a ton of mana here. Ivugan in play as well. That's gonna matter a lot. We're gonna push a bunch of points from the Glaring Fleshraker's ping, and then I imagine. Oh, we're actually just going face.
I like this. Because honestly, like, what is the? I mean, this stops. Actually, no, it doesn't. I'll say it potentially stops Toxic Deluge. But it doesn't. So I thought if this stops Toxic Deluge, I could actually see going face. But because it doesn't, I think I would have killed the Kaito.
Sure.
Because they can still Deluge for 4, and that would be a disaster. If Samuel drew Deluge here, I think this game flips on its head very quickly.
I agree. Yeah, the Kaido would probably take over that game. Like,
Yeah.
I guess the Kaito would live, or excuse me, if you wanted to kill the Thought Knot, you had to leave the Kaito alive because it's a 3/4. But you could just do X is 3, kill everything else, right? And then
Yep.
sort of power through the Thought Knot, or take up your. Oh, you can also take up your Kaito, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry. Give it an emblem. Yeah. That, it all works out in the end. Either way, great game there from our Eldrazi player. So,
And this is, yeah, and Eldrazi, like, this is a deck that when it's going, it's unstoppable. You wonder how does this deck ever lose? Like, you just go
mhm.
threat, and it's so hard to recover. But there are other games where you kind of have to keep like a mediocre 6. Your guy gets killed or forced, and then you just draw like land. It that heralds the end, and you're like, why does anyone ever play this deck?
Yeah, definitely. It's just one of those awkward moments that can pop up there. But I'm really excited to see our next feature match because there was a deck you were talking to me about between rounds that actually is in our feature match area and looks very exciting. So let's go see what we're going to be seeing in our backup here for round number 7. First up on our list here is Death and Taxes. This is actually a deck I played a lot when I first started playing Legacy back in 2013, but it looks very different now, yet eerily the same from back then.
So the deck today is still like very much reminiscent of what it once was, right? Like it's still ETBs, just everything, and just kind of like playing like a control deck. Notably, this has the black splash. So recently, what actually won the showcase was a mono white version of this deck.
Mhm.
But the black splash is still very good, right? You get access to Overlord and Thoughtseize, which are both incredible cards. Overlord of the Baelmerk and Felia, I think, are like really like, I don't want to say the glue of the deck, but in many ways is like the thing that I'm most scared of when I'm playing against this deck is this little combo between those two. Beyond that, we have some cute little cards that you don't see too often. Canoptic Scarab Swarm kind of comes in and out of the deck. Recently, it's been making an appearance. Notably, with the inception of Avatar, we've kind of gotten rid of Cauldra and replaced it with Meteor Sword. And Meteor Sword is really nice because you now just have a Stoneforge threat that can just threaten things like Show and Tell, which is pretty relevant, and also just gives you just another removal spell, which, you would argue this deck doesn't need more, but in practice, it turns out to be very, very powerful very often. And Cauldra is frequently just a little bit too slow these days.
That actually makes a lot of sense to me. Like Meteor Sword can blow up lands even, then you flicker it with Yorion. This is a Yorion deck. If you're like, how there's so many spells, take a look over there at the sideboard. So this checks out as something that you're right. It is kind of awkward. It's like, well, Cauldron wins the game really hard, you think, but then in practice, probably actually doesn't these days. And sometimes just, mana screwing your opponent is actually the best way to beat them. And this deck loves to do that. Let's check out this other deck though, because you were talking about this one. It looks so awesome. And I'm excited to see it here in our feature match area. And that is The Rock. Talk to me about this deck.
The Rock and his millions, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So this deck is, I like to think of it as almost like kind of a spiritual successor to Cradle Control, but notably it's a much more aggressively tilted version of the deck. LO1 has been popularizing a list very similar to this, if not this list, for a while. LO1 being a very prominent Moto legacy player. This list, really notably, is using Moonshadow, which has been kind of a legacy all-star, in my opinion. It's been popping up in lists here and there, and it always performs very well. Whether it's going to be a future staple, time will tell, but right now I am a big fan of the card. And we have some of the more traditional Cradle Control pieces, as I was saying, the Spiritual Successor and the Hierarch and the White of the Reliquary, as well as like the Talon Gates and such for the white. Some of the cool stuff that you don't see too often is the Witherbloom commands. I really like that card a lot. And then obviously the cornerstone of the deck, the Hogak. The Hogak is just such a powerful card in these decks. Like, you're filling up the yard so quick. You have the Stitcher suppliers. You're just getting there as fast as possible. You have Witherbloom Command and Malevolent Rumble to really just like kind of dig for it as well. And to be honest, unless you're playing a white removal deck, this Hogak is just this unstoppable threat that's just going to keep coming and coming and coming until you are dead. And I really love this deck. It plays very aggressively. It has a ton of control. You've got great interaction in the form of your wastelands, your thought seizes, your removal. You can easily access your wastelands with the White of the Reliquary, the Cabal Therapy, Citrus Supplier combo. Like, you can really just start ripping apart hands. I really love this deck. It attacks in so many different axes. It plays really fun. It's really interactive, and really the type of deck where if you wanted to get into Legacy and you don't want to play Force of Will, I would direct you to something like this 100%.
Awesome. Well, let's head to our feature match area and see this in action here.
I'm curious to see, like, kind of how this plays out in practice, though, too. Like the Thought Seasons and Wastelands are obviously like some of the best interaction, but notably not very good against Death and Taxes. And also, what you don't want to see when you're playing a Hogak deck is 4 Swords to Plowshares and 4 Solitudes. So,
Yeah.
definitely not the matchup you want to play, but the power of an aggressive Moonshadow start backed by like hand disruption is very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, I have to think that like this is the sort of thing that like their average draw D&T is just so good against, but maybe their above average draws, the Rock just kind of runs away with it.
Yeah. It's like it's so dependent on how much removal, because removal is so premium and so good, but it also is so like even one removal spell can be backbreaking against these rock decks. So we
Stitcher
start off.
Supplier.
Yep, we didn't hit
Mhm.
Hogak, but that's fine. Like obviously that's what we'd like to hit is like Hogak, Cabal Therapy, or some of the big hits. But overall, like we're getting going.
Yep. Gonna fetch here with the Marsh Flats. Pick up Scrub Land. So
So
Stoneforge Mystic type cards probably not here for actually like shuffling and presenting.
mhm. Bowmaster
Bowmaster.
Ping.
Okay, so how good or bad is this for the Rock player? Because obviously you mill 3 more cards here. Is this something that you're kind of like okay, or are you kind of frustrated to be losing your Citrus Supplier this early?
I think you're kind of fine with it. It depends on the hand. So
Mhm.
Bowmasters is really weird against these types of decks. So like when you're on the play and you have a Bowmaster and your Cradle opponent or the Rock opponent goes turn 1 Dork, Bowmaster is insane. It's like the best card in your deck. But if you
Mhm.
draw Bowmaster on like turn 4 and they've already played like 2 of their bigger guys, it's like the worst card in your deck. So Bowmaster is really interesting in this matchup. It's super play draw dependent, but to be honest, if you're going to get any 1-drop threatened, you're happy it's a Stitcher Supplier and not an Ignoble Hierarch. And also, Bowmaster, their Bowmasters, a tale as old as Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle Earth.
All right, Citrus Supplier, and then Hogak coming down.
Oh,
Bowmaster being 2 body is very sick play here. And now this 8/8 is on the table. Now we do have Swords to Plowshares. Talked about this before. This could be an issue, but if we don't, you're seeing a lot of why this deck could be so devastating against these blue decks. And also, you'll die pretty quickly here to the GAC.
the Gak comes, the Gak taketh, and I think the Gak is probably going to the farm here in a second. Recruiter of the Guard, and if we don't have a plow, we're definitely getting a Solitude. Or we
Yeah,
have a plow, and we're just
yeah.
sandbagging.
It's one of those moments if Solitude doesn't come, you're just like, oh, okay, so you think you can't lose. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm just doomed. As Solitude was the tutor.
And I have to imagine this is coming down very quickly. Yep, there she blows.
All right, gonna
Wait,
get
what
gonna go
is that?
Skyclave Apparition.
Oh, I've never seen that art before.
It's from a game day event.
Ooh,
Go out, play some standard. You can win some cool cards for your legacy deck.
the like Innkeeper's Talent. That was the last one, right?
Mhm. Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of a weird art in that one. I've seen it in person. I don't know. It doesn't remind me of a talent, but I guess in theory, what is a talent really? You know?
That's Stormkeeper's Talent actually has been seeing quite a bit of legacy recently.
Mhm.
Stormkeeper, I haven't played too much WoW. Storm
Storm Chasers.
Chasers.
Yep.
Uh
Second Bowmaster.
second Bowmaster. This is like not like you're not like thrilled about this spot against Cradle. I mean against D&T, but this is like you're kind of okay with this board state right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously you wanted your Hogak to live, right? But like this
Yeah.
is pretty good. You're working through this stuff. The Gorgon's not representing any value, and you've got a decent-ish clock here. So we'll have to see if the D&T player can make it the distance. Now, we could double
Ooh.
Wasteland here and cut our opponent off all the mana. Overlord.
Overlord. Oh, we
All
get to
right.
buy back the Bowmaster now.
Oh, yeah. Bowmaster on the table. Looks like we hit a Witch Enchanter and some lands.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bowmaster, your Bowmaster, then Bowmaster, the Bowmaster that Bowmastered my Bowmaster.
Ugh. I wonder if Solitude's a reasonable pickup, too, if you just have a land. Yeah, because if you have the land, yeah, Solitude actually just stabilizes this board so
That's
hard.
true.
And then if you have any other play here, like Ophelia, that would just be backbreaking. I imagine if you had Felia, you would have probably grabbed Solitude right away.
Yeah.
So probably more just realizing, oh, okay, I can't play the Bowmaster this turn. I only have one black source, so probably better to just play towards the future a little bit. But Malevolent Rumble coming down.
So we could find Cabal Therapy here, notably, and be able to rip the Solitude out of their hand, which is, I think, something we're not super against doing at this point. Oh, wow, we bricked on a land.
Did break. Found a Moonshadow, White of the Reliquary, third Bowmaster, and Snuff Out. Looks like Moonshadow's the pickup. We do get a Scion, so, we have a colorless mana to play any sort of bigger cards we want to play.
Get in there for 4. So it's like, obviously we're attacking, but it's one of those things where it's like you need an insurmountable board state. Like you're not really getting over the finish line with chip damage at this point, especially with this Solitude coming down. We're probably going to recuperate quite a bit of health. The Snuff Out was seen from the Rumble, right? We didn't draw it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and Felia was in hand. Didn't want to eat
Oh.
any of the Bowmasters, valuing it this heavily just to flicker Overlord or potentially flicker Solitude. So Felia's going to attack. It's going to flicker this Overlord. Felia will be getting bigger as well.
And I think this also means we're picking up the land, the Witch Enchanter, so we can hard cast the Solitude, I imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't care.
Okay. All right, so going for the double Wasteland, yeah, maybe just getting a Bowmaster here with Overlord on the table is enough when your opponent misses their land drop for so many turns like you mentioned before.
Yep.
Let's see here. A bunch more lands and an Aether Vial are the hits here. So
And they also notably can't really attack through this Overlord, and they can't really get rid of it. Because the only removal spells that could get rid of it that they could reasonably cast are Snuff Out, which they can't cast on it, and Fatal Push, which they cannot cast on it. So the only way they can get rid of it is a 2-mana kill spell, which they cannot cast.
Okay, yeah, and we're actually going to pick our cards up here. We know the writing is on the wall. So an unfortunate showing there for the Rock, kind of got grinded out by the D&T, but did show too, like, hey, Bowmaster with his Citrus Supplier starts, you can do some really strong things with Hogak, if that is left unchecked. We'll have to see if we can do that in game number 2 and 3 here. Let's check out D&T's sideboard, though. We've got a couple cool ones. Which ones are jumping out to you?
Really? It's hard. Wrath of the Skies can be such a slam dunk sometimes, but if they just have like a Hogak and like a nothing burger card, it's kind of like does nothing, and you're already so strong against them. Like Lion Sash is probably fine. White Orchid fan, you could probably trim your White Orchids here, because they're just not like, yeah, like that last game, it would have maybe been fine, but overall, I don't think you're super happy with them in this matchup. So I definitely think you're cutting the White Orchids. What you bring in, I think, is going to be like maybe the Paths, maybe the Wraths, maybe the Cage and the Fairy Macabre. The thing is, they didn't see Zenith, and we know there is no Zenith. But they might think there's Zenith because usually it's in these decks. And so I could see Cage being in as it stops both Hogak in the bin as well as Zenith. So I could reasonably expect a Cage, but it won't really do too much. But they might think it does something, which is notable.
Sure, yeah. Like you said, this is a newer deck with Golgari as we pull it up on our screen. So there might be a little bit of an experience or a little bit of like, I don't really know. Maybe this Cage will do something of value, so I'll bring it in. Let's see what our Golgari player has. As you know, it is a newer deck. We might even see some innovations here in our sideboard. As it is going to, here we go. So anything jumping out to you?
So this is really funny. I don't think you bring in Endurance. Obviously, you bring in the Snuff Out. You probably bring in the Soldier's Edict. Maybe. Actually, I don't even know. Maybe the Thoughtseize. Like, nothing here is like a super slam dunk. The Endurance is kind of interesting because the D&T lists have been pivoting to 2 of the pre-war formal wares, which have historically been kind of the like their new like big like, this is how I'm going to get ahead because you can kill my Stoneforge, I'll bring it back, get another one, get another thing. So that's been like kind of a recent innovation that's been very powerful. So sometimes I'll keep a hand on the strength of that. So Endurance isn't terrible because in addition to that, it's also just like an efficient beater. The thing is, there isn't really anything else. So I don't know if you really want to bring it in. It's kind of a weird spot where it's like you feel pretty pre-boarded into this. The one thing you could cut is Bowmasters because they're never drawing a card, but at the same time, like it's still like a quote unquote removal spell for things like Flickerous, Recruiter of the Guard. You can ambush like a Felia with it that I think you might like keeping it. But this is again a matchup where you don't really have any slam dunks for it. Like obviously if you have something like a Dread of Night, you're thrilled, but why would you have that? So it's kind of a weird spot where there's a lot that's like okay, but they're all going to be side grades. There aren't really any cards where you're like, I'm thrilled to bring this in.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Well, let's head on back down to our feature match area and see if Ricardo can tie things up and get us a game number 3 here with this very cool deck. Looks like our players are just now getting to the mulliganing stage. Maybe they both took a mulligan. We'll kind of tell in a second. What are you looking for here if you're the rock player when it comes to your early starts?
Oh, I want a turn 1 threat. I need a turn 1. I need a turn 1. I'm never winning this game if I'm starting the game on turn 2. These decks historically have needed turn 1s to function and they will mull to it. But in this very case, I almost think you want something like double Moon Shadow or something, or just like getting the basic swamp here makes me think that we're going to see, obviously it's either Moon Shadow or Stitcher Supplier, maybe a Thoughtseize. But I typically don't like Thoughtseizing on turn 1 if I have a threat because they almost never do anything on turn 1, except for Vile. And honestly, Vile is sometimes too slow in this matchup because if they're getting to turn 3 or 4 in any healthy manner, you're already probably losing that game. So I like this. I don't know what else is in the hand. I couldn't really tell, but I definitely generally like playing the creature over the Seize effect on turn 1. So they did have the Vile. Notably, we also have Witherbloom Command, which is exceptional against Aether Vile. And we do have 2.
Well, it looks like our hand has a Shieldrick's Edict and Orcish Bow Masters.
So the Edict is one of those things where it's like you want removal spells, but Edict is so awkward because they sometimes have like a bunch of little dudes they don't care about. And as a result, you're not super thrilled with Edict specifically. But it's one of those things where you kind of have to bring it in because sometimes you'll get lucky and they'll just go for like a turn 2 Felia and then you can just snipe it on the spot. And then you're pretty happy about it. But overall, it's like not the best removal spell in this matchup. But the White of the Reliquary is definitely where we want to be right now. So let's see how this plays out. If we have a plow, we're likely plowing the white on the spot because as soon as this gets to untap, it can start protecting itself with Talon Gates. Notably, there is no Echoing Deep, so we can't like double Talon Gates. So once it's up, it's up. And we don't really have a way to like kind of recur it. So we have one basically gotcha with it. But other than that, I think we're not super happy about multiple removal spells.
No attack from the Stitcher Supplier for Ricardo.
So definitely respecting Felia, I think.
Well, there was no mana up. Now we are
Oh,
attacking.
yeah. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I got my turn order mixed up.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I'm also a little bewildered as to what's happening, but maybe just a little oopsie poopsie. We talked about this in the other rounds. It's round 7. You've been playing Magic all weekend. Sometimes you make a couple little errors. Not the end of the world. Hogak found off the Stitcher Supplier with this Why the Reliquary activation.
I have to imagine. So we're in their attack phase right now. I'm still kind of lost. So where are we right now?
We played land and passed this D&T, then moved to combat, and Ricardo attacked with both. We said no block. We activated the white, killing the Stitcher Supplier, milling here, and then searching our deck. We found Wasteland as the land we wanted with our White of the Reliquary. And now we are getting in for a bunch of damage as the Stitcher Supplier was damage neutral, and we added some more creatures to the yard. Looks like an attack here for 7 for Ricardo against Fabrizio. And then Bowmaster is going to come in.
Ooh, that means Hogak can come in too.
And that's really, we keep seeing this Bowmaster Hogak interaction. It's very nice. A little awkward with our white, but we'll pay the price for our good friend the Gak. Because it looks like
the Gak.
We're going to have, I think, 2 creatures left over? 3 creatures left over, pardon me.
Mm-hmm. So let's see if they are going to fetch here. Notably, we got the Wasteland, which I think is interesting but I guess actually if they need a black mana, they can't get basic swamp off the Windswept Heath. So as a result, they are priced into getting a scrub land. So maybe they're saying like, hey, listen, I can't really beat if they have double removal spell. I don't think they do because I was able to untap with this white. So if they have to get a black source here, I'm just going to start getting their mana, and I'm going to be the Taxes deck right now.
I like it. Scrublands is the fetch here from the Windswept Heath. All the colors are online.
So I think this means Ophelia is in our future, the little corgi that could.
One of the most impactful cards that people really did not appreciate on first view was this cute
No.
little dog.
People were really not for it in Death and Taxes, I remember when it first came
Mhm.
out, and there's still like some people that really don't like it. But I think Felia has kind of shown itself to be a very powerful card in Legacy,
Mhm.
and definitely a card that people were sleeping on for a while there.
Yeah, I remember, post the release of this, I played a legacy event. I played with some Felias at a local thing, and one of my good friends was like, "Where do you think about the dog in the deck?" And at this point, it's like common knowledge. I worked on the set, and then I kind of just flashed him a Felia in my deck really quick and said, "Woof woof." I was like, "This card is good." I was like, "Trust me, this card is great." I might be wrong, but I'm a big believer in the Felia, and it's proven to be pretty impactful here as Recruiter of the Guard is coming down.
Oh, that means Sally is in our future. And that means this Felia can blink the recruiter. Because this is so backbreaking now because you Solitude the Hogak, you blink the recruiter, you can get another Solitude the white, and then be in this kind of like commanding position. But we'll see what they end up doing here because I think I would probably go for double removal based on what's in the hand. Judging by the fact that this Felia is alive and well, I kind of think that you can get the read that there is no solid. They're getting Witch Enchanter.
I
What
wonder
does
if
this
this is a
mean?
moment of pitching to the Solitude that's already there.
That makes sense. I could see that actually.
Yeah, and I do see a Solitude hiding out near the back of that hand. So here comes Solitude, like an unwanted Christmas
Oh,
visitor.
we have Caracas in hand for the Hogak too.
Oh, wow, we do. That is brutal. Yeah, I wonder if maybe Solitude. Okay, it is just going to knock down the Hogak. We do have a lowish life total. This makes sense. And then Felia, you talked about this before. It's going to be able to Recruiter, and with this this Aether Vial on 2, you could search up something like Stoneforge Mystic, and then get that Meteor Sword you were telling me about from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and that would be pretty brutal. I mean, it's also pre-war formal gear. There's a lot of good options here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be pretty interesting on what happens here. I can't. We know we have an Edict, so Edict can't kill the Felia, which is very important here because they'll just probably sack the recruiter most likely. Oh, there is a line where they could actually target the Felia because what they can do is use the white to stack the Orc army, get Talon Gates one of them, and then cast Edict. If they really wanted to do it, it's a lot of resources, and they can flash in a Stoneforge too.
Mhm.
But they do have the line available to them.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see that in response to the activation of Aether Vial and into turn. Unless Fabrizio has the insane sicko read that there's a Shield Trick Edict plus Talon Gate, as you mentioned.
All
Are
right,
going to see an attack with the white.
Vigilance,
Yeah. That
very
was the very
vigilant.
last thing I did on MH3 was add that to that card. Literally the last thing
Wait,
I did.
really?
Yeah,
It
yeah,
didn't.
yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean,
I
there was a little bit more playing after we left or whatever. It's like, but it was one of those things where it's like we added vigilance to this card because it was one of the coolest cards that just could not win a game. It was just like, well, we love playing with this card, so it needs to get a little bit better. So added vigilance, and it's been, I think, a great add to the card. All right.
so they blocked with the recruiter. Makes sense. It is a lot of damage coming in. Wait, actually, is it? Because they exiled a ton to Hogak. There's 3 creatures in the bin.
Yeah, I
There's
think
2
there's three.
whites in
So
the bin.
it's 5 here. So the Shielded Edict is available now that we're activating the Aether Vial.
So they can
Philia?
get. They can play Stoneforge. You can Edict now. They did bring in the Endurance, by the way. Did you see that?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, the
I,
endurance is in hand. Okay. That's
so
huge.
I was thinking because one of the ways they like kind of get out of control is via these pre-war formal wares. So not only does it stop that, but it's also just a 3/4 flash threat, which is in and of itself like pretty fine. Um, but okay, so they're letting this happen because they want them to go for the pre-war so that they can get the endurance. There it is.
Nice. Great play here from Ricardo. Formal Gear, a great card from the Fallout Universes Beyond.
The it was one of those things where everyone knew it was good, but it took a little while for it to come on Moto. So people were like not really playing it. And I remember the DNT players that play online a lot, like the Extra Clouds, the Acolyths, were all very much like, we want this on Moto. And I feel that because I wanted Curie on Moto.
Mm-hmm.
And pre-war coming on Moto, people were like, okay, you know what? Maybe this card is very good. And it truly is very good.
All right, so
Caracas.
coming down. Felia is legendary, so that's also a cool little interaction of going here. Activate the Stoneforge Mystic. We are going to put pre-war in. Sometimes the funny thing that happens is you search for one of these things and the other one's in your hand that you actually want. As here comes Endurance, pitching Hogak.
You're much happier to pitch that in Hogak when you see a face-up Caracas.
You can activate your Rite of the Reliquary here as well in order to go get a land from your deck.
Yep. So notably, though, this Felia can attack and blink the Stoneforge, which is not like super great because what they can do. I kind of like Talongeist. Just get rid of the Felia so you don't have to deal with the Stoneforge.
Yeah, I was gonna say just getting a little bit of value here probably was pretty good. So Talon's Gate, get rid of Felia for a second here.
Yep. And how much damage do we have on the Crackback after this? Because we have
6, 7, 8, I believe is the answer.
Okay, so we could potentially sack the Bowmaster to get Stitcher Supplier, which could maybe give us lethal if we can somehow also get rid of the Stitcher Supply. Because what you could
Or
do,
another Bowmaster.
Or another Bowmaster. I think that's lethal if they don't have a removal spell here.
Yeah, so Bowmaster knocks you down to 10, adds 2 power to the board, 1 from the Amass, 1 from here. We were at 8 before. That puts us up to 10. Let's see if there's something that can get in the way. Moonshadow, the draw for turn here. And it looks like all lands in hand for Fabrizio.
Can you target you cannot target yourself with Shoulder's Edict, right? To be able to like get Stitcher Supplier, then kill your own Stitcher Supplier?
I don't think so, no. I also don't know if you need it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, because there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. My basic edition skills sometimes need work, but here I was able to figure it out. Amen.
Yeah, well, you said you play more Legacy than anyone else, right? So I kind of knew Basic Edition needed a little bit of help.
listen, I deal damage in 12-point increments. Okay, I know how to deal. I know how to do multiples of 12.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we're here for game number 3 with an Aether Vial start for the Death and Taxes player. Does look like Ricardo did a mulligan down to 6. Boseiju is the land, not going to be fighting over Aether Vial.
We're right in it. Okay.
Looks like fetch land here with the Vista.
So Prismatic Vista.
Is there a reason that players play Prismatic Vista and Death and Taxes over the quote unquote normal duels with the normal fetch lands?
It's really just because you only have 2 colors in the deck anyway. So
Sure.
And you don't really need your dual lands either. So you can only run 4 Marsh Flats, right? So as a result, it's just essentially 5th, 6th, the Marsh Flats. It's kind of fun. I don't think you're really losing that much equity by playing just another land instead. And this is what I was talking about by the strength of Bowmasters on the play versus the draw. This is so backbreaking because you really, really need this Hierarch to live because you really are a deck of exponential growth. And losing it for essentially free is so backbreaking so often to the point where it's all you usually don't want Bowmasters in this matchup because it's so dead after a few turns. But in this exact scenario, when you're on the play and they go turn 1 Dork, which happens, it's so good.
All right. Well, you just sort of how backbreaking this is. We're at the fetch here. We've seen a lot of Bowmasters on Ricardo's side, and we've seen a lot of bowing the bow, which bows the bow.
Yep.
We'll have to see what will happen here, though.
Then you can counterbow the counterbow with your reverse counterbow.
Yep. And this format has Legolas's Quick Resolve, right? Or Quick React. That
Quick
is
reflexes.
yeah. Does that card still see play, or is it gone?
It sometimes sees fringe play, like 1 or 2 of in depths lists. It's obviously a staple in infect lists, but
Mhm.
really, I would say the place where it calls its home is going to be the. Oh, this is great!
The-
Kill the Vial, kill the Bowmaster.
It looks
Oh,
like
they're
they're gonna
not.
do the mill.
Yeah,
Okay,
that makes sense too.
yeah,
Oh,
maybe just
losing the
needing some
Talon
lands.
Gaze. You
I
don't
hate to
want to
lose
lose
the
the
Talon
Talon.
Scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, the flicker target there is so nice with the tutoring, but maybe we needed this land. It was worth the risk. Aether Vial for the draw for turn. Not normally what you want to see, but potentially pretty great here. Sooner than later. Ooh, why are the Reliquary Force of Vigor were the other 2 cards in our hand, along with a land?
I don't know how much I like bringing in Force of Vigor in this matchup. Like, obviously, sometimes you can get like a high roll and snipe 2 artifacts with it, but it's like
Mhm.
it's one of those things where once they have 2 artifacts in play, they're most likely in a commanding position. So it's one of those things where it's like I guess on the draw it makes more sense, but definitely not a card that you're super happy to see, especially right now.
All right. Oh, here's Aether Vial. No
So
lands for turn for Fabrizio.
in this case, you're a little happier to see it when you see them tap out for the Ether Vial and knowing you can hardcast next turn, but they're likely not to commit another artifact here with the face-up hardcast Force of Vigor.
All right, attacking for 2. Goes the army. Looks like
These
Skyclave Apparition in hand and Stoneforge Mystic.
Oh, the Stoneforge is really Stoneforge is interesting because you have the Force of Vigor. So it's like
Mhm.
you kind of will probably get pre-war, but there's nothing to get with pre-war. You could get Canoptic Scarab Swarm here. No, you can't. No, you can't. It's
But
not
what about the
equivalent.
sword? Well, you can just bring the sword in and just wait to sneak it in whenever your opponent puts something that's worth killing, right?
Yeah, that's probably what they're getting. The because Canoptic's not an equipment, right? It's just an artifact. Yeah, it's just
I
an
think it's
artifact.
just an
Just
artifact, yeah.
yeah.
80 card tutoring, very fun for everyone.
My biggest pet peeve is when they fetch and they only pick up like a third of their deck, and then
Mm.
and then they're playing a Yorion pile. I get it, but then
Mhm.
they don't find it and they pick up another third, and it's like, dude.
Yeah, I think it really matters to me, and this is maybe it depends on how is it easy for them to pick up the deck? If someone has big hands, I'm like, dog, pick up the big deck. If you've got a little smaller hand, your deck's double sleeve, it's expensive. I don't blame you for going a third at the time, right? I'm very much a
Oh.
Batman vigilante sense of justice when it comes to the third of your deck shuffle. It's like, okay, it's a little hard to pick up. I understand. You're
Oh.
LeBron James. Pick the deck up, dude. You got it.
Oh man, I think my biggest pet peeve. I once saw someone had a triple sleeve DNT deck, and I know they were doing it for the meme, but oh my goodness, this thing was like half a foot tall. I was like, Jesus,
Yeah, I
this
played a
is
lot of
intimidating.
I played a lot of Yorion back in the day, double sleeve, and I once played Cedric Phillips at a GP, and he was like, "What the heck, man?" And I was like, "I don't know, dude. Do whatever you need to do to shuffle my deck. I buy a lot of cards. They're expensive. I don't know."
Yeah, back in the money pile days.
Yes, the good old days. All right, attacking for 2, holding up the Stoneforge Mystic activation at the moment. Looks like maybe going to go for it now.
What do you hit though? Like a land? Like, I don't really care because they're just gonna force the vigor, kill the 2 things anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's an endurance. You could target yourself. You talked about Talon Gates. That would obviously turn off your Hogak.
I almost like targeting yourself. If you don't have access to the Hogak, like you may as well give yourself access to Talon Gates again. They
All
didn't
right.
flash it in as a blocker though. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Pachuca Bog in hand. Probably going to target Fabrizio just to make sure we get to keep our graveyard.
That's so awkward. I
And
guess
this
you
is so
still, yeah.
awkward. Yeah,
Yeah.
right?
It's one of those things where I get it. Like you don't want to lose your Hogak potential, but at the same time, it's like you don't have Hogak, and the Talon Gates could be relevant. Anyway, sword comes down, the meteor hits, endurance is dead.
All right. And now, Force of Vigor. We
Yep.
do lose a life.
The
And
peatland, yep.
if there's 3/1/1s in play, I mean, one life is not the end of the world, but it's getting close to it.
One
And
life is not the end of the world against D&T until you look at your health total after 4 turns and you're at 3. And you're like,
yeah,
what happened here?
nickel and dime. As Overlord of the Bale, excuse me, Overlord of the Balemark was the draw for turn. That's going to allow us to potentially get some cards here. And then
Oh, the Bale mark is so good here, and it's just there's the Phantom. Yeah, take
Lich
that.
Enchanter for the third land.
Yep. And Phantom doesn't really make sense here. I guess it's a 2/2, but at the same time, it's like it doesn't. They have their mana.
I think one of the interesting things for people who don't play a lot of Legacy is to be surprised that like this D&T deck is like actually a great deck, right? Like, I mean, look at what you're doing, and then think about like everything you can do in Magic, right? You know, hotly contested, I guess, among Legacy players how good D&T actually is as well. But you know, it's at least a reasonable choice, right?
I will say this: there is a select group of players on my stream who will always request D&T, and then back it up with the following statement, which is objectively correct, which it was the highest performing deck in various events. A good friend of mine, Adam Wasmo, he was I was talking to him about why because he won the mocks 2 moxes ago with D&T,
Yep.
and I remember I asked him, so why did you pick D&T? He said, well, I went in a league, I went 2-3 with it, but I beat Reanimator twice. So then I was like, yep, this is the deck for me. And then he queued up and he played Reanimator like 5 times in the showcase. Well, losing the combo, which obviously is kind of what you sign up for. But when the deck is is firing on all cylinders and you're getting the matchups you want, you are this unstoppable force. Like you just cannot lose. Like everything you're doing, 2-for-1, 2-for-1, nickel and dime, plow this, plow that. And like you don't think it's like too big of a deal. And then it's turn 6, you realize you have no cards in hand. They have a Recruiter of the Guard and like a Flicker Wisp, and you're like, I'm dead. I don't know how this happened, but I'm dead.
All right, Disruptor Flute coming down, getting something. I'm not even sure if that is English. If I could read it, it's pretty small. So, you know, whatever. We'll figure this out via what happens in the game.
What is that source of plot? There's like 4 words there, right?
I,
What is 4 words?
I honestly, man, I got glasses. This is not, you know, it's impressive. I do the things I do when it comes to seeing cards in hand. Thoughtseize, gonna take a snuff out. Maybe
The
Yorion, maybe Solitude.
I feel like there's 2 lines of text.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's definitely 2 lines. Maybe it's 2 different languages too. I don't know. All right, block.
Dry arm. Yep. Take 3, the nickel and the dime. Do you know what the guarantees in life are, Mason?
Life, death, and taxes.
Life, death, and taxes. Oh, removal spell. Although I don't know how much that matters. Go to 1.
Yeah, force a figure into 1. So is there any big draw here? We don't have anything like an Uro, right, that can stabilize us here. I guess Wither, like the command could kill one of them, and then like you get a Bowmaster or something. I'm not exactly sure. I'm scraping the barrel. I guess Bowmaster is the only card that keeps you alive here, right?
Yeah. But it's like it's a band-aid on a we did get it.
We ripped it. We get to kill one of these things.
Ping 1, kill it, block the other. So if we get another Bowmaster, we can get there.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I mean, you're at 1 life. You're gonna have to block. Let's see if there's like a Solitude or something, because you could Solitude to save the army after blocks are declared if you want to keep that. Oh, that looks to be a sword. All right, so we're not gonna die here. And then a second plow. Okay, that actually is still lethal. 3 damage comes across. We go up to 3. Ooh, what a crazy round 7 we just had here for Fabrizio on Death and Taxes. The Rock deck did some really cool stuff. You know, had a little bit of an awkward game here in game 3. And I think it really shows like sometimes these decks that have all these tutor packages and these weird one-ofs, sometimes things don't line up perfectly and you can get picked apart a little bit. But I mean, to be 5-2 in this event, you had to do some pretty awesome and powerful stuff here. So I'm excited to see more of this Rock deck as time goes on.
I want to talk about it too, like, so Legacy is a format dominated by blue decks at its core. When you queue up a deck that doesn't have Force of Will in it, you're essentially saying to yourself, there are some matchups I'm going to lose. So the reason why people, and especially like a lot of people that play the format a lot, or people that are really dedicated, or just like very good players that pick up the format for various events, they'll gravitate towards a blue deck where they have like more like agency in game into a wider field, and it's because of Force of Will. and Daze, and it's like that kind of level and Ponder, whatever, like that shell. But when you play a deck that doesn't have that shell, like you kind of are conceding that there's always going to be a matchup that you're not happy to play against. And obviously, Death and Taxes isn't the traditional matchup where you think about that. Usually, you think of like Storm as the matchup you don't want to play as a non-blue deck. But Death and Taxes is such a heinous matchup for a deck that's trying to rely on casting Hogax, because you know what? The one thing you don't want to see is an exile effect, and you definitely don't want to see 8 to 10.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break and set up for round number 8. We'll be back very soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Four Seasons Winter round number 8. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Harain, and we are here to see some more legacy action. We have seen so many cool decks. We have a couple of our players who we featured earlier. Turns out we picked some good ones as they have been crushing it, and we're going to see a few of them back in our future match area this round, but in different matchups and some pretty different ways those games are going to play out because of it.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see. We're getting pretty close to our final cut. So these matches are now very much do or die. Every one of these matches is going to be pretty high octane in terms of what's on the line. Being able to top 8 one of these is honestly incredible. It's a super big tournament, super strong players. So really, these are going to be some of the most important matches these players are going to play.
All right, well, let's see what our first feature match deck lists are going to be, as we have some returning favorites here into our feature match here. First up, the Cephalid Breakfast deck that you and I covered earlier is
Yep.
back in action here. For those who weren't around before, what's sort of the big shakeup here since the banning of Nadu for this deck?
So first off, my boy Johan, definitely thrilled right now, but all props to Elia here. This has been a fantastic performance. Really, the big thing to notice is what the pivot is. So every breakfast deck has, the traditional stuff, the combo pieces, and then what are they doing as their backup? Our player here is on Murktide Regents and Tamios, which makes a ton of sense. At this point, is a Tailzil this time. And really just being able to attack the game from both the Tamio and the Murktide angle, while hopefully trying to get scrappy with a nice little illusionist combo in there. Notably, though, again, this deck did get powered down with the banning of Nadu, but also it's worth noting that the deck was very good before Nadu. So it's one of those things where because something went from like I'm trying to think of the best way to put it, but basically it's like people have this idea that when something gets weaker, it's a lot worse than it actually is, even though it's not actually that bad. So in this case, like if you just think about where Breakfast was prior to Nadu, it was a very good, respectable deck that was putting up results. So we're just kind of back to that. Like, yeah, it lost its turbocharge, but it's still a Ferrari, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
no, I think it makes sense. I think another way to describe it is, okay, your deck was, maybe not the actual best deck in Legacy, but let's pretend it's a top 2 or 3 deck, and it could be a different
Mhm.
banning, right? And before your deck was there, it was quite good, and it's like, okay, we hit something, your deck is worse. If your deck was miles above everything else to the point that need to be banned, it is at worst probably dropped down like, and before it was good, right? It's probably dropped down to minimum where it was before, and you've also probably gotten better at the deck, right? So deck mastery has gone up as you've
Right.
played against it more, and new cards came out in the interim always, because now there's a new Magic set every 2 months, right? So you got something during that time, and
Yeah.
so it's like there could be something for your deck. So it's like, you're totally right. When people see a banning that, where they're just like, oh, that deck's unplayable now. It's so bad, it's so garbage, and it's like, yeah, if you ban the namesake card from the deck, like your deck is called
Mhm.
KCI and they ban KCI, your deck is probably worse. I have no doubts. But it can't go too terribly. In fact, not to stall here for too much longer, but like Hogak, we saw this in Modern, right? They banned Bridge from Below in Modern Hogak with the release of Hogak, and the deck arguably for some people got better. I would argue it was sort of a side change, right? It lost all the explosiveness, but it gained a lot of resilience. Now, that's an example of not banning your marquee card, and this is a Cephalid combo. This isn't Nadu combo, it's Cephalid Breakfast. So, deck still has a lot of power to it. Let's check out the other deck on the other side of the table here for this feature match. I'm very passionate about people overreacting to bans, as you can tell. As we see Blue Black Tempo, speaking of, something that got a little banned on it here. So, we've lost the Entomb, and then we talked about this deck about 2 matches ago in our feature match area. Talk to me a bit about here, how does this matchup play out here?
So remember how I was saying those kind of like the tech pieces, but like 80% of the deck is the same. So
Mm-hmm.
instead of Hymn to Turox and multiple Barrowglyph, we only
Mm-hmm.
have 1 Barrowglyph and we have 3 Netherglyph now. So
Mm.
Netherglyph is really interesting in that it's like the worst best card in your deck. Like it's not the card that you really want to have in your deck always, but it is the most efficient threat you can be playing outside of Cameo in these colors. So it makes the cut. But when you say you're playing Netherglyph as opposed to a Strix or Hymn to Turok, you're saying, I'm going to get low on the ground and I'm going to kill you quicker. So this is kind of a testament to the type of game they want to play. But as you can see, like that core is the same. Like this
Mhm.
Tamio, Bowmaster, Kaito, Murktide core is the same. How you build around that is where things change. In the previous list, we had Feed the Cycle. In this list, we have Snuff Out. In the previous list, we had Hymn to Turok. In this list, we have Nethergoyf. But other than that, it's very much like that same blue-black core. This is what I would consider the de facto only good cards deck in Legacy right now. This is the de facto quote-unquote tempo deck, even though it plays much more closely to a mid-range deck. But really, like this is the blue deck. This is the blue fair deck of the format for sure.
Okay, well, let's head on down to our feature match area and see if the blue fair deck can get it done. Now, notably here, as we start our feature match, you're going to notice it's 1-0 for our Cephalid combo player. These players did have a deck check, and there was a deck reg error here, unfortunately, for our blue-black tempo player. So we're down a game, but match isn't over. You know, same thing as if you mulled to 4, right? A little bit of a, lost the game, we move.
Notably, you get to be on the play and you get to sideboard. So if they know what they're playing against, they could already have sideboarded. And at this late in the tournament, I would not be surprised if people knew what the other top tables were playing.
You don't get to sideboard.
Wait, you don't?
No. Typically, if something like this happens, you're presenting the same. Is at least my understanding of how it's worked traditionally. Maybe the rules have changed recently, and I missed it.
I
But
thought you
we'll have
did
to
get
see.
to sideboard. Huh.
I think it also matters on the comp, like if it's comp REL or not as well. I think that could be one of those situations where it's a little different depending on like Pro Tour play versus there versus here. But we're gonna ponder. Thoughtseize, Tamio, land are our options. Twitch chat's gonna tell us one of us is right, one of us is wrong.
I'm like very patiently looking for it right now.
I can see
For
it
sure
before
you
my
could.
eye. All right, looks like Tamio here is the play from the Cephalid deck. Narcomoeba, an unfortunate draw, but sometimes this does happen. Not the end of the world. And a pass back here. Thoughtseize. We knew it was there from the ponder. So how big is Tamio in this matchup? We talked about before, right? This idea of like Tamio is this newer addition to the deck. Post Nadu leaving the deck, right? We sort of add this, we add some Murktide, sort of became a bit more fair. In this matchup, are you kind of fighting a battle you can't win in the form of, trying to play these fair games? Or is it going to be like a reasonable sort of B plan here, even if you don't get the, flip right away with Brainstorm?
So not only Breakfast is a combo deck, but it's a creature combo deck. So you are weak to removal. The thing is, Tamio not only does kind of the Tamio thing, but being able to just bait out a removal spell, I think is very good in general. Like, especially against these blue-black decks, they have, 5 removal spells? So, and they have 60 cards. So on average, you're going to see 2 to 3 removal spells. And if you can get your Tamio removed and kind of start trimming that down, it kind of opens the way, in addition to the card advantage that you're naturally getting. Also, very importantly, though, we have an Urza Saga, which actually makes the Tamio clue token serve a double purpose of being able to grow your constructs a little bit as well. I don't know how relevant that's going to be in this matchup because it looks like this is going to be, judging by the fact that we're thought seizing here and not wasting, it makes me think that the next turn our player is going to just go Urza Saga and then draw a card. But generally speaking, the Urza Saga actually, the Tamio Urza Saga is like a kind of like a small synergy. It doesn't come up too often. But really, it's just this removal magnet that's drawing you cards. Like, I think no matter what deck you play, the Tamio has to be respected because no matter what deck you play, drawing a card is always good, right?
Makes sense to me. Looks like we're getting the text on Cephalid Illusionist. Might have a different language one here. Sometimes, we like to get some styling other languages. Other times, it was just the one that the store had in stock, I definitely been like, well, I'm getting this, Portuguese Windswept Heath, and I'm happy to have it.
What's interesting though is everyone knows the first half of Illusionist. It's like the second half that's interesting. The second half was actually pretty relevant back in the Nadu days because it was a target, right? So you could actually trigger Nadu with it. So like a block, you activate, trigger Nadu, draw a card was actually a line that came up. But obviously with the banning of Nadu, it doesn't come up nearly as often.
All right, Force of Will was the draw here for Cephalid. That's a pretty nice one to get off the top. Will we get a block? No block. Takes 0.
Not respecting the Shadow Mage Infiltrator? Is that it? No.
Ninja the
What's the
Depower?
no? Is it the deep? I can't. The one that draws a card, but maybe that's blue black to ninjutsu. I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know.
well, there's a couple. Ninja the Depower is the popper one. There is the blue black one from MH2 that does a similar thing, but like does damage to the opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah. No respect here for that card. I play a
Mm.
fair amount of popper these days in my free time. As we got Wasteland on the board, that's gonna be able to knock out Urza Saga. That's gonna knock off any sort of quick combo we might see here. I wonder if we float a mana in response or not with the clue. Looks like we did. And Bowmaster in response, get a free one.
So this is interesting because Bowmaster doubles up as a removal spell for the combo in this matchup, which is why I'm not the biggest fan of just jamming it into the first draw they use, because it is like in the end of the day a removal spell because all the creatures they care about are X1s. So I almost like I could see an argument for not using Bowmaster here just because it is a removal spell. You don't have another removal spell in hand. Now, they do have a Tameo, and we don't have a removal spell. So we could also be operating under the assumption that, like, listen, I need to get pressure on the board because right now they are winning the Tameo race. They played it first. And so I really, really, really don't want to like lose to them just getting overwhelming card advantage. Although we're going to be really happy with this force since we are holding the days.
Well, yeah, I would say, yeah, the fact that the force is coming down on this days is just absolutely backbreaking. Stefan Illusionist is the last card in hand. Obviously, the clue will pop and we'll get another card here. But days, pick up the island, counter the force will, Bowmaster resolves, take the damage. And now draw from the clue.
Do you force this Bowmaster if the other card isn't an illusionist? I mean, isn't a Narcomoeba?
Yeah, I don't think my gut is no, right? I in general am actually even like I think you're just not supposed to like my gut would be that I would let it resolve. Not only just for days considerations, but just like is this how I'm losing slash winning the game, right? Like your Tameo can check the Bowmaster for a few turns, and you just want to kind of fight over the cards that I think actually win the game. Yeah, it does get awkward with your ponders and stuff, but you can power through all these things given enough time, and ripping the second Urza Saga here makes that extra doable.
How did we get to 3 cards in hand with the Saga in play? Because we were at 1 and then we drew 2. So we'd have 3 cards total, but we have 4 cards.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. That's a great point. Maybe something we can check out there. Yeah, because you were right. We had 1 card in hand, right? Unless
Yeah.
maybe you and I missed something, which it's down to happen. We'll tell the production to pass on to the judges, and they'll double check. They can look at the footage here and sort of figure that out. But regardless, here we are pondering. Bowmaster gets a trigger. Looks like the players were double checking the life totals, although maybe it's a cards in hand situation. So yeah, Bowmaster's 3. We lose a life from the force no matter if it gets countered or not, and then Bowmaster's shot Elia in the face every single time.
So
Tameo the draw that turns the force well back on hand here for our blue black tempo player.
we have the island in hand. Okay. So we have force plus unknown card in hand right now, currently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, the unknown card I believe to be Tameo.
Okay. So we do. Okay. Right.
Alrighty then. Well, the weird part of this is you're kind of in an okay spot in a traditional game of Magic, but when your opponent presents a combo kill,
Yeah.
things are getting a little bit more hairy here.
So notably, we are like starting to compete a little. Oh, okay. So we should reasonably expect. Oh, they're hellbent after this.
Yeah,
No, they have
if the
2
blue
cards
black
in hand.
the blue yeah, so the Cephalid player has 2 cards. They're hidden behind the player there. The blue black tempo player has force Tameo and then gets to crack a clue here. So we'll have 1 more card. We'll start the next turn with 2, and obviously you can crack the clue to get another, but looks like we're gonna let the illusionist resolve. Maybe gonna try to fight over a different piece of the combo. And picked up a Bowmaster. That makes sense.
Yeah, but they're ticking down this Saga. So next turn they get Shuko, uncounterable. So I wonder what the logic there was not. Maybe they wanted to force the maybe they want to force the Cabal therapy? Or they
Yeah.
can't. I mean,
Well, I assume what happened is we drew the Bowmaster off the clue, and now we're like, okay, I'm going to Bowmaster the Cephalid.
oh, you don't have the clue. Okay, so then that makes more sense to me. Okay.
Yeah, because we knew before the hand was Tameo Force, and so maybe I missed all the Bowmaster there, but I was pretty sure. It's a little harder when I got pictures of the people in in front of me, but I try my best to keep up with it all.
I wonder if this is interesting because you could reasonably wait for them to actually get the Shuko and then
Mhm.
do it, but then you give them another draw. So because the other thing too is if you ping this now, um, they can also make a construct, which
Mhm.
could be relevant because then they can get to 3 power by equipping the Shuko and they can block your 3/3, which kind of eases up on the pressure. But I like this too. Come in, ping your guy, deal 4 damage. And this way you're also pumping more damage and getting rid of their thing. And they also get their illusionist trigger here. So this is
Mhm.
interesting too, because if they find Narcomoeba, they can actually block one of the Bowmasters.
Well, I think this is post blocks. The Tameo's
Oh,
in front of the bow.
I
Yeah.
see, I see, I see. Okay.
So
I
tight
thought it
point
was,
here. No,
yeah.
you're good. That little thing would matter, right? And that's something that somebody might not think about beforehand, right? It's like, oh, I should fire this off now, and then they get got by the Narcomoeba and sort of potentially lose the game or get in a much worse position than they should have been.
Right. Larson told me about this play. Johan Larson. I remember I asked him when he says he always fetches when Bowmaster attacks because the one time he gets to actually surveil over and kill the Bowmaster, oh, he gets the biggest grin on his face.
That's awesome. All right, and we're gonna see here what we hit off the surveil.
We are keeping it, which is not what you want to see.
Yeah.
When there's a Shuko ticking down, when there's a Saga ticking down. All right, one floating, most likely.
Yep. Gonna search our deck, see
They
what
didn't
we picked up here.
Yeah, they didn't tap, but they did vocalize something, and I imagine that
Mhm.
was just vocalizing tap float mana.
Yep. Yeah, and that's one of those things, happens at the table all the time. For coverage looks a little weird for us, but good call out there. All right. And let's see here. Island tapped.
Here
Here
comes
comes the
the
step.
octopus.
All right. We know we have Force blue card in hand, but is there a Force back for the Force?
They have 2 cards, and I believe there is Days on the side of Breakfast as well. I'd
Days would
have
be
to
backbreaking here.
pull up the lists.
Okay. Gonna discard the
Okay.
Tameo to the Force, and we are gonna
There
daze,
is the
like you
Days. I
mentioned.
did not need to check. And I
And
believe that spells Demise.
yeah, I mean, I guess theoretically, sometimes cards in hand can get things a little weird here, but I don't think there's enough material to have unknown cards in our hand. So tell me about what's going to happen here.
So we're going to target Cephalid Illusionist, which mills over 3 cards. So to shortcut, we're going to go all the way to 0 cards. We're going to trigger Narcomoeba, and then that's going to come in, and then we're going to have a Dread Return in the yard as well. And then basically we sack the Narcomoeba, the Illusionist, and the Tameo to Dread Return Thassa's Oracle, which we saw at the beginning. And what that's going to do then is trigger Thassa's Oracle and trigger the win condition of you win the game if your devotion is less than or equal to the number of cards left in your deck.
It will work out that way, it seems. Just double checking everything here as we're going.
Notably, uh, if they don't have the Cabal therapy and they have Dread Return, they cannot win. Now, I did
Mm,
not see that that was the case, but that does happen where they will frequently go for the combo knowing they can't win, hoping their opponent will concede, which is a line, especially on Moto, that comes up like fairly often if you have no other outs. But we'll see if it happens here. But it doesn't need to happen here because the Dread Return is there and the Thought Oracle is there.
all right, so that's going to do it here. Deck has 0 cards. Extend the hand, and congratulations. Moving on to 7-1, and I have to assume a pretty close to a locked top 8 there for our Cephalid player. Impressive stuff.
Impressive stuff. Rumors of my demise, rumors of Cephalid's demise have been greatly exaggerated indeed.
Alrighty then. Well, that was that for that part of the round, but we still have another backup feature match here for round number 8. So let's head on over and see those deck lists and see what those players are up to as we get to get a bit more Magic action here for you in round number 8 of the Four Seasons Winter Tournament. This round, we got some cool ones up in our feature match area. First up, Death and Taxes. This is actually the same player we saw in round 7, Fabrizio. He's back in our feature match area, X and 1. What do you think about this matchup in the context against Eldrazi? Is a little bit of a spoiler as that is the other side of the table.
This is another matchup where it's like I don't actually have a great grasp on who I think is favored here. So Eldrazi can just mount this just incredible pressure like very quickly, but Death and Taxes also has like what 9 removal spells. Technically 12 if you count Skyclave as well. And the other notable thing though is White Orchid Phantom is frequently Stone Rain against them too. So this is going to be so dependent on like what these opening hands look like. Well, Death and Tax is not as much as Eldrazi, but Eldrazi is a very opening hand dependent deck, being a stompy deck at its core. So it's really going to depend on how aggressive of a hand you can keep and how many removal spells Death and Taxes has too. Because there are some hands where Death and Taxes where they just like because Eldrazi will frequently not do anything on turn 1. Like it's actually pretty common for them to just go land pass. And if that happens and DNT is able to just start, turn 2, plow your guy, turn 3, play White Orchid, the game just ends. But also, if you just have this, like, if you're on the die, you win the die roll and you get this pretty impressive hand of, like, turn 1, play a Chalice, turn 2, play a threat, turn 3, play a threat, and your opponent has to wait for Recruiter of the Guard to get a removal spell, like, that's just going to be too late. So this is going to be really dependent on just like how the texture of these hands shape up more than I think it is on like the individual matchups themselves. Like if you were to ask, I think a DNC player, they would tell you like, it depends, as opposed to like, I really want to see Eldrazi. I really don't want to see Eldrazi.
Checks out to me. Let's throw the Eldrazi deck up on the screen really quick just so the viewers at home have an idea before we head on down to our feature match area. And here it is. This is Nicola, who we also saw in round number 6. So
yeah, the chalices notably aren't great. The biggest thing they can hit on a chalice on 1 is going to be Plow and Ether Vial. So hitting Plow is actually pretty relevant, but notably when your deck has Skyclave Apparition, Felia, and the land thing, the Witch Enchanter, you actually can get rid of this chalice. And then turn on your things. So not only is the card itself not always very relevant, but also it can be answered if it is very relevant with relative ease in general. So generally, like that's not like a piece you want to be, really relying on, along with the Wasteland, not another piece you want to be relying on. But really, if you're just getting these like very aggressive starts of just like a line breaker into something and they don't have the Plow because they are an 80 card deck, like you can just run away with the game really quickly because DNT needs their mana under them to start doing things because they don't really have that much free stuff outside of Solitude. And again, it's only 4 in an 80 card deck. So as a result, like you can really just run them over before they get a chance to play.
All right, well, let's head down to our feature match area and see how this matchup is going to go. Death and Taxes versus Eldrazi Stompy. As it is round number 8. These players have been maybe battling for 2 days here. Some of our players I noticed from yesterday are back here today. And you're going to notice Fabrizio is up a game. That is because Nicola had a bit of a deck issue during the deck check. It turns out in the random deck checks, we hit both our main feature matches and both got a game loss here. So I confirmed it between rounds. You have to play your game 1 deck again. So no sideboarding here for these players. And we're going to see if Nicola can force a game number 3.
Okay, good to know. Because if I ever run a tournament, I swear I would have done that rule, and now I'm happy I know that.
It's all good. It's one of those weird things, I think, like, especially if you're playing, like, at a local level, someone might get it, quote-unquote wrong, or be like, oh, okay, let's just, do this here. So, not the end of the world here, as Fabrizio is giving a thorough shuffling here to this Yorion deck. Let's get some riffles up in here,
Oh, I mean,
side smash.
We got to see how many riffles we can get per card, right? In this 80 card deck. And if it's double sleeved, Ooh.
I'm just saying, I used to play Yorion all the time. You know,
Yep.
I did pretty well. I used to play double sleeved, and I can riffle shuffle my Yorion deck very easily. So that gives you an idea for these hands. You know, I'm like the LeBron James of Magic in here.
Listen,
I can do a triple sleeve Yorion deck. It's hard though. I won't lie. It's hard to riffle a triple.
I want to see this. I want to see video proof that you're able to shuffle a triple sleeved Yori on deck.
I can do it. I can do it. I got big old hands.
Listen. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be stone cold honest. I cannot. I can barely do it with double sleeved. Even then, with double sleeved, I'm like, yeah, I'm probably missing some stuff here, huh?
Yeah, and that's okay. You know, we all have our own strengths and weaknesses. I can't spell to save my life. I'm extremely dyslexic. I can, double sleeve a Yorion deck, easily shuffle it, and I can do a triple. I'm not gonna do a triple, like I'm not ever bringing that to a tournament, but I'm gonna bring a double sleeve every now and again. As it does look like both players are considering their mulligans here, but decided to keep. Oh, never mind. Excuse me. Fabrizio is actually mulliganing. Pardon. I thought we gave a little thumbs up there.
So Eldrazi obviously wants to be on the play. Honestly, at this point in Magic's history, like, how often do you see control decks actually wanting to take the draw? Like, it used to happen. Does it? Like, have you seen that happen anytime recently?
So the most recent time I've seen someone take the draw was myself at RC Atlanta back in Pioneer versus Red Black Midrange. That was the last time I've seen anyone do it. And it barely makes sense. I still believe it was correct at the time to do. But, theoretically, just on average, you should always take the play, right? Because you're always at minimum tied on turns. And in half the games, you're up a turn, right? Because you went first. So you always get to have that extra turn. So it is so often right that you should just default to it unless you're extremely, extremely confident. And you have to be like willing to bet it all. Which I did.
Right.
I did every single time I played against Rakdos midrange, and I 5-0'd them. But, qualified for the PT. But even then, would I have just won anyways by going first? Potentially,
It's like, I remember, maybe I'm misremembering, but I remember a long time ago, like, Miracles would sometimes take the draw against some decks. But basically, all this to say that the game has become very proactive since then, and you always take the play. But I was saying was Eldrazi getting to be on the play is very strong, but also pretty much every deck these days always wants to be on the play anyway.
Yeah, I think, back in the day, it made a bit more sense. I mean, one, I think we were less sophisticated with our Magic knowledge. I'm curious if players even thought about the fact that, like, they take another turn, right, by going first. But the cards are so much worse, too. Like, if you play pre-modern, like, sometimes your deck just has these awful filler cards, and standard decks were much worse, too, right? So it was like, oh, okay, you can afford to, like, go second, to, like, mitigate yourself getting mana screwed a little bit by drawing a card because the game's going to last 30 turns no matter what you do.
Right. Like, if you're like the Miracles mirror.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's just like, oh, yeah, I just want to make sure I don't get mana screwed. I want to hit every land drop. It's like, okay, well, reasonable enough. All right.
That heralds the end.
Yeah, Eldrazi Temple plays it on turn one. One of those nice ones. Unfortunately, it got rid of our old good little friend, I forget his name now, the 2-drop that would copy the Eldrazi sizes. That guy was always my favorite, the old Eldrazi Stomper.
I can't remember the name.
Or something like that. Anyways, here is Line Breaker.
So this is what I was talking about, like having these really aggressive starts, like curving out. But we do have the plow to hit the line breaker. So our line breaker not be coming in. Take 2. The That Herald at the End is one of those cards where it's like, I don't really know if it's correct in these lists. Obviously, they are 6-1, and I'm in my PJs. That's actually not true. But if I were to build an Eldrazi deck, I probably wouldn't include it that heralds the one. But I also see like the value of it in just one, turning your 0/1s from like a Kha'Zix coming into a real threat, but also just increasing your ability to curve out and just get on the board quicker.
Yeah. And there's just a lot of power in curving out, right? Like having a play every single turn, especially creatures, just has a very low fail rate. And we've seen, in a couple of our feature matches now, even though Legacy is super strong and super powerful, sometimes your deck just doesn't come together, or you interact a little bit, and having 3 or 4 points of power on the board early is the difference maker. As it does look like we have a White Orchid Phantom here.
And that's so good because a lot of these Eldrazi players will not actually include a basic. And judging by the fact, so they are certain they might have one.
A singular.
A singular basic voice. Sometimes you see basic mountain, especially in like the broadside lists. But we don't have
Mhm.
broadside in this list, so I can't imagine we'll see basic mountain.
Yeah, I've seen basic swamp from time and time again because you have dismember. Every now and again, you can save 2 life. People do some cute stuff to wherever they can to sort of justify it. Basics are powerful.
Do you shuffle for vibes?
What do you like the opponent's deck when they present the cut?
No. When they like white orchid you
Oh,
and you don't get a land.
no. God gave me 1 life on this earth, and I'm halfway through it at 32. So I gotta speed up a little.
Oh, I love that. I love that. On Moto, I always shuffle for vibes.
Oh, the moto is funny. In real life, I ain't wasting our time like that. I have forgot that I am out of basics before and picked up and accidentally done a vibe shuffle, but the vibes are bad because I'm like, oh my god, 2 minutes gone.
Mhm. The
Wasteland
vibes are
comes on down.
bad. Flicker Wisp. Oh, did we attack first or no?
We did not attack first.
Okay. So maybe a little missed point of damage here if we're planning on flickering the Phantom.
Yeah, I wonder. I can't think of any flash creatures from the Eldrazi side of things, but Fabrizia, gonna have a small misstep here, assuming we're hitting the White Orchid Phantom, which I have to imagine is the pick here. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Kozilek's
Kozilek's
command.
command.
Yep.
Looks like
Exile draw.
Yeah, Exile draw. Sometimes you do see a bunch of, spawns jump out here in order to ramp out a couple Eldrazi, especially if you have like a Sire 7 Death or something in hand.
Yep. And actually, it's 6 mana now, right? With Sire. So if we had another Soul Land, we could actually play Sire here.
That's very true. We have a Wasteland if worst comes to worst to fight over the opponent's Wasteland, protect our Eye of Ugin.
See, Eye of Ugin is cursed for me because every time I Wasteland Eye of Ugin, they just play another one. And then times where I ask them after the game, like, hey, should I have Wasteland of the Eye of Ugin? Yeah, I only had the one. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, but if I waste it, you're gonna draw it.
Yeah. What am I to do? As here comes Ancient Tomb, and then Chalice, I think, is on 1 here.
It has
So
to be because I think, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Swords to Plowshares off the table. Aether Vial off the table.
Although Flicker Wisp can flicker it, notably, to make
True.
it a 0, which would actually shut down their own Lotus Petals, which they do run 4. And I have to imagine it's probably the play we're going to see here. Let's see. And they did just draw a
Solitude.
plow.
Yeah. Solitude in hand as well. I mean, a lot of times with these Solitude decks, once you start hard casting them against these kind of stompy decks, that's sort of like I've turned the corner, right? Sometimes you lose
Right.
those games, but it's often, a good sign that you've made it there. So a lot of times you just even try to make plays where you don't, use your Solitude on something early just to get to the spot where you can hard cast it, get that strong 2-for-1. And it looks like we actually have double Solitude in hand here, both alt art and the original art, but it doesn't look like many lands. So I'm curious here if Fabrizio is wanting to Flicker Wisp, maybe thinking about picking up Yorion. Sometimes we see this as a way to kind of, get a free 3 mana version of your Solitude.
Right. So we obviously won hit a land here so that we could do the play of like flicker the chalice, play a land, hold up plow, and then hopefully start getting to wait, is this a
Oh,
land?
look, this is a Witch
Oh,
Enchanter, yeah. I wonder if maybe the thought about all this was, I want to play Witch Enchanter, and then am I supposed to flicker it to kill the Chalice and get a 2/2? Or do I just flicker the Chalice and remove it from the game as a 0?
wait, Mason, which enchanter is this one?
Witch Enchanter.
Listen, I had to do it. Isn't that was the whole point of the card, is it
That
not?
is the whole point of the yes. I know. I've heard the joke a million, and I heard the joke too for anyone else, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's a good joke. It's a good joke. Don't get me wrong. I like it, but it wears on me with time.
Listen, you made the joke.
I know that's not my joke. That's a Carmen joke. She got that
Okay.
one, is my understanding. She had the idea there. I'm not going to take credit. No stolen valor, as we attack in. Listen, all your least favorite cards from MH3, I have a hand in, and all the ones you like, I didn't. That's what I like to tell other people, As Wasteland is going to take down the Witch Enchanter.
The pass here.
Okay, I got a better look at the hand. I think the hand's triple Solitude. We drew a Skyclave. It the
Yep.
hell's lands out of here. But
Make it
if we can just draw lands, we're going to be in a great spot.
So we have another chalice, notably. So we're going to see that. Yep. I almost wanted us to do it on 2 at this point, but it's so
Mm,
hard.
yeah, that is very awkward.
Get in
Is this going
there.
to be the Yorion to hand? We haven't seen it all. There we go.
There she is. The
All right.
Yorion to hand. And there were no lands, though. So triple Solitude, Skyclave, Yorion is hand right now.
Yeah, I believe so. And in this
So,
matchup, that's kind of the perfect hand, right? Like you just want to
yeah.
be drawing some planes.
So this is what I was talking about when I said, like, sometimes the Eldrazi deck just draws into nothing. And
Mhm.
it's kind of like a thing of stompy decks in general where they do this, especially when they don't have like recruit like card advantage engines like the One Ring, where sometimes the deck just like when it's going on all fours, like on its firing on all cylinders, it is firing. But as soon as that first wave is just kind of over, they can stumble so easily because there's such an abundance of air in this deck to make those explosive starts function that is the opportunity cost of running like so many soul lands, so many lotus petals and accelerants that eventually like there's going to be some games where you just get to this board state where you don't have anything because you just keep drawing redundancy in cards that you don't want. And now it's like slowly like the death and tax players just accumulating a board state. And once they're ahead on board, it's going to be really hard outside of like a sequence of like a big Kozilek's command to come back into this game.
Yeah. Fetchland was the draw for Fabrizio as well. I assume we have a Surveyor land somewhere in our 80 card deck, so that'll probably help. Lotus Petal actually
Oh,
gets
that can't
countered by Chalice of
get
the
its
Void.
countered.
Nice try, Nicola. Judge, get him for the Time Warp. Don't worry, we'll pass it along. As Back Alley comes down, and we're going to get a Surveilling as this game is soon to be wrapped up. It's really awkward from Fabrizio's side because his only bad draws are more cards that cost 5 mana. You draw 2 spells, you're
Yeah.
happy. You draw lands, you're happy. You know, it's just like, all right, yeah, get this recruiter
Oh,
out of here, whatever. I'll just try to throw an
yep.
actual land. And there it is,
The
Windswept Teeth.
And this I think is because at this point you could even pay for a Sire, which is likely the best draw in their deck.
Mhm.
That or Kozilek's Command. Kozilek's Command is probably the number one thing they want to see right now. Okay. Oh, they can fetch. That's right. Wait, they can't
Yeah.
fetch. They're
Well,
not
yeah,
supposed to be able to fetch.
they're not supposed to be able to fetch. Yeah, it is a time shifted match. Unfortunately, chat, when these sort of things happen, we can inform the judge and we can get a warning issued to these players. And it looks
Oh,
like
they,
we
they
figured
just
it out.
noticed it.
Yeah, great. Can we fast forward through any sort of prolonged judge call here production? I don't want to have to sit here and listen to what we're going to have happen, which is we're going to put the chalice in the graveyard and be in the same spot and shuffle our deck. You know, we're gonna
100% what's gonna happen.
yeah, we had this happen yesterday too, where it's sometimes judge calls last a few seconds, sometimes it lasts a few minutes.
Because they have to get like all the details. They want to make sure because it
Yeah.
has to be by code. Like there's a very strict set of rules that judges have to follow when it
Mhm.
comes to things like this. Because there's like a quote unquote punishment involved. Like I don't want to say
Yes.
punishment because it's like it's. I don't think this player was cheating at all. I think this is something super easy to miss because you got your own
Mhm.
chalice blinked and you're not thinking about it being on 0.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a very easy thing to miss. And they're what 7 hours into gaming today. Like this is like I would make this mistake probably,
Yeah,
honestly.
and it makes you like you're probably fairly frustrated, right? You got the game
Yeah.
lost from something that feels a little outside your control. This game has been going very poorly for you. You've drawn a ton of lands in a row, right?
Yeah.
Like your opponent's sitting on 4 cards, none of them they've cast. One's a Yorion, so you know that all your little guys aren't going the distance, and then you can assume that there's probably some solitudes over there. And if there's not solitudes, there's like these unbeatable equipments and other kill spells waiting to hang out. So it's a pretty rush spot. I'm sure production will fast forward us here. That way we won't have to sit through this. I joked earlier about I got one life on Earth. So does all the Twitch viewers at home. We can the power of technology. We don't have to actually sit here and watch this. But as it looks like we're sitting here waiting for a judge to get the information. We actually saw some of this happen in the backup feature match. I was watching. We can see behind them the judge was there for a while doing that.
The the I wonder, like, because they recently actually started hiring for a judge program recently, right? Like
Mhm.
they've been kind of revitalizing it, which is very good. So I'm excited to see kind of what comes out of that because we got the announcement a few months ago, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I think they maybe announced the person as well. I saw something on a Play MTG stream about maybe it was the actual announcement. Maybe I'm confused, but I think that there is somebody in that position or soon to be in that position, which is pretty exciting. You know, judges really make magic happen. So looks like we figured it out. We're gonna shuffle. Oh, excuse me. We're gonna continue play. Yesterday we rewound a whole 2 turns, but today we're just gonna let it keep happening. Uh, Such is life.
Wait, so we're letting this resolve?
I mean, that seems to be what's happening.
Okay. Okay. I'm curious about the interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, whatever.
We're,
Uh,
we're here. We have Wasteland as the thing that we can use to actually stop one of these dual lands, right?
yeah. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I mean, regardless, like we still have the solitudes. I mean, I don't know how much of an impact it's going to make, but also being able to kill one of these guys is actually pretty relevant. Um,
Yeah, it would get back a
the
3/3, right?
yeah, which is actually could start being relevant.
Yeah, because your Solitude will answer the Devourer, your gain 6, and then the 3/3 is going to, because yeah, it is converted mana value on these cards. That will check the Skyclave Apparition, and in theory, the Solitude for the most part, right? Because now the Solitude sort of can't tussle in without dying. Obviously, it will trade, but it does. It's the difference between having unchecked damage and checked. As we are going to fetch here, most likely going to see a Plains.
Yeah, play solitude, exile the 6/6, and then we could probably Yori on too, and get rid of the other one, and without having to commit any more resources too, which would also give us a pretty commanding board state. One thing I always mess up, but the Skyclave Apparition doesn't have flying. And for some reason, I always think it has flying, but it doesn't have flying. So you
Yeah,
can't get it for 2. But a lot of people also think it has flying.
it does
So
kind of hover in both the arts.
it
It's a little
does.
spirity.
I, I,
I can see where you're coming from. I can see where
I
you're coming from.
always think this thing has flying. But it doesn't. So if anyone is like me, it doesn't have flying. And so as a result, we can't get the 2 points of chip damage in before if we decide to cast Yorion here. We are going to go for Stoneforge Mystic. Uh, arguably better here just because they don't actually have a board that we're too concerned about. And we're going to get pre-war. And I believe we have a do we have the White Orchid in the bin?
Yeah, I don't know if I got X. Yeah, because some of these Eldrazi
Got
cards
exiled.
exile, right? Yeah,
Yes.
so I'm unsure if it was one. I think it did with the Kozilek's command, but if it didn't, it's gonna be pretty backbreaking. Here's pre-war. Okay, and Flicker
Oh,
Wisp.
Flicker Wisp.
Okay, and that answers that token. Nice, clean there play from Fabrizio, hitting in for 5, gaining 3, back up to 12, down to 12 for Nicola, and you can see just how it's going to be so tough to get out of this position.
It's crazy how we went from 1 Skyclave to 2 Skyclaves. Now there's a Solitude, the Skyclave of it's insurmountable, and then 2 Solitudes and a Yorion to flesh. It's the double
Yeah.
Cavern of Souls. So
Yeah, into the double solitude. Double solitude a little better than double cavern at this point there.
yes,
Congratulations to
it is
Fabrizio.
indeed. It is indeed double Solitude. Solitude is one of those cards that I wish I could play. Not because I have a Russian foil border list that I treasure. Actually, no, I'm kidding. I really want to find a use for this damn thing. I haven't been able to find a use for it.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, maybe we'll find a use for it with an awesome deck in round number 9. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and set up for that future match. We'll see you all very soon. I am, and we're back in the feature match. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the last round of Swiss for the Four Seasons Winter Legacy event. I am Mason Clark, joined by Harain, and we are here to bring you some Legacy action. Let's head over to the deck list here and see what we have, as our players are going to have some sweet ones here for the last round of Swiss today. We believe this to be a win and in as well for these players for the top 8, and it looks like we got Cradle Control up on your screen here for our first deck. What do you think about this one?
So Cradle Control is I really like. Oh, looks like we're swapping off.
Oh,
All right, so
pardon us. Okay. Beans.
we've got Bug Bean. So this is really interesting. So the Beanstalk deck that people have been gravitating towards recently has been like traditional white splash beans, leveraging cards like Felia sometimes, and obviously like Leyline Binding and Plow to just like have this insurmountable card advantage engine while getting rid of everything that you're doing. So seeing bug beans is pretty interesting because the notable thing that you get with bug beans is obviously the better mana. But then because you don't have white, like you have to play slightly worse removal spells, things like Soldier's Edict and Murderous Cut, but you do get significantly better mana. And traditionally the white beans decks are on Bant colors with sometimes a very light black splash, but we definitely have more of that black splash. We have access to things like Witherbloom Command, Bowmaster, and Thoughtseize. I don't really know which is better. If you were to ask me what I would do with the Beanstalk deck, I would probably lean more towards like a white splash. But the Bug Beans deck has definitely solidified itself over the last few years as a very powerful contender, popularized by Pokimoki not too long ago, and really is this kind of like similar to the White Beans deck of having like this insurmountable card advantage engine. But also just like being a relatively low to the ground, quote unquote, control deck relative to the Beanstalk deck that can get pretty big at times, like the White Beanstalk deck.
That makes a ton of sense to me. I've played a good bit of the white beanstalk deck myself, but not a ton of soul ties. So I'm excited to see how this one will play out. Versus on the other side of the table, I believe we have a Grixis mid-range, a deck that, when I first started playing Legacy, this was all over the place back in 2014, 2015. And it's here again today, as we're going to pull that up here in just 1 second. But talk to me a bit about Grixis in the Legacy metagame.
So we did get a sneak peek, and so we're about to the list now. So it's Grixis, but it's not like what most people think of when they think of Grix. Like usually when people think of Grix, they think of like the James Casau Grixis control pile, right? But in this case, this is like the blue-black deck with a very minor red splash, specifically for Molten Collapse, as well as like Pyroblast, Fire Magic, and Meltdown in the board. So you're basically weakening your mana base to have better sideboard. So it's really going to be a meta call, right? Because if you don't think you're going to be playing against like the Delver decks and such, where the Wastelands can do quite a number on you, and like the lands decks, then having the red splash obviously helps you go bigger. It gives you better tools, but this is very much a meta call if you're going to play this deck, because what this deck is just the blue black like mid range deck, the blue black like Kaito, Tamio, Bowmaster, Shell, except with weaker mana for the red splash. Like the big thing that you're getting right is the Pyroblasts. Because like let's say you came into this tournament and you're expecting like show and tell, having access to Pyroblast is massive. Absolutely massive. And that's something that you don't get if you're running the cleaner blue black deck. So this is definitely a testament saying, I think I'm going to be playing against these like show and tell esque decks. And I don't think I'm going to be seeing a lot of lands and like traditional like blue red Wasteland Your Guy Delver, or Wasteland Your Land Delver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this kind of reminds me a little bit of the modern version of GP Reduke's, Grixis deck that we saw back then, right? Something that, a lot of players think back fondly of. We've watched Reed play for 15 rounds, with his Grixis controlling mid-rangey deck, and this is sort of what that would look like in 2026. Speaking of 2026, I'm excited to see the feature match happening down there. That was a bad segue. Not my best segue I've ever had, but I'll tell you what, Hedge Mage is a great card you can have here for the Sultai Beanstalk player.
So winning the die roll, obviously important. The Kaito. Oh, so starting off with the Wasteland. So the 3-color deck with Wasteland is my favorite. I've run my own fair share of hyper greedy decks, and this is definitely right up my alley. Anyway, so we're gonna see this Misty Rainforest in a language I could not comprehend because there's 3 words in the title, but I do know the art like the back of my hand at this point.
Yeah, I am curious what language that one is. It's pretty cool to have it broke up like that. But fetching here
So we
is
lost the hedge maze. Do we have a second surveil?
it does look like we have the blue-black surveil land. I can see it in the deck. Now, maybe we're grabbing a different
Okay.
one. Okay,
What
we
would we?
flicked to it. It looks like tropical. I mean, this could be a spot where you just need the green for your beanstalks.
I think they'll bowmass. Like brainstorm here is weird, because they're not going to be representing bowmaster. Usually, only like this aggressive rainstorm when you're wanting to play around bowmaster, but you kind of have a whole turn cycle. Wait, so they just fetched Trop and then okay.
Just an in-step drop. Maybe just wanting not to draw any more lands. Actually, was sort of the idea here, and needing the green since Wasteland was one of your lands.
Right. That makes sense to me, actually. So this is interesting. Do you fight over this if we have the force? I do think I see a force in the back of the hand here. I think with the Riddler in hand, you want to do that. Personally, I would probably. But I could see not because it feels pretty bad to force without the Beanstalk being in play.
Yeah, I kind of like this force just because it does set up like you get the rebate on the bean, and then all your future cards are going to be, giving you +1 card. It's probably a close decision. Whenever I have a close spot like this, I try to go with like a heuristic, and it's like, well, I named my deck Sultai Beanstalk, so if it's really close, I probably want the Beanstalk in play. And I've had that thought in tournaments many a time.
I can't argue with that logic. It seems pretty sound to me.
Yeah, it's not a perfect plan. I definitely made mistakes doing that, but I think whenever you have like a truly like really really close, anything that can move the needle that typically is true is kind of where I like to default to. And so I came to play with Beanstalk. Let me play with Beanstalk. As him to Torok, maybe backbreaking, maybe Quantum Riddler saves the day. I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
If it hits Quantum Riddler, it's pretty brutal. If it doesn't hit Quantum Riddler, you're probably thriving.
All right,
We hit Riddler and Witherbloom command.
Okay.
So actually, that's kind of, I mean, the Witherbloom command was kind of, I think, what we wanted to do next turn if we couldn't riddle it, because then we could go Wasteland. Because I think we have another fetch land in hand. Do like the cheeky Wasteland, play my fetch, Witherbloom command, pick up Wasteland, especially since both of those lands are wasteable. But we're going to go with the Ponder. Let's see. Still Thoughtseize. Oh, we don't have another fetch land. I thought we did. Keep the Ponder. Interesting that we're keeping the Ponder with no land there. Unless there is a land, and I'm missing the land.
Yeah, I mean, we thought before maybe we instead fetch because we had maybe what we thought was too many lands. Okay, so there's the fetch.
Huh. I wonder. I think I would have probably done like the Wasteland them and then Witherbloom command, but they went with the Ponder. So I think maybe what they're thinking here is they want to keep the Witherbloom. Their plan isn't to attack their mana right now, which fair enough. And they want to keep the Witherbloom to try to high roll killing a Bowmaster with it, which is honestly very fair because one of the things you don't want to see in your Beanstalk deck is like multiple Bowmasters. So having like an answer to it just right off the bat, I think is pretty nice.
Right. Yeah, push down that Tameo.
How do you push a flying creature to death?
It's a really hard shove.
It's
like a Hulk level push,
Okay. All right. Glad I think about this a lot, fatal push my Baleful Strike. Like what? Where's the lore implications of this?
Oh, Baleful Strikes. It's a it's a little bird. Can't handle the push.
You pushed it off the tree, I guess.
Yeah, it was asleep.
Oh, I see. Okay, now it's making sense.
It fell to its death, yeah. Wasteland here. Cutting us off a color.
So notably, Witherbloom command can't kill creature Tameo, but it can kill a flipped Tameo.
That is a pretty good call out there. We're gonna float, and then we're gonna play a Murktide Regent. This is a big old threat here.
It is a big old threat. And here's one of the interesting things about the current meta is the blue-black deck is like, the de facto deck, the de facto fair blue deck, but it notably has a very hard time dealing with Murktide. Like you need to run all these like very inefficient removal spells like Shoulder's Edict, Brazen Borrower, and like the 2-drop spells like Feed the Cycle and such that we saw earlier. And it's like, it is one of the best threats because when you don't have access to something like Plow, it's really hard to get rid of. Like just cleanly at least.
Yeah, that does seem like it'd be a huge issue. Main phase brainstorm here. Looks like Cameo was one of the cards we had, along with some lands and a beanstalk. But we might be locked under the brainstorm here, as I think it was not a fetch land. Yeah, basic swamp and a passing of the turn.
Yeah. So this is that him to Turok did such a number on this matchup.
Yeah, and those sort of cards, like when they hit hard, they hit game winningly hard. It could
Right.
have, also gone a very different direction. We could have seen something along the lines of like, the Riddler stays, maybe, some random card goes, and then Quantum Ruler comes down. We draw 3 cards, right, with Beanstalk and everything, and we run away with this game. But sometimes it hits the things that nothing else could. As Tameo comes down, that's a chump blocker at least.
That is a chump blocker. But this is definitely not what you want to be doing with your Tameo here. Let's say we're taking the damage, which I honestly respect, because if you're thinking, listen, I can't, like, blocking this is playing to not lose. I need to somehow play to win here. And one of the ways we play to win here is getting like a murderous cut, being able to kill this Murktide, and then trying to claw back into this game with the Tameo. Because notably too, even though there is red, if you're seeing this setup, you probably aren't expecting lightning bolt out of this deck. And so as a result, they don't really have reach. So because of that, like, you can kind of get pretty low here and still be fine because they're not going to burn you out.
All right. We daze the Beanstalk. We chump with the Tameo. Redeploy our land here. Ponder.
Murderous cut or bust.
Yeah, and there's a Force plus a Baleful Strix in hand for our Grixis midrange player.
We know that the end is nigh, but they do not. They could not find it. They didn't even go for the shuffle to look.
Yeah, and I think that speaks back to what you're talking about, like, how do I actually win from here, right? It could just be a spot where it's like, well, even if I answer all these things, you have this Tameo, you have all those cards in hand, I'm just going to move on with my day. A fair enough place to be. As we are going to look at sideboards here and see what these players can do to get an edge here. So, big picture wise, before this matchup starts, who do you think would be favored? Obviously Grix is up a game, that's going to help. But, if you had to pick one of these decks to play, which one would you prefer to be on?
Definitely the Beanstalk deck. Like, you are just the bigger deck in general in this matchup, right? Like, what you're doing is just generically designed to beat what they're doing, which is going 1-for-1 at first, and then eventually getting a Beanstalk down and going 2-for-1, 2-for-1, 2-for-1. Eventually you get to this point where, like, you've got 4 cards in hand and they're hellbent, and the game is, even though it's not over, it's effectively over. So to really, like, emphasize that plan, like, obviously Carpet of Flowers coming in, like, it's just an absurdly powerful card. Getting ahead on mana, actually very relevant in this deck when you have all these 5 drops and such in your deck, like the Quantum Riddlers. The Barrowglyphs are interesting. I think you bring them in because they're generically powerful. The thing is, like, they stabilize you. They're generically powerful. Like, it's just a good card TM. But beyond that, there isn't like too much. Like, you could bring in Spellbomb to kind of like start nerfing the Murktides a little bit. But again, it's kind of like a weird dance you have to play with, like, Spellbomb against Murktide. I don't know if it makes the cut. I usually would probably trim a Ponder here. Personally, I just, like, you have so much redundancy in the deck. You don't need to dig for a Force of Will. Like, you just need to live, and Ponder is a good way to kind of tax yourself when you have all this redundancy already. So I think I do like trimming a Ponder here, maybe getting some more action. Definitely don't like these Force negations. I would cut those immediately. And I would probably consider these 2 carpets, and then you could bring in the Hydroblast. I personally don't like bringing in Hydroblast just for opponents' Pyroblasts. Sometimes it's the best thing you can bring in and it's better. But generally, I don't like bringing in Hydroblast unless I'm actually killing something red or countering something very important that's red, i.e. like a Burning Wish or something.
Okay, that checks out. Let's check out the Grixis mid-range player sideboard here and see what they could be playing in order to try to get an edge and wrap up their Swiss run. X and 2 is a great run. Might even sneak into the top 8 here. Let's see here. So what's jumping out to you over here?
right off the bat, like I don't really like this Molten Collapse. I don't really like him to Turok. I know that's going to sound funny, but I usually am not the biggest fan of him to Turok against Beanstalk decks. Like tapping out on turn 2 to when they've already put a Beanstalk down or something is generally like, obviously it worked out really well that last game because they hit the 2 best threats. But what happens when they don't hit the Riddler and the game is over? And the other thing too is him to Turok gets like progressively worse as the game goes on. So if you don't have it early on and you draw it, it just kind of frequently won't do anything. Um, so I usually only like him to Turok against like the game one. I like it when people have like more inefficient cards, but game two I also and also against like combo decks, obviously. So I would probably look to cut the hymns on the draw. I would consider them on the play. Also because you don't know if they have days, and bug beans will frequently run days. And so tapping out on turn 2 to get your thing days only for them to have stuff like a beanstalk in play is pretty bad. Beyond that, like I like the Strixes, I like the Bowmasters, the Brazen Borrowers, like whatever. The thing is, like, you need to respect Murktide. But you could also operate under the assumption that, listen, if they have a Murktide and a Beanstalk in play, I'm already losing this game. I'm going to play for them not to have that board state. But also, they could just play a Murktide out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you have to deal with that, and you really need an answer to it because it can't just kill you out of nowhere. So but because we have Pyroblast, I actually think I cut my Molten Collapses here, bring in all of my Pyroblasts and try to trim on like him to Turoks and such, because it's generally not a matchup I really want it. Like obviously, like him to Turok, it can be a blowout, but I think on average it's going to hurt you more than it helps you. That's my opinion. I'm sure some people might like super disagree with that, but that's generally how I've kind of approached this matchup.
Okay. Well, let's see how Enrico wants to approach it and head on down to our feature match area for game number 2.
I guess what are your thoughts on it? I'm curious, like on the him to Turok versus Beanstalk.
I haven't played it a ton enough to get like in a super like play rate, decision. My gut is that if you think the matchup is super bad and you cannot beat the card up the beanstalk on the play, you should try to get lucky and you should play all the cards that can potentially answer that card, right? Like in that last game, for example, I think that's a spot where Enrico got lucky to hit the Quantum Riddler because the deck does need to kind of cast them, and if he had been on the play and hit beanstalk, he'd be in a good spot. My guess, though, is that on the draw, I'm with you that you don't really want to try to fight the battle in that way because a resolved Beanstalk typically will undo that, and your deck is not good enough at sort of applying enough pressure. If you were like a traditional Delver or DRC version of the deck, him to Torok makes a lot more sense to me because now you have pressure plus disruption, so even if it isn't perfect, potentially buying yourself 1 or 2 turns is the difference between winning and losing often versus these Beanstalk decks. As here comes Carpet of Flowers.
Carpet Flowers, great play here. Do they have it turn 1 and they just wanted to play around days? Because I definitely think that's something you daze out of like the Grixis deck.
Potentially, I'm not exactly sure. I think we came in a little bit after the Ponder had been resolved for the Soul type Beanstalk player, so definitely possible that we were just trying to play around that happening.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, yep, get our Surveil here. So, like here, a him would be insane right now because it's just cards. But the other thing too with him is that if it's not right here, it's just a dead draw later on. So it's like this dance that you play, and it's typically a dance that I don't want to partake in personally.
Yeah. Yeah, I think,
So
in the matchups as we resolve a brainstorm here, we found the land. I think we were almost brainstorm locked with no lands, it looked like. But we got there. I was just gonna say, I think in the spots where you like need to get lucky, it makes sense to me to try to, use him as your way to get lucky, which often players are maybe, a little scared to try and get lucky.
right. No, I think that's fair. I think that like keeping it in or not is very much like personal preference, but I do think it's a pretty important decision because it can win you the game, but it could also just be a nothing burger too often too.
Yeah,
But
I think it
anyway,
informs your play a ton, right? Like your turn
yeah,
one ponder, you might want to shuffle to try to get him on the play, versus you might take something else different if on the draw it's not in your deck. As
right.
free mana from that Carpet of Flower, we're going to cast a Brainstorm.
Nice Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
All right. So we do have the Murktide in hand. We could actually jam Murktide here. So they kept the Molten Collapse in, which I see why you do because it also kills Flip Tameo. But again, I like I think it's very much like how you want to approach this matchup. Like if you want to take a more controlling stance, or you say like, listen, I just need to get on the board quickly. But also like I have to recheck the configuration on it. But if there
Yeah, because
was
Molten Collapse can also hit Carpet of Flowers, right? Oh,
yes, actually. So
so
they have a fetch land. Oh, the second one definitely puts a damper on that plan.
yeah, it makes that a little less exciting. Pondering Up. Orcish Bowmaster was the card that was on top. Other two cards you don't really want. Take a shuffle.
Actually, if you do think your opponent is bringing in carpet, I actually really do like Molten Collapse and keeping it in, even though you have Pyroblast. So that's something I didn't consider. I was looking at it too much in a vacuum, but in the context of each other's sideboards, I actually really like it.
That's one of the cool parts of these tournaments, and like the fact your opponent zigs sometimes when you're zagging. Double carpet triggers here, but Enrico doesn't have many lands that are islands, so they're just 2 Lotus Petals. And
So
here
we are,
comes
and here comes the Murktide. So we do have Force, and we also do have the Molten Collapse. We're brainstorm locked, right, on the Grixis side, or did we ponder
No,
shuffle?
we just ponder shuffled, yeah. So
Okay,
we're out of
okay.
it. We had one turn of being stuck under the gun. Snuff out.
I almost wonder if you wait to snuff out because there's no reason to do it now, right? Um,
Yeah,
because
force
what you,
negation's the only thing you're beating, right?
yeah, which I don't think it's correct to keep Force of Negation.
Mm-hmm.
So I almost wonder if you're supposed to wait because if you draw a land, you get the nice blowout of fetch land, turn on Revolt, Molten Collapse, kill Carpet, kill Murktide.
Yeah, that would have been really powerful. Shieldrick's Edict answers Tameo. Here's the fetch land.
So this is one of the interesting things about Carpet that I always talk about is sometimes it's so good, but when you start drawing multiple carpets and you just sit there with like 10 mana available to you and no cards in hand, it's like, oh my God, where did this all go wrong?
Yeah. You need to rip a beanstalk to kind of make it all go crazy. And speaking of going crazy, here's a big old Murktide coming down.
Here's a big old Murktide.
All right, that's a 3-turn clock. And we've got 3 kill spells in the way. Now, some of them aren't very good against things like Riddler, but we've got the Molten Collapse for that, and we got 2 Fatal Pushes for Tameos. And there's a Bargoyf.
Oh, we've got instant creature sorcery artifact.
I believe so.
So right now, technically winning the race.
True. All right, let's see if we can get a fetch land here. If we do, that's going to turn on Fatal Push. Looks like we're going to leave
There's the Molten Collapse. Yep. Kill the Bargoyf.
Okay, so many good draws here for Albin. You can hit Riddler. You can hit... Okay, Tameo. That one dies to Fatal Push. You see Enrico's moving so quick. He drew a Pyroblast. That stops so many more of the outs. And tack in here for a 7. This is why we play the games. We talked about how we both like the beanstalk side of things, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. You get picked apart.
Yeah. Sometimes when you don't get the beanstalk, the deck just starts kind of like being a bad tempo deck, like the Bug Beans deck. So this is the problem with the Bug Beans deck, in my opinion, is when you don't have the beanstalk, you're just playing a bad blue-black deck very frequently. And there's the Pyroblast in hand to lock this up.
Yeah, and there's no cards in hand with the carpet. I think we're just, making sure we do everything correctly here before we fire off this Pyro.
I mean, they're hell-bent. I think this is
Yeah, he maybe also didn't realize he was hellbent. Because, yeah, you see him, he's starting to hold this card up, right? He's like, oh, wait, this is just over. And now you're in this awkward, am I being rude if I fire this off right now? And the answer is no, as we're going to win. Congratulations. 7-2, maybe sneaking to the top 8 here with Grixis mid-range, putting on a great showing there and playing it to our outs and winning. So congratulations to him for that.
So that matchup played up kind of like exactly what happens when you don't have the beanstalk is that like you end up playing this bad blue-black deck. That's why I think the Bug Beans, I mean, they did very well. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, they picked the wrong, because they definitely picked the right deck for them for this event. They did extremely well. Like, the difference between top 8 or not top 8 is whether that him hit the Riddler or not, right? Like, that could have been a huge difference, being able to draw like 2 cards there, have X to it later. Like it's so all of these, like whether you top 8 or not, is sometimes just like you just got to thread the needle at the right spot. And sometimes, you mess up. You don't even mess up. Like something just happens. You didn't get the right card. You drew a land when you didn't need to. A ponder and a fetch land were like alternated, like whatever. The littlest things can make the difference between top 8 or not. So all this to say that they still played very well. They had a very respectable record, and honestly, congrats to them. Obviously, our Grixis player will most likely be advancing on to top 8 with an X1 record. So congrats to them on the top 8. But overall, great Magic, great format. Really excited just really excited in general to see what happens with this, to see the top 8 hopefully in the coming week.
Yes, not wait to see that. I'm sure it'll be all over social media. I see players being excited for that very, very soon. But that's going to do it for our Swiss. Our top 8 event does pre-split because these events run pretty late over there, and we need to get it done. But before we end our stream, we want to give a quick shout out to Impact Return for the production of this event. Did a great job all weekend with the pre-recorded matches, shuffling, having multiple of them, getting us the things we needed from the caster side. Thank you so much for bringing us some legacy and modern action this weekend. It was truly great. So thank you so much to them and their team behind the scenes working tirelessly to make this all happen. You'd be very surprised to learn how much work it is to actually make these things run as smoothly as they did. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to the rest of the caster team that made all of Modern yesterday happen and then the Legacy today happen. It was great to see you all out here and getting to watch some Magic with their awesome commentary. Thank you to Will Hall for putting together the team for all this and his attempt at commentary during the future matches. We love to see that, Will. You're trying there, buddy. And the 4Seasons event themselves. Thank you so much for making and supporting Paper Magic, both Modern and Legacy. It's awesome to see. It was awesome to work with you as well, Harain, this weekend. If someone wants to find you, where can they go?
First off, Mason, it was a pleasure to work with you. Thank you so much. This was a ton of fun. I had a great time. If you want to find me, twitch.tv/Harain, just like how it's spelled, except without the underscore in the name. I usually mostly just stream Legacy at like 8 p.m. in the straight degenerate hours of the night. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty much right mostly. And what about you, Mason?
If you want to find me, you can find me on Twitter at Mason E. Clark. You can see me on Twitch every now and again at twitch.tv/TheMasonClark. Once again, it was great to work with you. It was great to bring you all some Magic this weekend. I had a blast covering both Modern and Legacy, and I can't wait to watch one of these events in the future, or maybe be back in the booth here and get to bring it. Thank you once again to everyone involved in this production. Thank you to all the Twitch viewers. Make sure to follow that way you don't miss the next event, and follow us on social media as well to get updates on all upcoming future events. We'd love to have you out. That will do it for today. We will see you all next time.